Ultra Shock Laser.
933 damage, yeah. That's cool. Thanks, Riot.
I remember when that thing used to do like 200 damage at max rank. But you know what? It's fine. Because now for BLG, everything's riding just fine. They are on the bottom tower. They're pushing in multiple waves. The Baron is still on for another minute, and they'll just be racking up the gold here.
Yeah, trying to use the cannon barrage to play the waves, but it's so scary sieging against Azeri. Doggo with flash as well makes us engage so much harder. There is good wave clear from TT. That's the one saving grace. They're going to try and mitigate the pressure onto these inhibitor towers.
I'm trying to do so. That Ultra Shock Laser is going to do some work, though, and just absolute pestering TT in their base.
Yes. I hit you with one skill shot, therefore you have to reset and go back to your fountain.
And it's just free. Look, they're just getting pulled all over the map. Then now the inhib in mid is falling, but they're going to have to defend that, try to stop this inhib tower in bottom lane from falling, but there's a cannon that's just whacking away.
Just pick a lane, honestly, pick a lane. You just let it go. You can't defend both. You give up mid, try and defend bot. But the Ocean Soul, the Yumi, it makes this poke from Yukal just not stick, and the end result is 2 inhibitors taken for BLG. Now, BLG Baron's timing out, but look at the top right of screen before it fades. 5,700 gold secured from that Baron. Such a humongous lead, and BLG managed to find the fight when it matters.
They do, and now it's just about finishing it for themselves as Weiwei taking the time to take all of Beishuan's jungle camps, at least the main one that matters, the red buff. As Beishuan comes back out onto the map, he's still got a long while for the next objectives, but you got to hope that for TT, the scaling continues to come online, right? Like, you've got a GA completed now for UCal. You're working on your 4th item still for Kepler. He's got to be pretty close because he has the Quick Cloak and the Longsword. I'm sure he's going to be getting there very, very soon. But it's the culmination of a lot of things for TT that aren't necessarily getting to their end point. And BLG are taking that to their advantage. Now GA also completed for Doggo.
Yeah, I mean, he's really hard to deal with right now. We saw one of the big win cons for TTM fights would get him Doggo, kill Doggo. That has now become even harder. We see big stacked wave set up by Icon, but it gets deleted in like a split second by Hoya. Not really going to be able to find too much pressure here, but I think with Weiwei zoning off, they should be able to get this last tier 2. Bit of extra gold for them before the next objective spawns. And GT once again just trying to defend. But the super minions pushing in mid and bot. You did see Yukal deep push that bot lane to create some space. And I don't think BLG will get anything off this push, but the problem is TT won't be able to find their way towards the Baron, won't be able to secure vision. There is a couple of wards near mid lane that's going to help them out, but BLG are making sure they sweep out this red side jungle.
God, those Ultra Shock Lasers, man. It just hurts to watch. Hoya has to go back now as well. And they're just going to keep pressing up. They don't even need the Baron at this point. But there's that wave clear you're talking about. Now they're in an unmanned 5-4-man route there. Hoya's trying to get back into the fight here. They're under tower, though. BLG need to be careful. They're still making quick work. Final chapter comes through. Doggo engaged on the tower is not enough. And TT, they take advantage of the over-aggression by BLG. They were there for no reason. They were just being bullies.
And I was literally saying to Mazel, I don't think they'll get anything from this play. BLG decide, you know what, we're going to go in the tower. But I will say one thing, that looks kind of bad for BLG. It is, don't get me wrong. But one thing to note is that once again, TT have lost both cleanses on their carries. And we're looking at a Baron in 30 seconds, so this could have been a lot worse for BLG, I'll be honest. Not exactly an optimal play.
4-man.
Icon goes in, big root, big self-ult, but then it's left in the tower with Bin tanking. And Kepler just doing an unholy amount of damage when he's able to auto onto Doggo. But yeah, BLG managed to get away. They don't want to overchase in the Zeri. And now we can sort of take stock. 10 seconds until that Baron, a minute until that Elder. TT on the map first. I don't think they're confident enough just to flat out start it. Summoners is the big thing to note at this point of the game. Icon, no flash. Doggo, no flash. But also Yukal and Kepler, no cleanse. Kepler, no flash available. Very significant in these fights. If Icon can find the right CC on the right target, it can make all the difference. And Yukal, he's got package.
He does.
That could be big.
And Hoya just finished his IE as well, so the barrels will be doing tons of work. BLG want to put priority around the vision game on Baron. They want to force the hand potentially of TT here as they feel like they have the damage. And they want to get TT into an unfavorable fight. And they will just that. Yao Yao in some trouble. He's been caught out a couple times. Yukal Needs to find a use for the package, though. Beishwan there. Look at Doggo. He's already started up the bear out of here, too. TT, they're going to have to come into the Meganar. Oh, they're going to give it for the Elder. They like the trade. I like it.
If TT get this trade, this is weird. By the way, this is so weird.
They're pulling off.
Instead.
All right, so they've got Icon TPing behind the flank. This is all about the Elder fight for BLG. And now Hoya on the side. Package is gone. Beishwan is in not a good position. Now the frozen tube, everything on top. Hoya's not even in the fight yet. Ox he can't even get there. His team is getting obliterated now as well. Beishwan is still alive somehow. And Hoya is trying to make something happen, but it does not matter. That's an ace. And we're going to game 3.
Felt a little bit tenuous there, but you see the difference with the cleanses down. Yukal, CC, lockdown, Kepler, exhausted by Chris. No response to come through. And with the carry shut down, BLG get the resets, and they get the win. Definitely felt like a bit of a fight in this one, a bit of a battle for BLG to find it. But they managed to equalize the series 1-1.
We wanted them to show up, and they do so in a big way. The blue side coming up aces for both teams so far. And the fact that we see BLG get pushed the distance, but be able to respond from that first game is the biggest standout for me. The mental bounce back for them has to be huge, and it was.
Absolutely. I mean, they found the opportunities, they found the window. The dive top lane looked a little bit sus, but honestly, it did what it needed to do. I think that's the thing when these late game fights. If you can take a fight where the consequences are minimal, right? Because the consequences on that fight were kind of minimal, and you burn summoners before a big objective can make all the difference. I said I was concerned about the Lissandra when you know the enemy team's going to have multiple cleanses. They took them out. They managed to find the fight. And sure, like, there was definitely some tenuous moments. The pace of that game was a bit slow for my liking, considering enemy team had Corky Twitch GP, but they found the fight in the end, and they managed to secure it. Pulling off the Baron, making the right calls, stopping them from getting the Elder, and BLG... Yeah, I'm not exactly convinced, but they managed to at least equalize the series and push it to a game 3. So we'll see if they can continue that momentum. Things definitely looked better in this one. Chris doing a good job with the Yumi of not being caught, not being the one.
Hey, he's not walking around as much. Like 50% of the time, he's not walking around. So there you go.
I think one of the main things is like when you're playing Yumi, like people think Yumi's obviously can be like enchanters are vulnerable. If you're playing like Lulu, Soraka, Karma, and you have to go ward, it is so dangerous. Yumi, one of the reasons she's been so strong when enchanters have struggled is because she cheats that, right? If you have a jungler on your team, someone like a Viego or Wukong who's hard to pin down, you just attach to them, and it's like, cool.
Hold
now
on.
I can ward safely, and I have
And
this bruiser with mobility to attack
Hello-y. Bakit
Sounds so
mahinang
difficult,
mic
taking
ko
down
sa
10k damage as a
Streamlabs?
support. And you see the
Teka
goal
lang,
graph, BLG finding leads, losing it, finding leads, losing it again. And then in the end, you see that massive dip that
teka
came
lang.
out, but still able to close out the game.
The dip and then the cliff.
Oh.
That just goes straight
Okay.
up in favor of BLG. Yeah, I don't
Yes.
know. Might want
Yeah, better.
I swear I did more than 10,000
Anong
damage.
balak ko for
What did
today's
you-
video?
But in all
My
actuality,
plan
again, a great bounce
is
back
just
from BLG.
do more
Good performance from Icon, right? At the beginning of the day,
sketching
we put a pretty big focus on in terms of trying to
these
get the
boys.
gears working for BLG, especially in combination, way in combination.
Hold on.
with getting to the
I
side
think
lane.
okay. Okay,
This
I think
game,
is
it was a lot of
okay.
setups from him and as well through the mid lane that I found
Yeah.
really interesting. That BLG
It's a bit
played
laggy, but
around pretty well.
wait, no, actually, it's kind of.
And I think a big thing for me is
The
fact
notif that I
there
was
such good
waiting
setup,
for is the
coming out
notification
from,
for that
BLG
that
running
I'm
neutrals
live.
early on, getting those early dragons,
Usually
really all the
Twitch
difference,
takes like
locking those down,
around
I
7
think
to
put
8
them in a
minutes
positive
for the
position. So
notification to
hopefully
go
can sort of continue that as this game goes
to
as the series
like
goes
to
on.
go
You
to
know,
the
early
followers.
dragons
Speaking
make
of
such a big
followers,
difference.
Karopi, thank you for the
In the
follow.
first
We
game,
are
BLG
now
got the early dragons, they didn't
we've
manage
only got
to
3
give them the win,
followers
but at least
left
bought them
to
more
till
time.
the
Good to see
follower
that
goal,
quite a
which
bit,
is
to
the
secure them
inspired
quick and
the
just
Loki
makes it hard.
inspired
If you're a
fit.
scaling team,
I
but
cannot do
getting
the
early dragons
cosplay
means,
anymore because the
you know,
cosplay
you have more
doesn't
time
fit
to scale.
me.
If you're not a scaling team, getting early
But
dragons
yeah,
means you put more pressure on. Because I think that Ocean Soul absolutely
this is
a massive factor in that
LPL,
game,
so
mitigating
this
the poke from
is,
that Corki.
if I remember, is
The poke,
China.
in
Yeah,
never
this is
letting
This is
TT get to a
China.
position
This
that
summer
felt
split. This is
confident
just a summer
for them.
split.
A
No,
lot
it's
like
not yet.
BLG
It's not yet
in game number
world.
1. But now, as it
World
always does, it
tournaments
seems,
usually
they've got a
happened.
great, best of it all. everything that's culminated
Actually, I
into
don't
this
know. I
series to
haven't
get in
watched
game
a
number 20
world
right after this
tournament
break.
in a
GG
while.
versus BLG.
Yeah, it's the regional split. Yeah. So anyways, I'm just gonna continue practice sketching, cause I've kind of figured out how to draw these two, and yeah, I've been drawing them a lot. I mean, yeah. Y'all can request as well for sketches and stuff. Clown bot. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, it's a clown bot. Hold on. I'm gonna put up what they look like in game. Sun and Moon slash the daycare attendant is from Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. Let's go search of daycare attendant. Sun and Moon, also known as the daycare attendant, is one of the animatronic slash robots that you have to face in the game. So it ends up I'm hearing flashes. Do you watch the original split? Okay, see. Image. Add these images. I cannot add images that I haven't. You're not into much. WR is worlds, right? Did I get that right? Ah! Wild Rift! Sorry, my brain was processing. Yeah, no, this is not Wild Rift, this is League PC. I don't watch that much Wild Rift either. It's I don't know, it doesn't not my thing. Why is this saying it's done? Ah, I saved that wrong. Hold on. I saved it as ONG and not PNG. Rip. Hold on. I'm downloading the two .png. Let's put the right file name this time. You're not seeing what I'm seeing, but I'm downloading the pictures. Here is the other guy. Moon. Stop typing ONG. It's PNG. Because I remember there's event right now. Wait, there's an event? Ah, for the Wild Rift. For the Wild, yeah, I saw that too. But since I don't play Wild Rift, I don't do it. I did play Wild Rift for like a short bit when it was hype. Like everyone was like scrambling to get the what you call that, the beta thing, or what's it called? When you get early access. There it is, early access. Yeah, I didn't. Did I get it? Yeah, I understood. Oh, really? So it's like so the daycare. Daycare. Tuloy. So Wild Rift players are a little more toxic? Did I get that right? Okay, here's the first boy. Gonna put you right. That's Sun. And then let's put. Ooh. Alright. Where is our Moony boy? Here's our Moony boy. There. And that's my main stream. Here is. Yeah, it does look a little less 3D, mainly because this is the first sketch I did of them after like a long while. So, oh, that's the wrong button. There. So that's Sun and Moon, and also those are 3D renders. So Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach is 3D rendered in comparison to the other games. Aside from I guess AR or VR. I'm trying to make them look a little more 3D. As seen here. Like I'm trying to give them more dimensions, but you know, I'm still figuring them out. Yeah. This is how I imagine what they look like in Sideways, and it just looks cursed. They look more happy than scared. Well, let me show you my very first sketch of them. It was, well, it's just Sun. Well, let me just put that real close and personal with the actual picture. Yeah. Yeah, that's my first sketch of them, and it's creepy. I mean, I did want to add a little creepiness to it, but I want to be able to freely sketch them or like be able to draw them fast, I guess. Yeah, this was my very first sketch. And then here's the one I made just a few days ago. And then this is the one that I have up on Twitter. That's what is this? There.
Everything in between here.
And then that's it. I'm a bit of a slow drawer at the moment because I haven't
the knob performance
drawn
really
in
solid.
like
months. And in those team fights,
so that's why I draw slow.
The one who's gonna go in favor TT.
I think I draw slow.
Back, and it was been making the big plays, consistently getting on that back line with that mega.
Yeah, and also the icon catches everything in between.
By the way, I won't be constantly talking because I'm watching the LPL, which I don't understand why a certain notification is
it's a holistic effort. I feel like, again, what we saw
not
in TT, a holistic effort.
popping up.
BLG do the exact same in a bounce back recovery game for them.
I mean, this was a close one. You know, this was
Do I play League? I used to play League. What's the last time I played that? But I haven't played them since January? Yeah, I haven't played them since January because it was school.
But Wukong coming after BLG, namely this
school
time,
and
so far, and TT have
some recovery stuff.
Yeah, so
Each server sucks, yeah. Yeah, so sometimes people are really toxic in our server, which is why when I play League, I only play with friends, because if I don't play with friends, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Yeah, I mean,
TFT. Yeah, TFT is fun. Although I'm not really the strategizing kind of person, but
struggle for base
I
one
enjoy
or Wei Wei.
TFT.
I
Like
know,
I
you
maybe
know,
a
I'm making a
fizz
meme
big
of it, but
Senna?
yeah.
Fizz
I
big
haven't.
Senna?
The last
No,
time I
no,
played
no.
TFT
Jinx,
is
fizz pig.
when
The
Silco
excitement.
was just out.
I definitely know TT
So
prioritizes.
I
It's a
don't
bit
know.
weird in my
I
opinion.
don't
You know, I don't think
know
Jinx is like first
what
pick worthy.
season
I could have seen if you wanted to first pick
TFT
a
is
jungler
right
like
now.
Lee Sin with those two banned. I could have seen Senna as something that was banned in game 1 that's left open. But no, TT opted to go for the Jinx, interestingly enough. We'll see if BLG will respond with a handshake that is a Felios or go in a different direction. That Senna is available. But they're actually gonna
The Nara
take Nara this
first
early.
priority.
And I get it because Hoya is like a Gnar player, very much true and true. So denying away from him has value. Being obviously confident on it. That was
Also,
very
I
good
think I'm gonna
post-durability
go
changes,
practice
but it
some
does give lots of opportunity
perspectives
for
for a
TT to
bit.
respond here. We'll see what BLG go with his second pick. And looking towards the support role, taking the Nautilus here essentially locks you out of the center because Nautilus center just isn't really a lane we see.
Yeah.
So it looks like
They're
they
gonna let it
are
go down
going
the
to
last second
take that.
Some very hard decision making maybe for BLG, but it is the Nautilus that gets locked in. So Crisp will have the onus for engage for BLG.
Yep, got that single target lockdown on point. Obviously pairs well
Out of
with the range
curiosity,
really
what
carries. Now,
rank
let's see
are
what
you in
TT do.
TFT?
Silas,
May
honestly,
ranking
you're
yun,
into-
diba?
you have two
They-
build
TFT
choices
has
already if
ranks,
you wanted
right?
to bring it out. I feel like it's pretty good here overall. We talked extensively about
LP.
how Silas stealing Gnarl is one of the best in the game. And Yukal will
There you
lock that
go.
one in.
I really like this as well because you're getting a lot of the mobility out of mid lane, meaning a lot in this series so far. And when we
Same
did get
rank as
the
normal
Silas in
league.
game 1, at least for my
Oh,
coach,
so
didn't
it's
have,
the whole
necessarily the
silver,
highest points. And here for Yukao, getting the
bronze,
opportunity to
silver,
maybe make
gold,
history a little bit
diamond,
different for the Silas in this
plat.
series, and especially
Tama
leaving a
ba?
lot of things open for
I
TT
haven't-
still,
I
in terms
haven't
of now they get the lead,
played
maybe not as much,
in
but,
a
at least they'll have
long
the Lee
while.
Sin there for
I was
both sides, which
actually
I think
thinking
in its
of
own right,
going
as a
back
proactive pick is huge for
because
TT
I've
getting
been watching
They have a strong skill machine
Nori,
mid jungle already.
Mikado
They have a
lately,
scaling bot laner.
and it
You
just
know,
makes
TT
me
have the
feel
tools set up to make things
nostalgic.
happen. My question
And
is
that
what
was
BLG gonna
and makes me think,
decide
should
to
I go
prioritize
back to
here?
League despite the
Looks like they might just go
toxicness
for the
of this
handshake of the Felios.
community?
How lame. To be
Would
real.
it be
Oh, no,
worth
yeah.
it?
Let's go
Would it
this
be
is what I did.
worthwhile?
No more handshaking, no more agreement. Okay, let's play a Felios Jinx. No. Doggo comes out with the Kai'Sa. Big chat energy
playing?
pairing up with the Nautilus. That's what I want to see.
League with friends.
And now, as the
I would
biggest
invite
thing
my
lies
friends though.
in
I would
where we
invite
see
my
the big
friends to play
focus
League
in
with
phase
me,
2
if
bans,
not for the
especially
fact that
looking at
I will
BLG here on the
absolutely
table,
be
because
doxxed
they
if I
obviously
do
still have
that
a lot
on
left to
stream.
decide on, but they wanna
But
keep a
yeah, the
good
last
setup
games I've
for
played,
Crisp
they're
and Doggo,
mainly with
right? And they ban away
friends.
the Tahm Kench. The response from TT is
And
phenomenal.
the only
Yeah, and
thing
even
I
if
play
Tom
in
Braun
League
could be good
is
bans, he focuses
ah
on
yes,
both
the
towards
Nightbot's
support,
working.
Braun.
Okay, good.
You know, you have
But yeah,
not great
League.
engage, but you have dive
Don't
threat from
I've
the Lee
only
Sin and
played
the
League
Silas,
with
plus
friends,
BLG's
and even
confident will
still,
dive focus.
we
So
only play
if
like
you were to go for
what
something like Braun, could
Aram,
obviously do well into the Nautilus and defend
because
against Kai'Sa when she
all
dives
of
in.
us
They're actually
just
going for the Rakan. Bit
really
more concerned about that
don't
one,
like to
interestingly
play
enough. Now, TT
competitive
focusing on
in
that
League.
jungle pool. Could
It's
see a
not
Graves maybe come
worth
out.
the
Definitely something Wei Wei has
sanity.
lent on so far.
I
But
just
obviously
wait to
Nocturne
get
was the big
invited.
priority with how well it would just sync with BLG's dive composition.
I also like the, continue to engage support.
Yeah,
for
that
TT
same as
BLG.
well. Like,
Poppy,
although I
actually the big
prefer,
TT,
like
so
I said,
going
I
out on a
prefer
limb,
to
just
play
saying, hey,
Aram or
don't wanna
TFT.
even
If I
give
get
this
invited,
chance,
I'm
this a
just
chance
like,
to be in here, especially
okay.
while we have the Silas and the
Asa
Lee
Khaled
Sin.
Karen.
And now it's up to BLG to extend a little bit on that jungle pool here for themselves. And find something that I feel like still needs to be proactive, still can skirmish, because that's where we've seen both these junglers really shine.
The thing,
Ooh, Taliyah
the
actually
thing I
still big
also
brain here,
want
because
to
the flex, right? You can
improve
go
on
mid or
this Sun and
jungle.
Moon,
There you
BLG
go.
on my
they-
Sun and
they've
Moon,
revealed
the way I
nothing,
draw
like,
them,
you don't know
like
where it's
I
gonna
want
be.
them
It's good
to,
in Lee Sin and
I want
Silas
to
'cause
have
they
like,
both have dashes.
I don't know,
Kinda similar reason why
something
Poppy was banned.
iconic
Poppy
to
is good
them.
against dashes,
I
so is
don't know
Taliyah.
what.
And
Yeah.
TT, they need an
Yeah,
answer
hopefully,
to
yeah.
the Gnar. Could well just be the TP
Girl,
again that we've seen so far this
same.
series. And they need a mid lane pick that is potentially blind. Sorry, they already have Silas. So, this could actually be, if they're looking towards mid laners, this could be a Silas
True.
top.
Could be, and change
So,
it
that,
up a little
so
bit.
what
They
I've
do.
decided
We
to
see
be a
zero
little
kills here
iconic
for
with
Yukao.
my
So
with my
both
Sun and
teams
I'm
Moon
gonna
is
be
that
real.
mind game.
they always
I'm
have
gonna be
this little
this could
curl at
be
the end of
a
their
Zia top
smiles.
or Silas top. You don't actually know. It genuinely could be. We've seen it. I can't remember.
Like
there was a
these,
region who
this
played
little curl
Zia top
here.
recently
Like
into
I wanted
DP.
to perpetually
Into Gnar,
have
you
that.
know, you'd just be able to
little
harass them in
smile.
Gnar. If you go
So when
Zia
I
on
draw
the
them in
ultimate
Chibi, they're
way,
like,
I think the laning phase is better for
They're in
Azir in the top
constant
lane, I'm going to
loop.
be honest. But I have also seen Silas into Gnar
If I can
specifically
draw
because you can kind of
triangles.
manage him in lane, and then you could steal his ult, which is fantastic. So, you know, I guess we'll see
Oh.
what happens. A lot of flexes
They would
potentially coming
constantly
out
be
here.
like that. If I draw them in
Over the side of
chibi.
BLG, they either need to lock in a jungler or a mid laner. Looking like they're going towards the mid Talia with the fact that the hovering Trundle, hovering Zinzao.
Yeah, they've been really thinking about these 2 picks, and it's going to be the Trundle that actually comes through.
Yeah, so Trundle,
it's
pretty
Trundle,
decent into the likes of Alistair, into the likes of Jinx.
What are these again?
Being able to pillar them and then they're kind of
TT
essentially
versus
trapped.
BLG.
The other 3 have dashes and kind of,
Huh.
you know, get away from the pillar. But we will,
Honestly,
you know, I'm gonna say
between
we'll have the information on where the lanes go,
LPL,
but we'll always play the
LCK, and
champions. Like, Crystal swaps them,
LCS,
you know, often
I
see, like,
enjoy
I think
watching.
Yutal's the better
I
Azir. They
enjoy
put
watching
Yutal in the
LCS
top
the
lane
most
on
because it
Azir, and then
got a
have
lot of
Silas in the mid
variety.
lane.
But
think,
it
though,
does not. It is
this
not
arrangement
friendly
could
to
be where we see it, 'cause I
to
think
our
Azir has a
time zone.
fine
Like
time contesting Prio into
they start
Talia.
live at like
Silas won't
what
really enjoy playing
3
Talia,
in the morning.
just because the Unraveled Earth makes it
Ugh.
painful. But you know, it could
I don't
change.
get
It
to
could go
watch
either way.
that.
They could want to prioritize a strong laner phase in the top lane, which would be Azir top. So
Yeah.
we'll see where all these funky flexes end up panning out. But definitely an interesting draft coming to
Western Regional Tournament.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that's the
Like,
most interesting part for me.
They're
It's
so
still
fun to watch because
absolute huge focus
there's a
on Beige
wide
One's Railway,
variety
but
of
it's an interesting one because we have
champs
such
that's
differing
being
lanes this
used
time. It feels like
in comparison to
Drake's bringing out a
LPL
little
and
bit of all the
LCK.
stops here for 4th of
Like
July
they
in our first
experiment.
series,
They
and especially
experiment with their
looking
comp,
towards these
You know what,
junglers
Mazal?
which is
who
why
know
they're
how
so
much the
fun to
skirmishing
watch.
has been important here.
I managed to
Mazal,
watch
you're
one
American dude, and
earlier,
obviously 4th of July, big deal to
mainly
you.
because I
Me,
got
just
woken
another
up
day
at
of
like 2 in the
LPL.
morning.
What are you talking
I
about?
couldn't
Come on.
go to sleep, so I'm
Bro,
like,
I don't get
alright,
fireworks
I'm
over
gonna
here. I don't
watch
get fireworks over here.
LCS
I have
is
to
live. I'm
listen
gonna
to it
go
for the
watch
entire
them.
next 24 hours, every minute of my life. I have to kind of spread the love, right?
I don't. I'm in the UK. We get fireworks on bonfire night and randomly, sporadically throughout the year.
All right. Well, this is a
people just end up
sporadic night.
firing
Maybe
them off.
make it a
They're
bonfire
talking about
night
4th of
because
July.
it's TT versus BLG, and we got some fun to have as both teams need to leave everything on the rift, right? We came into this series talking about who's going to show up, who will step up for both these teams as we press into the second half of the split.
Color in the lines
I'm gonna be real with you. If I'm gonna
with
have a sporadic bonfire night to celebrate, it's gonna be on. It is gonna be on Saturday for Top Esports RNG when I'm casting. Probably not for TTBLT.
Come on, give me a
I'm
little
gonna be
bit
real
of a
with you.
limb to work with here. Come on, man. Come on. Can't just leave me out hanging. I got all puppy dog eyes over here. Come on.
You know what, Mazel? I can and I will,
Yeah,
and that's just how it is.
What's your favorite firework?
My favorite firework.
Yeah, you know, like all the different kinds of fireworks. I don't
kinda like
don't be
The thing
lame
I'm
and say,
frustrated
like, the big
about
artillery.
drawing,
'Cause that's just-
particularly
you
with
gotta come
Sun,
up with
is
Like,
that
you know the ones that like go up and they make like a
the
soft, like,
rays, the length of
and
the
then, like,
rays are
it, like,
always so
rains down like a willow
inconsistent.
tree. I'm kind of fond of them, man. Those are pretty
okay,
good.
okay.
Yeah,
like
I don't know
that.
the specific name. I'm not
I
expert
have
in
no
fireworks.
idea.
Like they
I
could
know
be
yeah,
it
those
thin,
lights
they
up
could
and
be
I go,
thick,
"Ooh."
long, short, whatever.
Those
My
are
only
good.
goal is
That
to
is
make
good.
sure I'd be able to
Mine,
fit
uh,
9
fireworks
rays
happening right now.
into this guy's
I hear,
faceplate.
literally, I'm not joking. Constantly, for the next day, I will hear fireworks outside my house. But it's okay. It's okay 'cause we don't need to listen to that here. And I will say just quick, my favorite is like the little like vehicles that turn into fireworks. You know, like little fountains and stuff. They're kind of cool.
The
There's some
vehicles
really
are turned
unique
into
ones.
fountains.
Yeah, have you not ever seen like the little fireworks that have like spouts
have-
on them that you can light and they like
And
they
this
can
one?
like drive
They
they like drive themselves sometimes or
No,
Alright,
what the heck?
just-
what? You've never
That
oh
was
my god. Ooh, flash from Kepler though. That's an early cooldown
Children.
on bottom blade.
That's like some
Children.
Transformer stuff going on there, dude.
Wait, you
That sounds
never
sick.
Man, UK, you gotta catch up. You gotta catch up. We got the firework tech over here.
Ta-da!
You never
We're
seen the
uncultured.
tech
Why?
that we have, Ox.
Man, that's a no wonder you're hyped about the fireworks. Actually, no.
Yeah, ain't no
You're saying that.
bonfire night.
And the little moon crater
Yeah, we just
slash
we just
freckles. I
erect
call
a big,
those are moon
uh,
craters, but I call them
effigy
freckles.
to
I like to
guy
call
who
it
gotta
freckles.
destroy Parliament called Guy Fawkes, and then we burn it, and that's kind of the vibe, you know.
In Texas, we just used to burn stuff all the time. We just have bonfires like every week. So I know how you feel. I know how. Yeah, yours is spontaneous, but mine was part of life. And bonfires are a wonderful thing. This is not a bonfire, though. This is a game of League of Legends, and we have had...
Could you say it's a barn burner, though?
Not yet, not yet. We'll
A
see
bun
if I
what?
can utilize
We'll wait and
that later.
see.
We'll
We'll
see
wait
if it's
and
barred
see.
off at this point. But checking back in on the game state, checking back in on these junglers, this is a time where I feel like we're getting a little bit of difference in terms of the pathing aspect of it. We have seen a little bit of aggression come out in early pathings, looking for early invades, but this time around, I think both junglers taking the third game a bit more reserved.
Yeah, I mean...
That was already
I
game
feel
3
like
of the
the
first
thing with how
match,
this match
by
is
the
gonna go
way.
is that if Wei Wei finds Beishuan, Beishuan will dash away. If Beishuan finds Wei Wei, he won't go in because you don't want to get in the melee range of a Trundle. It's just how it is. So both junglers probably going to avoid each other, maybe look for a bit more ganks. We will see Wei Wei come down and shadow his bot lane as they look to crash this lane. And as we saw earlier, Kepler's flash was burnt, which is obviously a nice start for the side of TT. Beishuan doing some info hunting there. Gets the ward down on the Raptors. Little scrying orb onto the...
I am not happy with the perspective of this hand, but
And we'll also see
yeah,
how the
whatever.
lanes have developed. So I thought it was probably going to be a 0
I'm
in the mid lane just because it's a
practicing.
good matchup in Slayer. And Hoya so far in the top lane, actually doing pretty good on this Silas, you know. And he is going to very much enjoy being in a lane up against a Gnar. If Gnar ever jumps into him, you can just slam the Gnar against the wall. In the extended trade, the healing from the Silas can really come out strong. And obviously, it'll be a while before Bin actually gets any
goes
match
the other side.
I can expect a little bit of volatility up in that top lane, especially with the Silas up there this time around. But
There we go.
keep that check-in until later on. I think it's interesting, though. We were talking about a little bit of reservedness earlier from the
I need to
junglers.
move this
Beishuan, I mean, we saw a
fan
huge push by
because
Bin, but
it's
realizing
not
that
moving.
Wei
There we go.
will probably be resetting and be up towards the top lane to respond. Doesn't go for that one. Now, we have objective on the Rift in terms of a dragon, but we've seen in this series, it hasn't been until the Rift Herald that we really get movement from either of these teams, and especially in this third game with the way that the early parts have planned out, I feel like that's going to be still the case.
Yeah, no one wants to like go crazy overcommitting for a dragon without any good reason. Do you see Wei Wei like, okay, time to go and look at the enemy jungle, and he will find nothing. And now, Chris,
Shocker.
Chris, we'll just walk that one out. Was in potentially uncomfortable position. And you know, TT to get some vision down bot. The dragon's there. Scuttle's gone.
I think I've said this
Herald will be
before,
coming up
but
in a couple of minutes. And my question is gonna be, how
the
are
reason
teams
why I
playing around this? Will we get, like, the full
immediately
roam
fell
up,
in
the full
love
contest?
with like
That's
the
what we've seen so
daycare
far this
attendance
series.
design
Is kind of the
is
expectation.
because they're jester themed, and jester themed or clown themed characters are immediate way into my heart.
Now I see him backing. Okay, he just started the back. So that'll be utilized to catch back up in that aspect. Bot lane, still nothing to be said. I still
Like,
highly expect there to be a lot of resources devoted either to
like,
the mid lane or the bot lane for both these teams because there's a huge snowball
Harley
potential in that
Quinn.
aspect. And for both these teams, the way the series has gone, feels like a snowball is
Or
it's
Sun
gonna be a
and
comfortable way to
Moon.
a victory.
What's the name? What's the name of the jester in Delta Rune?
I might have lost my code as BLG take the dragon.
What's
Oh,
the
he's
name
back.
of that
Take the
guy?
dragon.
Back. Yeah.
We'll see.
The one that goes chaos,
Maybe
chaos,
one of the earliest
chaos.
dragons we've gotten in the series, but at least
Yeah,
it'll
and
be
I mean-
early objective focus.
If they can take that and then
Javel.
priority and make the swap
Yes.
Herald, they can
Javel.
easily make that play. I feel like in this one, BLG want to be
Who
setting the pace once
else?
again. You know, as we talked about in that game too, you're up against a Jinx.
Oh,
you're up
I
against
don't-
Azir, you're up against the Silas, who has a great selection of ults to steal.
Of course. The collector.
Don't want to be taking this one late. Might
Can't
become a little
forget
bit
that
problematic.
little
The range
kid.
discrepancy, one of the major things with Azir and Jinx just being able to sit back at such a large distance. Now Hoya, this is going to be a common theme where Hoya just steals the Gnar ult.
And just uses it to decimate Ben's health bar because, you know, the AP scaling had mentioned earlier. Ben does have Mega Knight, but he's getting pressured pretty heavily. Beishuan is right
They might
here.
still try. They have
They
kick.
can, and there you go. Meganar into the wall, though. That's huge
Oh.
flash from Ben, but it's not enough.
Ooh.
They're going to get
Oh.
the kill. Hoya gets first blood for
Ooh.
TT. Wait! What just happened? Bot lane, we're getting
Oh, wow.
chaos. We have 2 members down for BLG as Wei Wei has died as well in a failed gank.
Yeah, I mean, they managed
they got
to get...
Kepler.
Wait,
they
who
got
died?
Kepler,
Jing
so it's a trade.
and
But
Trundle and
all in
Gnar.
all,
Lots of stuff
I
happening.
think TT can be happy with that one. You 1-for-1 on the bot side of the map. The wall is used by Icon to get there, and you still get the kill on the top side. So we're going to replay. Hopefully get to see what happens bot. So they go for the dive. Jinx does have flash back up again. Yao does a good job of playing bodyguard. The triple pulverize, yeah, knocks Doggo away, so he has to ult in. And then Azir picks up the kill. A lot burned by the side of BLG. But Beishuan, that's not your team.
Yeah, I want to know how he got here. He's just dead. Okay, well, BLG even things up in terms of kills, and now they'll maybe even get a little cherry on top as they do the Rift Herald.
I can get it. You know, it gets confusing when you're switching side constantly.
Multi-CC, the Chompers. Crisp needs to be very careful. Mega Death Rock and Yukao slam dunks the kill. As now TT 3-2. There's still more fighting. This is the kind of LPL I was hoping we get.
On Silas.
Here, but Hoya can't keep up with Weiwei.
Flash.
Yukao flashes, gets
And
another kill for himself. And this is the hyphy play.
There it is. CC.
There's the knockup.
More CC and Nar is dead.
The wallop is not enough. A double kill for Yukao. And guess who is Sharima's Emperor and 4-0? It's the mid laner for TT.
Kind of seeing why Azir was banned against him in game one. Beishuan, okay, yeah, a little bit out of position there, going for this solo. You know, teams do switch side in series, so maybe Beishuan thought he was on the red side, and these were teammates. But regardless, we see Crisp. You know, I gotta be critical of Crisp. I'm not positive about this player. Overstepping a fair bit. The combo into Chompers. Azir with the final damage to follow through. And Yukao just getting so fed off of this. And we see an extended trade as well. Been nearly with Mega, gives him confidence. Remember, Hoya steals the Trundle ultimate, so he is so tanky.
Yeah, he does so much work, and the Kingslayer healing so much. Yukao is just poking and prodding away, or Ben can't get out. Tries to get the beautiful combo, right? Gets even the whole combo onto the wallop, but the tower doesn't do enough damage at that point.
Yeah, and I think at this point, 2K gold lead for TT. This is looking a little bit rough, the BLG in this one.
You can tell the blood is pumping for these players, though. They're constantly looking now. We were getting reserve play early, but not anymore. CC layered again, and Chris is crisply fried.
Oh, man.
Joining him in the gray screen.
Poor Trundle just being tossed and tossed around.
Moving down, making the proactive movement. It was a lost play regardless of whether Yukao was there, but him being there ensures they get 2 kills instead of 1. Doggo can't step up to the wave, and this is going to be plates ahoy for Kepler on this Jinx. Definitely a fantastic situation to be in.
And what a game for Yukao to step up. This is feeling like game number 1, but in a different fashion, through mid lane, through this incredible Azir play that we've seen in the early parts of this game that can lead to that snowball we were talking about for TT. They are a skirmish-heavy team. They can force the hand of BLG.
Absolutely, and this is kind of reminiscent of game 1, right? Game 2, BLG struggled, but game 1, they were just crushed by TT. And in this one, Hoya fishing for these opportunities.
I'm still figuring out the whole Ruffles thing. They're fun to draw to an extent, but they're also difficult to draw, especially in perspective.
Rift Herald going to be used in mid lane by Weiwei. They'll try to get some plates at least. Trying to catch Yukao out as well. They'll transition this down towards the dragon, though, it looks like. And maybe to respond to Kepler down in bottom lane. One charge goes off, couple plates. BLG looking for the transitional catch out here against TT. Won't really find what they're looking for, though.
Yeah, and this is scary for BLG. They wanted to try and find a winner to contest, but, like, who'd you pick? Yao has his ultimate to buy time. Beishuan is mobile. They're looking, but TT comes in from He still has the Mega Gnar ultimate, by the way.
Nice CC. Again, it's the layered CC that ends up with TT coming up on top. It's a dragon secured here. They'll start their stacking. They deny BLG's early objective focus.
Ocean Soul again?
Yeah,
third time in the series, by the way.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
But yeah, they get another kill. I just love the fact that every time Yaya goes for a combo, Kepler's traps are there. Like, it's like the communication's clearly there because it feels like he's throwing them basically immediately so that it's the pulverize into traps. And Weiwei and Chris have been caught out by that consistently so far this game. Yukao's just able to hold top lane up against Bin. You know, we talked a bit about how Azir really comfortable there, but Mythic's starting to come in.
My iPad fine. Oh, it's burning up.
They've already got such a
my
massive
laptop
lead.
fine. Oh, it is also burning up.
Everything is perfectly
Ah.
fine in the thunderstorm for
I
TT
cannot
right now.
win.
We'll see at
My
least,
gadgets
mythic
cannot
item
win
completed
in
now
this
for
tropical
BLG in
country.
terms of dodging
Whenever I'm
Shrapnel
streaming.
Slayer. You see now
Just
with the TT
by
advantage that they have, 4,000 gold just about. They're pressing up their vision. They're starting to stranglehold BLG's resources.
And we saw, I think the main takeaway from game one, if you didn't catch it, was that TT got a lead and they just continued to push the pace of the game, setting up for Barons very effectively, finding opportunities to lean into towers, and BLG just didn't have a good response. So if TT can maintain that sort of pressure, go in a similar direction, it looks very rough for the side of BLG. And you can see now, leaning down towards his bot lane, looking to get some damage on this tower and perhaps just take the whole thing. There's no real response from BLG right now. They're looking up towards top lane, but already you can see Yukal moving over to try and defend Hoya. I don't think they can dive this top lane, and they're losing this bot lane tower with no real contest.
Yeah, both teams were looking for the inverse dives. The dive doesn't get completed for either team, but the pressure is enough to get TT the first tower of the game. Even more gold, and it goes into Kepler's pockets. Now they can reset and come contest for the Rift Herald that's spawning in 25 seconds. You see Beishwan is already on his way. Meganar ulti is secured by Hoya.
Yeah, and one of the things, I mentioned it already in this series, is the fact that the Gnar ultimate has a 100% AP ratio. Gnar ult does an extra 50% damage if you hit them into a wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you hit targets into a wall, it technically has a 150% AP ratio. That's a lot.
Those numbers are big. Mason, what do they mean? They're huge.
Yeah, they're pretty big. So Hoya, this is kind of why we've seen before, and in this game, the Silas into Gnar, if Hoya gets a big Gnar ult, he will just obliterate BLG. To such a crazy degree. The damage will be absurd as we get later in the game.
No, I don't like this sketch.
Look at that.
Yep, there you go. It's a little bit of damage, and Finn has to flash. It's a 5-minute cooldown. We'll be looking to revisit in just a bit, but it's also, at the same time, TT getting the Rift Herald. That means they're going to have time to reset, get the Dragon in 2 minutes, and BLG are just falling behind the pace of the game.
Yep, they are looking to try and get this tower bot, and they do have objective bounties at least, but Yukal is actually caught out.
He is. Big mega death rocket comes through, though. Tower still goes down.
How do I do this?
Yukal has to get away.
How do I draw?
Something to write home about.
An ellipse.
Yeah.
You make
it's a decent pickup for BLG. You'll take it in this situation when you're really struggling to find anything. But still not good. Still not exactly good, I'll be honest. And top lane tower, Hoya not staying for the local gold. But this will go down. Question mark pings coming out. And yeah, so not sure about that one. And also Hoya going Leandries as well on the Silas. A bit of a weird one. So for anyone who doesn't know this, you can only apply one Leandries burn. So if Yukal and Hoya both hit a target, it's not like you get double burn, you get one burn. So they kind of they don't cancel each other out, but you don't get the stacking, right? And so as a result, you typically never want to have two Leandries on a team. So I'm kind of curious as to Hoya deciding to pick up Leandries here. Yeah, I guess maybe he wants it for the side laning against Bin, but still, I don't know. I feel like there's other options you could have gone for here. I feel like if you really want ability haste, I mean, I don't think Riftmake is good, but at least you could go into that. But yeah, double Leandries, not play. Regardless, Hoya is fishing for opportunities here.
Got the depth charge available. Weaver's Wall comes away just to try to block off the Rift Herald for a little bit longer here. A big point for me is Kepler's a full item over Doggo. I guess an item minus a couple components. So I think this is obviously waiting for 3 items for the Jinx, but this is a nice little bit of strength they can use to get the charge off on the mid lane. A little bit of damage there, but not exactly enough to take it down. That means that they can set up for this dragon in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and TT should just have complete control over this. We do see Hoya could be in trouble here.
He's taking him out pretty heavily, but yeah, Hoya is now in a 1v2, and it's not a 1v2 that he
How do I make the... How do I do perspectives?
Yeah, no reason to overstep like that as Hoya. You know your team are making a play towards the bot side.
This guy's got flat face, but I can't.
Just kind of chill it out. Play it slow,
I
let your
got
team do their
3D.
thing, and don't go crazy.
Yeah, whatever.
That's a lot of terrain to be dealt with when BLG finds.
Can't make them look down, but I can make them look sideways.
Nice little bit of a combo, but it will be a second dragon secure for TT as Beishwan hits level 11. And it will be
hold-
a continuation of the scaling and the farming here, as objectives have literally been the fight bell, at least in this series so far.
But look like the jungle difference as well. Beishuan 2 levels up on Wei Wei, significantly far ahead.
Be
As you
right
see in this
back.
situation,
I'm
so
just
first
gonna
off,
go
Hoya
get
doesn't have the
the
Nara ultimate,
food
which,
because
you know, Norla's
I
ultimate, I don't feel like
haven't
it's doing as much
gotten
here. Not as much
dinner.
damage for sure. And then also, fact
Oh,
that
that's
Icon
big.
turns up, just Hoya tries to get away, but is caught out by that Mega Knot ultimate. Remember, Execution has picked up the bin, so already has a little bit of grievous wounds to apply and reduce that healing.
We'll see Seeds in mid lane, though, now as TT try to get this last outer tower, or at least in the mid lane tower. And Hoya playing in the side lane here needs to be a bit careful because BLG are on their way there. And does back off. I saw him stepping up a little bit. Oh, you can farm that way. That'll be a little scary. But again, it's a little bit of a waiting game at this point, looking to set up for TT. But that's also the thing is, like, we've wanted to see the setups for TT. We've seen them be playing aggressively this entire game so far, and they don't want it to come back and bite them, right? Like, you've got to realize when to temper it to some extent.
The problem is, like, I don't know. I feel like BLG, I don't know. I feel like if they play it slow, if they try and wait for the window again, as we saw in game 1, I don't think it comes. I'm gonna be real.
Not even with the 4-0, UCal. Oh, Beishuan.
Oh,
has to flash. Big cooldown for the Lee Sen. No
I mean,
kick gonna be coming
TT can
through.
play it slow. Yeah, they can play any pace they can. I think BLG are the ones who can't play it slow at all if they do like they did in game 1.
Might be looking
I
for a
feel
fight
like-
here. Subjugation is stolen by Hoya, so the Silas will be pretty tanky. Weaver's Wall comes in. Beishuan can't connect on the resonance there. Kepler is going to take a bit of damage there on the back end of it. Flash from Icon. They try to catch Beishuan, but they don't get it. Icon, having burned his flash, is now out. Mega Death Rocket goes way wide there to that extent. Hoya gets engaged on by Crisp. Killer Instinct comes in from Doggo, but look at Wei Wei and Icon. They're pressed off. Hoya goes down to Kepler. Kepler is taking 2 kills while Doggo only got the 1. And now UCal misses the Shurima Shuffle there, but it's still a double kill for the excited Jinx. And TT strong. 4 members coming up big.
They can go on Baron. They have so much DPS for this. I mean, BLG, they kill Hoya, but it's like, you just don't even focus on the carries. Now, Beishuan's going to try and get some honey through because he is low. Obviously, Lee Sin does have a lot of sustain, but this could be
surrounding
tentative.
this. Doggo is a little bit late to get here. He's trying to push up the mid lane. The Baron is going to go down here as the smite comes through. Now UCal's looking for Crisp. Crisp heading the wrong way, heading to the hills that have eyes in them. And they're a little bit scary. Oh, we went to Icon. But Crisp is going to be a long, drawn-out fight here, but UCal will take him
There's a
down.
turret there still, by the way, Chris.
Yeah, gotta
I mean,
be careful. He's playing Spider-Man. He's playing. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing.
But this is so rough because not only do they get the Baron, but Chris dies very late. It's kind of one of those situations where, like, they want to contest, but they don't contest, and they just end up being exit kills. Especially is the fact UCal has the Rylai's. We'll see the replay here. And if you're like me, you were probably really, really focused on Hoya in this fight on the top side and kind of what was going down with him because he dashes in quite aggressively and he gets turned onto. The problem is Chris goes for Hoya, whereas on the backside, Kepler and UCal are just unchecked. And this is the range discrepancy I was talking about in the draft. What can they do when Jinx has rockets, stack lethal tempo, boom, 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 UCal there with the Rylai's as well, slowing people down? It's just so hard for BLG to deal with from this point.
It truly is. 5-0 and 3. UCal is stepping up in this moment, but as well as Kepler, the double carries at this point, right? Kepler coming in for Puff, who is going through medical treatment, right? He is okay, but he needs somebody to step in for him in this moment. And TT might just find themselves another series win on the season because of this guy, because of the combo that's coming up with the carries of TT right now.
Yeah, I mean, I've been really impressed with Yaya and Kepler. Particularly just the playing with the Jinx, having the traps instantly come in after the CC initially from Yao Yao. We see BLG trying to defend. They will have Bin just clear the top lane. They have a decent amount of wave clear with that Talia. And Maikon's looking for Hoya. Hoya ults the Banshees.
There.
Yeah, not sure what Hoya was doing there. He like ulted the Banshees, so kind of questionable because that does put your Silas ult on cooldown. But regardless, doesn't end up going down. TT now have Dragon to pick up. They do lose a fair bit in the top side. So that gold, you know, the Baron gold power play isn't actually going to be that high after this tier 2 gets taken.
will be soul point, though, for TT as they lose their tier 2 tower in top lane. Got a little bit of response coming out in Hoya and Yao Yao coming top side, but it's just a bit late, and Ben will be able to get out of that one.
Okay. Wait, Mazel.
What's up?
I've seen a funky build that we need to talk about.
It was so close. Sorry. Okay, what?
I've seen a funky build. You spot it yet?
Chempunk?
Chempunk on Kai'Sa.
2 of them. I mean,
Well,
I know
no, okay,
the bin isn't that bad. It isn't bad,
Yeah, so
right?
it's pretty standard for bruisers now to build Chempunk Chainsword. It gives 25 ability haste, 55 AD. It's a really strong bruiser item. It's a stat stick. Ever since Grievous got nerfed, they buffed all the items. And Chempunk Chainsword is 125% gold efficient. I do find it weird for Doggo, though.
So
I haven't seen this build before,
where
I'll be honest.
you...
But let's break it down. Okay. It gives a lot of raw AD, gives a lot of ability haste, and it's cheap. You could have gone something like a Phantom Dancer instead, which gives more attack speed. But maybe the theory is you're not going to be auto-attacking that much. You're just going to be diving in and pressing Q. I don't know. But it does mean, like, if you think about how far behind he is compared to Kepler, at least you got to pick up a cheap item, I guess is maybe the theory.
Ooh, the backstop rocket onto Icon. Oh, it's not there in time. Okay, so they'll get the defense, but they're losing. They're in hip tower. Weaver's wall comes through. Cancel a little bit early so Icon doesn't give himself to the doom that would have been that fight. And it's a nice defense just in time for BLG, and they're picking apart the side lanes of TT.
Yeah, and at this point, they could just turn back over to their side of the map, reset, play for what they want. Baron up in 2 minutes, Dragon up in 3 minutes, a would-be soul. Really easy to play towards those. And, you know, as much as like I can understand the quick item spike for Doggo on the Chempunk Chainsword, it is going to delay like your crit items quite significantly. If he is going to go towards something like a Phantom Dancer, then it's going to be like IEs later. Lord Dominic's is going to be super late when there's already like 2 Zhonyas on the enemy team. And obviously, Lee Sin is... Well, I guess Lee Sin's got a lot of magic resist. Not really much armor, but still. It's looking rough. It's looking rough, Mazel. 4,500 gold lead at this point. And I don't think TT show any signs of slowing down, really.
Except for, you know, right now while we're waiting on objectives to spawn. Because that's all we fight about. I mean, I know TT have looked for a few
Don't
things.
question me, Mazel. Okay.
I'm not questioning you. I just think it's funny how religiously they are just fighting over these objectives constantly. And I know we've given some up, especially last game. But this one right now, there's no giving up any objectives anymore, it feels like, for BLG. They will need to find responses where they can.
I just think it's literally going to be either the Baron fight or the Dragon fight, and that's like all or nothing. But I really struggle to see them finding a route in. Like, you know, there's sometimes like there's other games like that game 1. I said even though they're behind, I can see it. I can see how the fight can work. I ain't seeing it right now, especially since there's
yeah, you gotta clean those glasses, man. Come on, you can't see it. It's a little bit far in the distance.
Double Zhonyas and double stopwatch right now.
Oh god, that's terrifying.
Yeah, good luck. By the way, also all summoners available for TT, all those flashes. So yeah, nice try. I guess we'll see what they can do. You know, maybe Kepler has his stopwatch on the wrong button. Yeah, that's the hope.
There you go. Hey, they also have all their flashes, maybe they'll be able to make some flashy plays here. Speaking of, Crisp goes in for the engage. Depth charge utilized on Kepler, but now it's a reset positioning from TT. Engage tool used from Crisp. And it feels like TT have all the advantage now. They can force a fight over Baron. Oh, maybe Beishwan gets caught out. Knockback, nicely stunned onto Yao Yao. Big pillar on the side here. You still have to watch out for the carries. It's all about Yukao. It's all about Kepler, and they're still 100% HP.
Yeah, I know. That engage from Crisp, he got the enemy Jinx's flash. Yes, he burns his own, but the enemy Jinx's flash is significantly more important. His ult will be back up for the Dragon fight, so that is the sort of positive play you want to do. Again, I talk about it. When all the Sunmers up are on a team who are ahead, who have this defensive long-range front-to-back, it's so hard to fight. If Jinx and Azir both have flash, it's incredibly difficult. I'm not saying it's suddenly easy. It's still rock hard for BLG, but they make a positive play. We see the turn engage from Yao Yao that doesn't result in anything but burning his flash, so it's not much, but at least BLG have found a little advantage leading up this Dragon. It's 25 seconds though till the Ocean. Yukao's gonna slam a tower down mid. He already has that prio, and BLG have to try and find a way to contest.
Might try to find Weiwei here as well, but they won't do so. They'll just try to get positioning around this pit. Level 16 is completed for Icon here as they'll try to move in. But again, the positioning a little bit sus here. Bin trying to build up the Meganar bar. Weaver's Wall comes through to separate. They're trying to catch up Beishwan, but Crisp is the one getting caught out first. Who's going to die first? Crisp, is he going to go down? Beishwan goes down first, quickly followed by Crisp. Here comes Doggo, though. Stolen is the killer instinct from Hoya. They got to get a stun. There you go. Hoya's in the back.
Slick.
They've got so much damage here. Kepler's got front to back. Emperor's Divide comes through. Icon blast away from it. Hoya gets the kill, or doesn't. It's a double for Kepler, who is continually getting excited. This is Soul, and at this point, it's just the game, Ox.
Yeah, I mean, BLG kill Beishwan, but we kind of got the movie death for Bin where he dies off screen. And then we see Crisp also going down, and it's kind of just downhill from there. Hoya's really the killer instinct in, and then
I just came back and witnessed the massacre.
Jeez. Easy as anything. They're gonna secure the Baron. No smite does not matter. They have the Ocean Soul. They have the Baron.
Wait, who's
BLG's hopes are looking absolutely shattered on the back of this one.
The Soul is going to help, the Baron's going to help, and the Siege is going to help at this point for TT. And really just on the precipice again of the second series win of the season. You talked about so much at the beginning of the day. It is, you know, best of round one, or one round robin rather, where you only face each team once. This will be a huge pickup for TT and a huge
single round robin
desperation situation for BLG going down.
Yeah, I mean, dropping a TT as a team like BLG does not bode well for your chances in the split. And there's that Slick. Hoya ulting to Weiwei to reposition Igon. Very nice.
That was a Silas. I thought it was a guy, so.
The Gnarl is the best. He knows the versatility. Like, if he wants to be tanky, he goes for Weiweis. If he wants to dive in, he can go for Doggos. The rotations, Icon's ultimate has that choice and uses them. And now,
oh my god.
Doggo. Oh no, he's caught.
Yeah, he is. The stun perfect for Yao Yao, and now the rest of TT trying to catch Bin. Bin gets over the wall. Nice little slick move there, but gets connected on by Beishwan. Tries to use the Meganar ult to get away. Just buy some time. Nice little move. Nice little moves. Let's use the wall up there. The jump. Look at him. He's got the schmoves here. I don't know if Beishwan could catch this one, and Bin.
That Nar
does
still gets to
let him go.
Let the Zacks play. Oh, he turned back. Okay. He thought he had the big brain play, and yet it was the big leg to the face.
Yeah, and now
that was a good juke. I thought it was gonna be a good juke, but at last it was.
Hoya can't steal Bin's ultimate. The bad news is he'll just steal Crisps instead.
Yep, and now they have another form of engage on top of Yao Yao's perfect headbutt pulverizes so far. Besides the time he got stunned up before the fight, that's not on him. And it's another tower that goes down. TT still using Kepler's excitedness to continue sieging down. Weaver's Wall comes through. Hoya caught on the other side. Does not get the engage there. Depth charge still available. Hoya goes golden, so he doesn't get seismically shoved. And it's mid lane pressure now for TT. They want to try to finish and break out these inhibs.
Yeah, I mean, mid's going to be gone in a second.
They really want to end the game. I mean, it's fair, it's a tiebreaker.
So we'll be ready pretty soon to steal away Bin's ult once more. They're going to push on this bot lane tier 3, sorry, and there's nothing that BLG can do here.
Kepler playing pretty aggressive here as well when he gets those excited procs, just trying to look for the chip damage that they can get. But now they got more Marin minions on to the base. TP out to top lane for UCal means that it's an uneven fight. UCal's pushing side lane, but here comes the engage for BLG. They're trying to catch them out. Kepler, that's a huge Meganar stun into the wall by Bin, and they're picking them apart at this point. You can see it's a bit of a base race. BLG can't burn them down fast enough. Look at Kepler. Is he going to be able to pull this off? He's about to go down. His GA will be popped, and it's still low health bar for BLG. They take down Kepler. They lose their third inhib, and that's double super minions, and that's worth for TT.
Oh, what did I just watch? Like, what? How is that necessary in any world, in any universe? Like, sure, they get the triple inhibs, but it's 2 minutes until the objectives. Like, you just gave over a ton of gold. This cannot be the correct play. Like, UCal just TPing out, and they let him go because they're like, cool, we'll take a 5v4. Like, TT is so strong, there's no way they should even be close to losing a fight. But because their Azir just decides to piece it, then yeah, I mean, of course BLG are going to be able to clean this up. I'm mind blown, Mazel. I'm mind blown. I just don't This is kind of similar to the series against LNG, where UCal just like destined in to die. I have similar feelings. It's not as visceral, but man, get a clue.
He was trying to set Kepler up for the big play, right? Kepler's really close to getting a crazy outplay there. That's definitely that's what I'm thinking in my head. But it is a bit of a slip up, a bit of a fumble for TT right at the end. Now they do have double super minions spawning in every lane for or against BLG, and it means they just have all the pressure in the world. Look at this. They're just getting the double pincer here. Meganar into the wall. They're just taking down Ben. He Meganar's right back. Kick to
Goodbye, Ben.
back into the bay or back into the team here. TP. Wait, what? What is going on? The Emperor's Divide. This is tragedy for BLG. Not like this, they say. Not like this. But TT say yes like this and yes to a second series win in the LPL Summer Split. So many analysts, so many people counted this team out, and here we are. We're right into the clump, right into the thick of things as TT finish off
Hello,
Billy
Sabi
Billy.
Lazaro. Thank you for the well wishes. Also, hello,
Icon
welcome to this.
TT hashtag got him.
Oh my. I don't know, man. It just feels like we can't have a TT series without some
Look at those
shenanigans
smiles.
going on. Credit to them. They were by far the better team today. The game 2 that BLG won was a fight, whereas it felt like game 1 completely controlled by TT. And other than that flub with UCal teleporting top, game 3 felt pretty convincing as well. But BLG...
That's disappointing.
Anyways, sorry, I had to
absolute
mute.
disappointment to
Hello,
put the series
Sebi.
You're
How are
losing to
you
TT, a team
today?
who are 1-4 going into the series. Things do not bode
I'm just,
well for
I'm
you
just
picking up the pros to
drawing
go to playoffs. That's
here.
all I'm going to say
Trying
on
to
that
figure
subject.
out
We
the
thought Icon might
perspectives.
maybe would revitalize this roster. Clearly hasn't worked. And yeah, they just look rough. I think that's the only way I can present it. They really look rough. And bear in mind, this is a team who made playoffs, got through the first round last split, and I feel like if they play like this, they aren't making playoffs. I'm flat going to say this team is not making playoffs if they continue in this direction.
It's little mistakes. It's little personal mistakes from each player. It feels like little slip-ups,
You know what?
little catch-outs that just
I
add up.
respect you, Mazel. You try and say little mistakes. That TP from Icon was not a little mistake.
I mean,
That was,
yeah. All right. Maybe that one's a little bit out of left, but I just think that it's such a tragic way to lose because in both game losses in this series, it was not fun. I will admit the third game a lot better than the first game in terms of responsiveness, in terms of being present on the Rift. But again, it's those little slip-ups, those little catch-outs, and just all in all, the snowball continuously building for TT.
Yeah, I think it's a positive for TT, right? I think they've had some mixed results. They completely annihilated WE, which is nice, but then like the LNG series was sloppy for both sides. They honestly could have won the LNG series. They didn't completely run it. And they've had some trickier series, like 2-0 by JDG. That's rough, you know. I don't really expect them to win that one. 2-0 by EDG again. But I think like the fact that they're picking up a win here against BLG, they faced some of the harder teams so far. I think TT, you know, they've also, like, bear in mind, TT have faced V5, TT have faced JDG, and TT have faced EDG so far.
Match.
You know, their scoreline is currently going to be 2-4, and they face 3 of the top teams. Things aren't looking so bad.
Oh,
for
you're
TT,
so
all in
chat.
all. And you can look at the goal graph. Yes, they made that big int when UCal teleported top. You can see
There
it
is no chat.
You can see it. I can see it.
There it is.
But
There's
it
chat.
wasn't enough. You know, they outscaled. They ended up bringing it back in that final fight. Icon decided to do the TP to dab on them in the end, which, and then, yeah,
For
TT
me,
claimed the victory.
And we
Little
close
touches
that
as well
again.
added up for TT. Like, even at the end there,
Because
the can that we get to see of them.
League tournament
Getting to see UCal give so
chats
much love to Hoya
has a
there, and just
tendency
realizing, you know, Hoya trying to
to
find
get
his own right and
toxic.
went up against
I should
Ben
know.
today and was able to hold his own in
I
the
was one of
series,
them
and
before.
then you have the likely
Once.
step up of Kepler and Yao Yao coming
Not
through,
my proudest
subbing in for
moments,
Southland, and still
clearly.
coming out on top. In top of that, like Kepler, top damage done by
Being a toxic
huge
chatter,
margin there, and it was awfully
not
exciting
one of
to
my
see some
proudest
of the
moments.
just play and decisiveness that TT found in that last game, and keeping again the pedal to the metal.
Yep, kept the pace, made sure that once they got control of the game, they maintained control of the game, and were just able to make it convincing. And I think there's definitely some volatility to TT. There's definitely some games where it just feels like they fall behind. It's like, oh, well, that's rough. But I think if like they have a decent early game, we saw that against LNG. I just really think they need to like stop. This sounds super crazy to say about a team, but just stop making these really bad plays. Like they'll be in control of a game. I'm like, oh, TT looks so good. And then they just do something like that TP top from UConn. I'm like, bro, why? Or the UCal Destiny in against LNG. And I'm like, why? Or the UCal, okay, maybe there's a running theme here, but just some of these plays, I'm just like, dude, like, just don't, right? Just slow it down a bit. Maybe take that's it for TT. Take 2 seconds, just 2 seconds, whenever you make big decisions in a game, to think about it. And I think they will look like a good team. So when you're thinking of TP and top, think, maybe I'd leave my team vulnerable. Okay, that's not. Should I Destiny in here? Maybe I just die as soon as I appear. Okay, that's not. That's all TT needs, and I think they'd be a pretty good team, being real.
I do want to look forward for TT as we're waiting on the MVP for the last game there for them. But looking forward and looking at the competition ahead, I know you were saying faced a lot of good teams, but now they've got to make their way through the middle of the pack. There are a lot of teams who, we've been seeing fight back and forth, right? Next is IG, then they have Anyone's Legend, then they have OMG, then they have Weibo. So it's not going to be an easy task, but I think TT can utilize this win, especially against BLG, who were a little bit higher up.
Excuse me.
Not very far, but utilize it as a springboard.
Yeah, I think ultimately, if they can find momentum from this, and we can look forwards in the schedule and kind of see who they're going up against next, because they'll face IG. I think TT can beat IG. They'll face AL, maybe a little bit tougher, but definitely not without the rounds. Oh, sorry, dude.
It's fine. I understand. It's fine. It's fine.
It's been a rough one,
Yeah, it's got the brain thinking different ways now. The couple TPs, the interesting plays. Who do you think gets MVP at this point? Because the way that it finished out, do you have any harsh judgments?
Not Icon for sure.
What am I looking for again? Sorry.
I think Yao could be a decent shout. I feel like there's a lot of decent shouts, honestly. I think UCal's Azir was pretty good. Kepler, I think the thing is, that's the thing. When TT win, it tends to be like a whole team performance. It seems to be good across the board. So, I feel like in that regard, maybe we see it could really be anyone, but probably UCal had a good Azir, I guess. Maybe, he's cleaned up some kills early. Maybe, yeah.
Hold on.
Maybe. Hey,
I'm speculating.
I would say it's got to be either Kepler or UCal, at least in terms of making ability there. I would throw a special shout out for Baseball, who I think going back to the very beginning of the series, the jungle matchup mattered so much, right? Especially in game 1 and 2, where we saw a lot more skirmishing in terms of the early pathings and things. I think game 3 we got a little bit more calmer, full clears coming through, but it turned rampant very quickly, and it came off the back of a lot of jungle plays, and especially Beishuan trying to set things up. So I think, again, it's hard to say because a lot of people performed on the day, and I think it was a holistic step up as I wanted to see from TT at the beginning of the day, and I don't know. I wouldn't say sky's the limit here, but I'm really excited to see the continued growth for a few of these newer pieces to the puzzle for TT who have needed a reinvigoration of some sort.
Yeah, and this point, I don't know what you do. For BL, do you put Fofo back in?
My laptop is slow.
Neither, just empty mid lane.
Responding
I don't know, man. Like, I feel like we had a last episode where we speculated what would need to happen for BLG to work. And at the time, I said, maybe you need, like, Xiaohu or Rookie or someone like that. Like, maybe that's who you need in this to make this team work. And then Icon had that decent series. And I was like, maybe Icon's enough. We talked about the most recent last tape. But, like, maybe Icon is enough. Maybe, he's been active, roaming on the map. No, Icon is not enough, right? I don't know what this team... Like, dude, Bin literally just won MSI. I don't think Weiwei is a bad player. Doggo, okay.
There we are.
Campunk chainsaw again on Kaiser, and I will have some strong words, but like Crisp is good.
I just updated my title.
I don't understand like this roster.
That's all I wanted to do.
I don't know, man.
They have done
it. What the solution is. It feels like there isn't one.
Hey, we got our MVP, and it is Yao coming through. Clutch support plays and clutch engages. Some very fun stuff to see Yao come through, formally pudding and get his own MVP.
Yeah, I mean, really strong on the Alistair, constantly finding engages, and particularly making Wei Wei and Crisp have such a bad time, just consistently finding them, bullying them out.
Exactly. We'll get to walk through memory lane here. The combos from Yao Yao and Kepler on the headbutt pulverize into the...
I'm gonna try this again.
It's so huge every time. Like, we've already seen it happen twice in a row here and why they win in these skirmishes. But then it's also like every time you see it's multiple members. Everybody is included in these situations.
Yeah, and I think it's just him being on this Alistair to set the engages up and the follow-up being there. Really positive to see. Like, there was a dive as well, which we didn't get to see here, where like it was a defensive 3-man pulverize helped to get them the trade kill. Just felt like really positive play coming out from Yayo, and there's someone, you know, subbed in, late substitution, brought in, and really performed well. I think the bot lane for TT today should be really proud of their performances, especially since, you know, haven't necessarily had the best performances in their previous tenure in the LPL.
Yeah.
For anyone who, you know, I mentioned this at the start of the day, Yao Yao is Pudding. It was a rename, so if you recognize him from before, then that is, you know, that is why. If you know him as Pudding, it is the same player.
Yep, it is an interesting one, but it is another series win for TT to kick off our night here over BLG 2-1. Next, we have a bit of a fun one. It's OMG versus EDG. Expectations ride high for EDG. We'll see what OMG can do about it. We'll be right back after a short break.
I think the big question for me, though, and I'm going to pop it over to you two lads, is like, how do we actually feel about BLG's success? Because for me, it's kind of like, okay, well, I can see that they're doing the right things, but I still feel like there's so much miscommunication in their team fights and like target selection seems off. I don't know if it's going to be enough to try and put them in towards a good spot. Like, they have half, what, 2/3 of the split left or just under. So do you think it's enough time for them to kind of right the ship and maybe see themselves do well in playoffs, or do you just think it's, look, this is definitely a roster that we're looking at more for spring 2023?
I would say I feel like this roster's not gonna. I mean, I'll put it bluntly: this team probably will make playoffs. They're not gonna make Worlds. The roster's probably gonna get remade going into next year. That is my trajectory, I think, for this roster. I think Icon might make a difference. That might mean, you know, they do better. But even like spring playoffs, they made it through the first round. But I think with like the player names on this roster, the expectation is that they should be going to Worlds, right? Which is, it's hard to say in the LPL because even though we have 4 slots, there's a lot of teams. But like the expectation coming in spring, BLG didn't put this roster together. They just signed Uzi so they could be like, oh, you know, guys, we came 7th, good job. It's like, no, this team is there to make the Worlds, and I think they're so far away from that. Like, this team will never be better than V5, never be better than Top Esports, never be better than RNG, never be better than JDG, and that's 4 off the bat before I even move down to other teams like EDG, Weibo, anyone's Legend, you know?
Yeah, though Dan has the right gauge, and I think, like, realistically, you look at the rest of the league right now towards the top end, it's just a really tall ask to make it to top 4, I think, with the way they're playing. And if you're asking for, you know, development time, I'm just not sure there is quite enough time. But playoffs is like the bare minimum. You look at the names on the roster, you're like, yeah, like any other league, this is almost guaranteed like world slot, but it's just not the case here, especially with the way they're playing. I hope for their sake, at the very least, they can like maybe make it competitive, right? Make it all the way up to like maybe 5th. But again, even Dan, just this is not top 4, and then there's just more below it with like Weibo and EDG. So I'm not sure we'll actually get to see from them, but I hope for their sake they can at the very least give us something special.
Okay, the next game is just like 2 minutes. Last time we did this, the next game was in 30 minutes. At least the wait time's not too long right now.
面对 Arcade 选手的话，我有看到他玩一些刺客打野，所以就跟他正面对决一下吧。唱歌水平的话，就修完音能听吧，也是修完音的版本的话，Arcade 唱的还蛮不错的。
Welcome back to the LPL as our grand finale of the night will be kicking off now. It is ONG versus EDG after our first
Yeah,
series
OG
of the night
versus
with EDG
EDG.
coming out with
These
a 2-1
I know these two
victory.
teams.
We will now get into this.
Gotta
This
be
one. It's gonna be a
rooting
fun
for
one. I feel like
EDG.
a little bit differing angles on both sides, where you have the defending world
You know what?
champions,
I'll
a
make
lot of
this
pride behind
bigger.
the name. The Knights are ready to go.
First.
They're ready for battle. And on the other side, a bit of an enigma on the side of OMG.
These guys.
Yeah, I don't really know where to place OMG. And this is a kind of an issue of the whole middle of the pack thing where it's so
And
blurry.
make this
But like,
bigger.
you know, OMG opened the split, they got
There.
2-0 by Ultra Prime. I'm like, You know, and then they got 2-1 by RA, and I'm like, not good.
A lot of
And then they took a game of JDG, and I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. And they beat LNG, I'm like, okay, even better. They 2-0 LGD, I'm like, yeah, they're looking good. They take a game of RNG, so, you know, I think they're looking decent. Especially like against RNG, like their first game, they really challenged, but I don't know, man. I don't know. This is I feel like there's so many middle of the pack teams where I'll be like, yeah, Ultra Prime look good, and I'm like, no, Ultra Prime look bad. No, Ultra Prime, you know, I vary so much week on week on how I feel. It just keeps flip flopping, and I feel like, you know, we have the top 5: V5, top esports, JDG, EDG, RNG. Those are fixed in the top 5. I know they deserve to be there. And then there's the rest. You know, maybe WE WE at the bottom. LNG should be way lower than they are, but like the rest, it's so hard to place. I guess Weibo should probably be 6th, right? But like, there's so many teams I'm so torn on, and OMG is 9th. They are dead center in the league, and I feel like, you know, against EDG haven't had the most convincing split so far, but they are still they've only dropped 1 series, so. You know, this should be definitely EDG favored, but, you know, maybe OMG can challenge. I don't know.
That's the question mark.
I don't know.
That's literally the question mark. What will happen with OMG? How will they show up on the day? And for EDG on the other side, I was talking about pride. I was talking about, you know, wanting to get back to a place of greatness for EDG, where they obviously only lost 1 series of summer split, but I think, you know, last split will go down as a little bit of a disappointment for them. So looking forward, it's a bit of caution because there's some rough terrain ahead.
Yeah, so look at the schedule. Later this week, they will go up against V5. Pretty rough, right? Then the week after, they have Ultra Prime, not too bad. Top Esports, Then week 7, LGD and RNG. So, you know, right now, EDG have only dropped that 1 series so far, which was, who was that against JDG? Yeah, they got 2-0 by JDG. They've only dropped that 1 series. But they will face V5, Top Esports, and RNG with only a week apart between each. And, you know, V5 are first, Top Esports are second. Yes, RNG are 5th, but that's because they've played less series than everyone else in the top 5. Like, this will be a hard run of games, and I expect EDG to get bloody. So, you know, clean sailing. This is the opposite of clean sailing, right?
Better make
Whatever
sure you have
that
like
is.
a off-road cart or something going on. I just am
And
really,
a life jacket. You know, you're going off-road with a life jacket. That's how concerned you are.
It'll be the perfect setup. For me, it's the duality of seeing the difference in competition they'll be going up against, right? And how they tackle that, going against Ultra Prime, then Top, then LGD, then RNG. I think it's it's gonna be so interesting to watch them, and especially if they continue to look strong. Whereas, speaking of looking strong, none other than the bot lane carry himself. I know one of your favorite in the entire world, Ox. It is Viper, and the bot lane matchup today is going to be a fun one itself because Viper has been incredible this split.
You know, I said it in spring. I said it now. I said it recently. I still think Viper's the best AD carry in the world, especially given that Gumi usually had a bit of a rough MSI performance. I think he really solidified Viper's position. I think he's outperforming the other LPL AD carries. And I mean, you can look at the stats as well. Stats on everything, but damage per minute so far, highest in the league, a 708. Damage per gold, highest as well. And he does keep himself alive quite consistently, keeping that KDA high. Zeri in particular is something that I feel like we've seen, you know, a couple of Zeri performances that weren't that successful. Viper was the one who, when I saw him on Zeri, I was like, okay, this champion is problematic in the right hands. And for your viewing pleasure, we have a few clips from him just absolutely decimating on this champion. I think particularly the fact that Mako is someone who is comfortable playing enchanters. Obviously, Mako is someone who brought out the Yumi at Worlds and even has the Yumi World skin. Means you can kind of just like
Whoops.
give buffs to Viper and he will do Viper things.
Yeah, it's the timings as well for me. Obviously, we know this got to be such a mechanical god at this point, but it's just the little things, man. The little side steps, the amount of damage he's able to keep up, right? You were talking about that damage per minute number, and it's just always finding effectiveness in every movement that he has, right? You see a lot of that with the Zeri plays, but as well as just in general when he's seeing, like, even if the Zeri isn't available, even if it gets banned away, you're still seeing him perform at the level that we would expect Viper to perform at.
Yeah, and even here, like, this is like an earlier skirmish he's moved up to, assisting with that one, just able to clean up all these kills. I just think he's a force to be reckoned with. And even when EDG was struggling in spring, I still thought he was the best AD carry. It's just the team was flopping hard. Mako was underperforming, Flannery was underperforming, Scout was inconsistent. So, you know, if this roster pulls together, I think this is prime Viper meta. You have so many strong bot lanes. Enchanter meta is perfect for Mako. You buff up Viper, as I said. So I'm hoping we get to see EDG shore some of their issues. Yes, they're in a strong standing, but as was pointed out before, they have a hard run ahead. I just want to see Viper popping off, hopefully at Worlds as well. But then we look on the other side and we look at Abel for OMG. And I think in, you know, their wins, the games they're able to take, he has looked solid. There's definitely been some moments from last split which were regrettable, we'll say. But doing a decent job, particularly bringing things out like his signature Samira, have been pretty potent.
Yeah, when you look at the difference between these two guys, obviously Viper a little bit more prestigious. But Abel himself, I think we've seen so many pop-up plays. We'll get to see some of those. But it's not necessarily dictated in the stats, right? You're trying to look at, I know it says Dolg, but it's supposed to be gold percentage. And it's still...
No, dude, that's Dolg. Do you know what Dolg is?
What is Dolg? What do you got? Don't make it broadcast appropriate.
Dude, you don't know what Dolg is? Man, dude.
Broadcast
you know what
appropriate,
Dolg
what is it? If you know, you know, I guess. But anyway.
Bro, if you know, you know, dude. If you don't know, you don't know. This isn't the time to be teaching. I can't believe we have a caster on the show who doesn't know what Dolg is, dude.
But anyways,
What's
actually
Dolg?
the point about Abel is he's going to have a tough test against Viper today. And, you've seen him be a key point to a lot of the success for OMG, but it's also the killer instincts, pardon the wording, because of the Kaisa plays we've seen him play on. But I think it's also just been like the split-second decision-making that has made Abel such a rivaled ADC this split.
Yeah, and I love
The
this one with the
damage.
flash over the True Shot Barrage. That is such a confident play, because you flub that, if you mistime it, you just flash into it and die. But yeah, and we've seen some pretty solid team fighting coming through just consistently on the Kai'Sa. Moments like this, diving in to finish off Tarzan, the confidence knowing you have the GA, just being hyped
This was
to
the
see.
end of
And
the
I
game,
think,
too.
yeah, and I think Abel functions better when the meta is more leaning towards like these more aggressive picks. Like, I'm not saying the meta is strictly in that place, but you know, I think the fact that in spring it was like Jinx, Felios only. I don't think
hello.
suited Abel as much as having things like this.
He gets his own
Hi,
very quick in there,
welcome
too. It's
to
not
the
all Viper with the crazy
stream.
plays, because himself able to pilot his
I
champion
missed
very well in a very
you.
back and forth fight, but still finding a way.
Yeah, those get shuffled in, but obviously Zeri just decides to glide all over the team fight and pick them up. So, you know, expectation is in the series.
Ah,
it's
so
favored towards
competition
EDG.
to.
In the
Sino mas
entire matchup,
miss?
it's favored towards EDG.
Ne, mas miss
But
kita.
OMG just have this charm, you know, they managed to pull out a game against RNG, who, especially considering how RNG
How are you
how clean they looked
doing?
at that
Hope
most
you're
recent
still
series when they went
alive.
up against Ultra Prime. Like, that was a
I'm trying to
shellacking,
practice
right? It feels like
perspectives.
if
I don't
if they
think
can bring
it's
out a game there,
working
maybe
out
we can see them
well
challenge
for
EDG here
me.
today. And also, I gotta say, EDG haven't been the most consistent top team, so remains to be seen.
And I think we were
Therapy is
obviously
here
putting a
too,
huge
I
amount of
think.
resources and focus
Your
on the
your
Viper
best
focusing
mod.
teams, but you also got to look elsewhere, right? And I think you're looking at what's going to happen. Shanji
Just a
coming up
little
with 2 big awards
quiet
here in week
stream
number 4, now in week
tonight.
number 5 against the defending
Walang
world champion of Flandre in the top
mag-drawing.
lane. I think it'll be a tough test for him, but one that will come, I feel like, with a lot of volatility.
Yeah.
That one looks
I think
odd.
Shanji has
It
been
looks
volatile.
more
There's been
without
games
shading
I'm
the
like,
highlights,
oh my god, this
diba?
guy is sick.
Here's
Like,
the
there was
thing.
in spring the Rumble performance. I said Juana
I'm
gaming against RNG was
just
really
getting
good,
back to
but there's other games
drawing.
I'm like, not
So,
ideal. So
the
I don't know.
colors, the
Remains to be seen.
sketching.
I also think one thing to mention is Cream.
That's
So
a
when Cream
story
at best, Ben was a
for
big follow back then.
another
Cream looked really
day
good
that
in 2021.
I
But it was like
don't
his
know
debut year.
when.
And the mid meta was like
I
Silas,
don't
Akali.
know
Like
where.
this stuff he was so good on. His Akali was like
Don't
still
know
getting
where.
balanced in spring.
I
just 'cause he's so
don't know
feared,
when.
even though it wasn't really the meta.
Na,
So I think
na, na.
if
I
Cream
don't
gets
know
his
how
hands on
the
picks like
song
that, things like a
goes.
Silas or picks Akali into the enemy Silas, we could really
Yeah,
see him have a
so
good performance.
All
okay
right,
lang
we've seen
yan,
100%
Lods.
win
Thank
rate on
you.
blue side this day so
Welcome
far.
back.
OMG will start
Hopefully.
this second series off on blue side. EDG on red side. Banned
Have
away
you seen the ones I've
Wukong,
made
Zeri, and the
before?
Viego. Back to
There's
OMG
this
side, they
one
banned away the Senna,
and
Ari, and the
this
Gwen. Who the
one.
first pick's gonna be? It's the Lee Sin for Aki.
Ngawi.
Yeah, he
Yes,
does lean on quite
kakayanin.
heavily and interesting, but I feel like
At
when you have
these.
Viego and Wukong banned, it kind of puts higher prior on it. Hear
Then
that one.
this.
So what did you go for? I mean,
You know,
Felios for Viper kind of
Every time I
really,
draw digitally, I
really
realize
strong
just
him. There's
how
decent matchups into both
tiny,
Lucian and
how
Callisto, which have been
tiny
left
I draw.
open.
Like
We may
this
even
is
get
a
able trading with
1.6k
something
by
like a Jinx or even like
1.6k
an Ezreal to work
pixels.
into it. And you know, the more
I don't
things
know why
change,
I
the more
draw
things
small.
stay
I
the
like
same as well.
drawing
This feels
small.
like spring all over again.
They really do be.
Dinner
Nautilus
time,
and
so yeah.
Felios locked
See you,
in together.
Kerapi. Enjoy your dinner.
Combination of OMG's gonna be in their bot lane. I would expect them to go ahead and pick those here. Try to leave some things on
Sana
the
masarap ang
table and
ulam
some
nyo.
things for themselves. But I don't mind the Aphelios because I know everybody means about the 200 years. But LPL, we've seen so many crazy pop-off Moonlight Vigils and insane performances, especially from, Viper himself. Not too bad. I have a couple of those top plays in his belt, but they will go ahead and grab the Ezreal here. So a little bit of safety and some comfort for Abel.
Yeah, I think like mostly if you're into Felios, you want to pick something that outranges it. And Jinx is the standard that we see, but Ezreal is something I feel like Abel's more comfortable on. And they pick up the Silas for Cream, which I think, it's a great call. This is a champion that was buffed quite a bit. We've started to see him show up. Cream is good on this champion. Get him on something he's comfortable on, rather than trying to lean onto the control mages, which he looked okay at times. And also, you already have a good ult. You already have the ult from the Nautilus to steal away. And I think that's the thing with Silas. As long as you have one good ult to
Kita
team
by
fight with,
the while I'm doing.
you're kind of good to be
Okay,
able to pick it.
let's draw
and
together. I
EDG,
draw
we
for
were second
fun
ult,
and you draw for
and actually, I want to specifically
ACADs.
mention this. So we saw EDG when JJ brought out the
And
Viper 4.
the
I can't remember which
only
series it was exactly, but he
sounds
fell
we're gonna
behind,
have
and
aside
JJ
from
was
my
like, I'm just
voice
gonna
is this
put my body on the
commentators.
line. It was into an Ezreal, and he was just like every time
Because
just
this
ult in
is
and find
just
this Ezreal and kill him and die for it.
chills
But it was pretty legendary to
stream.
see. So interesting to bring out again.
Don't know
We
what
did
to
see
say
EDG one of the first to
much.
play the Vi Ari combo together, but obviously Ari is not available for Scout. We'll have to see what they go for there. We will get this Sejuani ban towards Shanji, which makes sense if you saw his performance against RNG. And also, you have two melee champions already on your side. It would be very effective.
Yeah, and knowing where to target those second phase bans, I think, is super important. And trying to cool down Shanji a little bit and maybe open up that volatility that we were talking about in terms of that top lane matchup. But the Zoe is the ban by OMG going into the second phase, so trying to dwindle down Scout's pool just a tiny bit.
Yeah, Zoe definitely something we've seen Scout bring out with a lot of proficiency. And you want something ideally that can contest in the mid lane. Braum, I like as a ban because obviously, again, you have a lot of auto attackers who can proc it. Does a good job mitigating the pressure from the Nautilus. It'll be interesting to see what support we do get out for OMG, because you can obviously go in a range of directions. You can pick something like Leona, we've seen paired up with Ezreal a decent amount. You can also go for something like Rakan. You could go for the Yumi, which they're hovering before, but it'd be a bit bold because you kind of know that like if someone's overextended, they will get ulted by Nautilus or Vi, and then the Yumi will go down with them. But gonna get the Sandra ban coming through, removing some of that lockdown from Scout. And I mean, the way they've played this Vi is they've wanted to have someone who could follow up on the Vi engage and be able to connect with the target that the Vi goes for. So I think Lissandra makes sense removing it because of the way it works similarly with that. We'll see if EG opt to go for the Rise here into the Silas and looking to potentially have a bit more roaming pressure with that Realm Up, and they will go for it.
Now they're just saying, let's overload Cream on the Silas, not let him to choose exactly what he wants. There's too many good ones, right? But I do feel like it's a little bit scary. We have seen the Silas Realm Warps work out pretty handily in the past, but also not so much. So I'm very excited to see this mid lane matchup, how it works out in pertaining to the mid-jungle duos here. But now going into the final parts to OMG, obviously still looking for support. It'll be the Leona, so some forward engage for Cold, and that'll be a nice combination with the rest of the comp.
Lagyan mo kasi ng
Yeah,
ulam.
I mean, we've seen a
Yung
lot of
plates.
Leona as you'll pair up together. Obviously, Leona has the lockdown.
Fair.
You can W
Para
and then
enjoy.
E forwards. If you press the attack, you have good all-in pressure. And actually, you're going to see Shyvana come out for Shanji. So, bit of an interesting one coming the top lane. I'm interested to see what Flandre
I
will
say
pick in
Keropi
response
tama
to this.
behavior. Lagyan ng ulam ang plates.
Hovering on the Yone. See if he opts to bring this one out. I actually think the Kale could work here.
Okay.
And we could talk about the Shyvana in a second. But we'll see what Flandre wants to pick into it. Might just look to scale into it with the GP. Yeah, so going for that. So there is like a new sort of Shyvana build that's been going around, which has been Frostfire Gauntlet and Demonic Embrace. It's like a really strong spike because the Frostfire Gauntlet, you get the AoE burn when you're in melee range, you get the slow, but also Demonic Embrace syncs really well because you're going to be a bulky tank, you get the AP, that you have really good AP ratios on your E, and also the burn is really strong as well. So that's going to be the jungle build that's been seen. It'll be interesting to see what build Shanji opts for here. Definitely a bit of an interesting one to bring out, especially blind. And obviously Shyvana, not the strongest pre-6, tends to get a massive boost with the ultimate because obviously you get that dash, you get the safety net, but also an engage potential, empowers all your abilities. So we'll see how this one goes. I feel like
smiles on OMG.
I feel like Shanji has been the sort of player to bring out like wackier stuff, like bring out Rumble when no one else was. And I feel like, you know, if we're gonna have someone who's bringing out something like Shyvana, it's him.
Yeah, exactly. I think being able to see some of these niche picks that come out more than the one-off time is important, but it's also to see what EDG is going to be able to respond with, right? This is a big testing moment for OMG towards EDG and how the rest of the series is going to go, because it feels like they've let some things go, but they've also gotten some comfort in some ways, and it's going to be a lot, again, the spotlight bot lane, but the in-between is all about this top side of the map.
Yeah, and I think, you know, as the game goes on, it's going to be a lot of power on EDG's side, right? The Aphelios, if you can get in range, can do a ton of damage. Ryze and GP can play well through size. But we'll see. We'll see how it transgresses. We'll see how it plays out. I think a lot of comfort for the side of OMG will do them a lot of favors.
Indeed it will, as we hit the rip for the second series of the day. It's OMG versus EDG. A little bit of fun on this wonderful festive evening, as it is just no early level ones, no craziness to start us off.
Yeah,
a little bit of something. But I think that
I was watching the LCS earlier.
It is with a bit of reservation.
Because, like I said, I wasn't able to sleep for the
for
rest of the night after I got woken up. So I was watching LCS, and the crowd was fun because every time, the last 5 seconds, before the dragon spawns, like the whole crowd counts down to it. Even though the focus wasn't the dragon, the crowd still counts down to it. It's such a nice thing.
He just has to go in the lane at like 40% HP. So
Nope,
not only the flash being down,
that's
but
a
also
red
not a good start to be in,
line.
especially against the
Those
Silas
are
who
red
can get up in your
lines.
face and contest you. See if that ends up happening. But yeah, a little bit of a blunder of a start coming out from
Like,
the scout.
You could hear past the commentators. You could just hear the whole crowd going 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And every time the dragon spawns, they just cheer.
I mean, the story again, the amalgamation that is OMG continues to build the question marks. And now we see mid lane. The gank is pulled off beautifully. Scout just bites the dust, and that's first blood for OMG.
Already?
Really nicely played. Flash in to guarantee the stun from Cream. Finds the play. Oh.
Level 2 for EDG's bot lane, and Cold getting some work done on him here. The Ignite burned down. Cold trying to just walk away. The Calibrum, not enough damage today.
Okay.
Yeah, and just a massive overstay in the lane. When you know the enemy's going to get level 2, you have to respect that. So OMG's bot lane struggling. The positive is that mid lane, though, and Cream actually start with a Dark Seal. So it has those extra stacks. And a very nice path for Maki here. Knows the positioning of the ward from that invade. Dodges it. And here, as soon as the stun lands, the play is done. Connects it. Scout, no flash, can't dodge away from the Sonic Wave. Easy pickup and a big influx
Right,
of gold
the
for Cream
eyelashes. I was wondering
this
something's
Silas.
And that
missing.
will enable the
The
skirmishes that this top
eyelash.
trio truly needs to be successful. I think it's a
And
huge
the
pickup there,
freckles.
but now it's about how they utilize that. We got the TP coming back in response for Cream. He'll be back onto the Rift here. Has a couple Dark Seal stacks. Has the tier as well in inventory. And now we look at the EDG response. They want to try to get something mid for Scout or for JJ as Mako makes the flash play, the dredge line, the combo CC. It's 2 times, but it's on the other side this time. JJ picks up the kill, and that was nicely executed.
I mean, that just didn't look fair. I'm going to be real with you.
Both times didn't
That
look
looked
fair.
harsh, but a nice play, a positive one from JJ Mako, going for that 3-man, making sure they have enough CC to lock down Cream. And obviously, it's kind of the trade-off, right? OMG knew that Scout's flash was down, so they go for the play. But then EDG know that Cream's flash is down, so they go for the reverse play and answer back. Does end up meaning it's a kill on JJ, though, instead. And you can see Aki taking his time to steal away a camp from his opponent.
Yeah, nice little side visit there from Aki. But it's still that early kill.
Let's
on the
just
JJ.
ignore this
It's both
hand.
sides at this point looking where they try to use these resources. Not a lot to be spoken of, but
Move on
I
to the
wonder
next.
how much of a difference in this game we'll get from last game where the early dragons weren't super
What do
big
I draw? What
priority,
else do I
or
draw
the
with
way
these
that we've
guys?
opted into the early
Aikawa, give me
games. I feel like
give
it's gonna
me
be a bit
suggestions.
higher priority on both these teams' lists.
What else can I
mean,
draw with
feel like
these
BLG were
guys?
prior in the Dragons a decent amount in the previous series. I think it just varies team by team, and also varies based on like what the comps are sort of looking to prioritize. Ultimately, like a lot of spikes at level 6 for both compositions that we could see leaning towards that Herald look to contest it. Time being, EG get their crash in the bot lane, so they're happy. They're trying to
You know what? I'm
vision.
gonna
Have to be
draw
careful. They
Aikawa's
actually be collapsed on here. This is
favorite
not the best place to be in if they overstay.
animatronic from
OMG,
Security
you know,
Breach.
you're talking about it, Zel, in terms of prior on early dragons. This is pretty extreme, even more so than BLG would.
If
in terms
I'm
of
able to
trying
draw it.
secure this early objective.
It is indeed.
I know
but
I
it will set
know I
OMG up
drew
here
this guy
as
once.
JJ will come down,
yeah.
not in time. though.
Twice?
The smite comes through in just a moment, and that'll be first objective secured for OMG.
Yeah, so maybe a reason behind the heavy prior.
I'm pretty
for the
sure
early
I
dragon is,
drew them before.
Shyvana getting extra
hold
armor
on,
and
I'm
magic
gonna
resist for every
check.
dragon taken. So, you know, it's flat
So,
resistances. I believe it's 5
enjoy the
armor and MR
standby
each dragon
screen
taken. It's gonna make the most
for
difference in the early game, right? So that
brief
first dragon,
moment.
you've essentially just given a bunch of extra stats to your top laner for, you know, that little investment of time into picking up that
what
neutral.
could it
Which
possibly
is
be?
exactly what you need, right? I think Sanji's getting pretty heavily
Is it
pressured
here?
by Flandre in this top side. Hasn't hit level 6 yet. Waiting on that Dragon's Descent to be available for him to really put the pressure back. But again, I think it's a different situation from both top laners at this point because you have the global utilization of the Cannon Barrage for Flandre and no real
Not here.
global to speak of besides the TP for Shanji, and it's gonna need
Stop
to
it with
mean
the
that
ads,
some
please.
side lane
I'm
pressure comes
picking.
through, or they start to bring Shanji for these fights. And as we speak of fights, EDG for their path.
Not this one, not this one.
Hey, speaking of fights as well, hey,
not this
there's the
one.
Dragon's Descent. We get the nice
Is
shiny
it
dragon. What's your
you?
favorite dragon? You know, I guess in League of Legends. Oh my God, I don't get to speak about it. I really wanted to know. Too.
Hold on.
The flash comes through, and it's gonna
Ooh,
be
definitely
lockdown
not this
city
one.
for Kareem. He tries to flash away here. JJ needs to try to get the safeguard. Huge from Aki. He doesn't have the kick yet though. Here comes the charge in from JJ. The rest of the lockdown is there, and Scout gets his kill.
Every time it's just Mako diff, right? It's like the play there. Aki's had to defend, has flash, should be able to get out, but no, Mako's there, manages to find the CC. Cream does survive, but EDG edging ahead in this mid lane matchup. And should be able to get some pressure around this Herald area. However, it's an early kill. You know, Aki's already back up on the map. They won't really be able to do much, and the timer isn't quite there. We'll get a replay coming out.
Nope, not this one.
And yeah, go for the Realm Warp. It's obviously short ranged at this point in the game, but Cream kind of knows. He's going to struggle to get out, get the flash route into the Vault Breaker from the Vi. And then, yeah, it's just the fact Mako's here.
Not
and
this
obviously you can
one.
see Cold is like walking up, but miles away.
It is a long walk, but all worth it in the end.
Ooh,
As
more
this
ads.
assist being utilized there nicely to get the lockdown.
Jeez.
That's exactly what EGG were looking for when they drafted this composition. Dragon's Descent is not available yet, and here
Not
comes the
that
cease
one.
and desist. Shanji in some trouble here.
Not that
He
one.
does not get out of that one.
I haven't.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You have no flash without the ultimate being available. Not much you can do.
Have I?
Yeah,
haven't
burning it
drawn
to have
it.
that as a trading tool into the gangplank, but ends up backfiring. And now with EDG, they pick up that kill.
Yeah, I
Looking towards
haven't.
the Herald. Bear in mind, Shanji has no TP either, so it's not like he can join in quickly. We'll see if Aki can be there in time to try
I
and
think I
steal this, though.
haven't. Hold on, I'm
Trying
gonna
to get there, but
No.
as we've seen with
did
objectives,
this.
it's a little bit too late. Means you're not there for the party.
Yep, and here's the great thing for EDG. They get the kill, they get the Herald, they don't even have to move the AD carry up. So it's not like, you know, sometimes you see teams heavily commit into that first Herald,
No, not
and then the
this.
enemy AD carry picks up a bunch of plates, a bunch of gold. Not the case here. EDG just essentially get a freebie.
They do, and it will work out nicely for them. 1,000 gold in the lead, sub 9 minutes. Next dragon up in about a minute and a half as that early stacking has been started, at least in terms of getting the respawns going. And as you were saying, very high likely to put some more priority on those dragons for a side of OMG. Just get Shanji's extra stacks in the side lane. Gonna need it against this gangplank, I feel like, as time goes on. And at this point, we're seeing a little bit of aggression down bot lane for EDG, but I'm looking at JJ for the Rift Herald as Aki is looking top lane. Oh, Dragon's descent in. Little
Yeah,
early.
I haven't
Trying to
drawn
just get some damage down there on
Montgomery
the Flandre.
Gator.
We'll have it up for a little bit, and maybe they're looking for a dive here.
I think they are.
They are. The
Ads,
flash
more
comes in.
ads.
You see
Okay,
Flandre
stop over the
flashes
ads.
away. I mean, Shanji might need to back away at this point. Yeah, those barrels doing
They're
lots
still
of
going.
work. They still want it. They're forcing it here. They do get it as Aki able to save
All right,
right away.
I
And
haven't
that's a
drawn
nice little
him.
bit of execution for OMG to pick up a kill.
And here's the mental games, right? So normally, if you see the enemy Shyvana ulting towards you, like, okay, maybe the jungle's here. But because Shanji did it earlier, Andre probably just thought, oh, this guy's trading with me again, and doesn't run away from the tower. And as a result, even though he outplays the initial dive, they're able to drop aggro and find it again. Bit of mental warfare paying off there for OMG. They get a couple of plates, they get the kill. And ultimately, we didn't see a response from JJ. Normally, if you make a play on one side of the map like that, you'd expect the Herald to be slammed on the other side. They're now posturing to look for this, but bear in mind, Cream has TP, Lee Sin is coming. They have to make this quick, otherwise there will be a response.
It looks like the response is going to be there just in time. True Shot Barrage is coming out to do some damage. Make sure they know they're being scouted out as they go. The scout returns to the mid lane. Dragon pulled out by
Montgomery
EDG.
Gator.
Another objective for EDG.
Yeah, able to deny that dragon and equalize. Pretty important early on if you can secure that one. Just to stop the stacking, slowing it down. How about the replay of the top play coming out here? So Flandre ends up getting kicked, able to use the oranges and the flash, and then
There we go,
just
climb
buys
out.
all the time. But the problem is the wave doesn't get cleared. He goes to the barrel on the Shanji. The problem is his barrels at this point wouldn't clear those casters. And then they just end up going for the redive. Aki was full HP. He can easily tank.
All right, I'm going to go back to my question now. Since there's so many dragons, I just can't get it off my mind.
Why
you a big
do you
D&D guy?
not have
A
gallery.
What's your favorite kind of dragon? I will let you utilize D&D
Seriously.
dragon, or you can utilize
Alright,
League
fine,
of
let's
Legends
remove
dragon.
this.
What's your favorite kind of dragon?
Well, I'm also a bit of a RuneScape gamer, so big fan of green dragons. They're my homeboys out in the wilderness.
All right.
Oops.
So green dragon for you?
Yeah, we'll go with that.
I would say mine, and we're talking all totality gold dragon. I would say would be mine. But if we're looking at League of Legends dragons, I would say mine would have to be Cloud Dragon. I like Cloud Dragon. It looks cool and it attacks fast. I know that's nothing to do with like analytics, but that's just me. We got dragons everywhere. I don't know how you expect me not to talk about dragons. I mean, look, Sandri's playing a dragon at this point. Rift Herald is utilized in mid lane. They will get some plates for Scout as my brain just continues to return to dragon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just resisting the urge to make the very juvenile dragon-related joke, which isn't broadcast friendly.
I am stretching your possibilities at this point. You are. I'm gonna keep doing it until you're. Yeah, I am. I mean, hey, you never know what could happen. But I don't know what could happen at this point because we do have the TP now utilized by Abel into the bot lane. Has his
That is
manual
not how this
completed
out.
now for himself, and it's just a bit of back and forth until the next objective spawns. About a minute and a half until the Rift Herald.
Oh, cool. Okay, we actually seen this, by the way, this game. So I talked a little bit about this last game when we saw the double Leandries come out from TT, and I explained, obviously, if you have 2 Leandries, the burn doesn't stack, so it's pretty bad. And I said, you know, maybe Night Harvester if you wanted more ability haste. Cream has gone for Night Harvester. So if anyone is not familiar, they buffed Night Harvester. It used to have 15 ability haste. It now has 25. It also has the ability haste mythic passive. And, you know, we all know, Silas, you want to stack ability haste for days. So as a result, you are able to get your W on a really short cooldown. Part of it also is Everfrost had the root nerfed. It's no longer a 1.5 second root. It's now just a 1 second root. So I can kind of understand the thought process behind this. That being said, you do lose out on the ability to go for that, you know, E stun into Everfrost into Q combo that we typically have seen from Silas.
The combos need to be executed pretty quickly. I will say Abel is just... He's got to feel like somebody's watching him at this point. EDG has had eyes on him the entire time. He's been, like, finicking around in the bushes, walking around. He's just like, you know you're there, dude. You know you're there. You can't do anything to walk away from this one. We are seeing a little bit of attention, at least from Aki, as he's on his blue buff now. Rift Herald coming up in just a bit, but JJ is pathing down towards this bottom lane, realizing that with OMG potentially putting focus towards that Rift Herald, they can make a play.
Yeah, I feel like OMG might just look towards the dragon again, though. Like,
honestly, yeah, they're just gonna look for it. Nice CC layering. The Realm Warp is trying to get JJ out. Nice delivery system.
That's a lot of damage.
The fact that worked. I mean, I was hoping Aki could get a kick and knock him out of it in time, but absolutely finesses OMG. They commit for the play, but won't find an Abel. He's actually just chunking Mako. Mako ults in response, but like, you ain't following up on that one.
Cease and desist is available here, and Aki will find JJ. Dragon Rage kick back, and JJ is just down. Kill goes to Cold. TP's coming in aplenty. Scouts all by his lonesome, and OMG gets the kill on that one. Dragon's Descent comes out from Shanji. He's just buying some time here. True Shot Barrage coming through onto Viper here as well. Cream around the edge, might be looking for it, but needs to back off after the trinket is used. And OMG coming up big.
He's happy to force him away.
I'm starting to notice that there's particular handballs that I always
but
do.
Scout ends up just in the mix there, instantly decimated, instantly deleted, and OMG will be rewarded with the tower. It's 15 seconds on
has a
Dragon,
point. It's
so
plates.
They're
called plates for a reason.
The Herald in response. But I still think, even with the fact that EDG respawned, they can't just go straight to this dragon. See if Aki can pick this up in time. But yeah, we're going to replay it coming out. And, you know, it's just Mako ends up burning the ult because he's chunked out. But, like, it's such a meaningless ult. It does nothing. And then JJ is just like, you don't have mid-prio here. You don't know where Aki is. There's no reason to be here. And then, to make matters worse, Scout also TP's in just to die.
Like dominoes falling here on a Monday night, Monday morning, I guess, for me. JJ will be taking out the dragon here as they have gotten that objective. It was the Rift Herald secured by Aki in the end. So just some continued trading of neutral objectives.
Yeah, so they need to get the dragon. That's something at least. Deny the stacking from OMG and those extra resists from the Shyvana. They also will get to pick up a tower in the bot lane to respond. But OMG will answer the top side. Gold's actually fairly even. It is an advantage for OMG, but not by much. So, despite the fact that OMG came out ahead in that play, EDG is still kind of happy. I am looking though to see where the Herald is used by OMG. Probably going to use it mid, break down that mid tier 1, open up the map, especially as they've already picked up the T1 in the side lanes, both top and bot. And you can see this is where OMG quite comfortable playing out in the side lanes, having Cream in one lane, having Shanji in the other. Then he has picked up that Crossfire Gaunt already, so if he does get on top of a target, can just run them down and keep them slowed.
He's also got the frost skin for the Shyvana, so hey, it's about the synergy.
He's on theme.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. What's your favorite Shyvana dragon skin?
Bro, I don't play Shyvana. I don't see Shyvana in pro play. How am I supposed to answer that?
All
you know,
right,
I think I got in like a chest the Super Galaxy one. So
hey,
I guess
like
that
it.
maybe.
That's my favorite. I like it. You're fine with me, Ox. You're fine with me. But what else is fine is OMG taking down another tower. That's all 3 towers falling within just a couple minutes.
Yeah, really rapid pickup, decent amount of gold, but I think the major thing is that the map being opened up.
Oh, there's no. Oh, okay, it's not.
Like
it's not in the
Cream to
risk.
fish for flanks on the back
In the
of that.
middle of the lower
But you know,
arm.
EDG they still have strong scaling elements. They still have a Gangplank. They still have an Aphelios. And they are looking for some cream.
They're looking for some cream, all right. Hopefully it's fresh. Hopefully it's not out of date. We'll see Aki, though, as a bit of defense. And Cream will make it out alive in that aspect of it. So EDG backing out, not going to pull the trigger on that one. You know, they've been very quick to do so already in this game. And I think it's been a lot off the back of Mako, who has been really, really good in setting up the team, at least so far in the Nautilus. And even with some of the bounce back that we've seen from OMG, we've seen why were, you know, the favorites in situations like this, because they do show such a great strength in terms of mechanics, in terms of know-how when it comes to making these plays.
I think it's quite cool to see such a difference from our first series, where a lot of these players are being patient, fishing for windows, not wanting to overstep or be punished. Whereas it did feel like sometimes in that first series they're kind of just throwing themselves at each other. But yeah, OMG happy to take this one slow. But EDG, again, they know they have Viper Aphelios. We talked about this guy at the start of the day. Absolute monster, this champion. He's going towards the Bloodthirster second, so the poke from Ezreal won't be as significant. And he will become problematic as this game goes on.
How do I draw mobs?
Ezreal,
How do you...
not too shabby.
You know what,
though,
I'm just
right?
gonna...
I
yeah.
feel like, and having now
You know,
completed the
I'm just
Nirvana,
gonna
bit
leave
of
the
a more
Mohawk as
efficient
that. I don't know how to draw those.
And, Warmog's picked up for Shanji, so a lot of health there. A lot of tankiness for the front line of OMG, which at this point I feel like it's going to be very, very important, because in the way that EDG want to set up, they have pick tools, but they also have a lot of peel tools, and they have a lot of strength in a team fight.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is that like both teams can find opportunities to pick off lone members. I think it's going to make like the pressure on team fights a lot easier. The fact that like if you do connect a CC chain onto anyone, they will just go down. You know, you have the fact that Cream can steal the Vi Ultimate itself. You can't really do much to mitigate that once it connects.
You know what? This
So we'll see how the team's going to fix
Monty.
this in their setups. For
Good
now,
enough
though,
for me.
Both teams kind of playing wide map state.
Doesn't look
pushing waves in
doesn't
the side,
look
try not to get collapsed on.
much as I
now,
expect,
though, with the prio
much as I
mid
wanted
and
to look.
bot and top, actually,
Honestly, I
OMG
don't
wanna
even
move
know
into the
what
jungle,
book
be
I
a bit
was
more
aiming
aggressive.
for,
This is the thing when your team is ahead.
but it was
it's
a
not just
look.
the fact that like you're getting minions and stuff.
Just
it's the
gonna
fact that you
wait
also steal away jungle
for
camps,
like
With
Aikawa
ADTR now,
to
they're kinda
check on
trapped into their
stream
tier
before
2
I
turret,
show it to
so
her.
all the jungle caps on their side of the map are kind of forfeit to OMG.
And with Dragon spawning in about 40
What else?
seconds,
What else can I
perfect
draw?
timing to keep pushing
I'm in a
up
drawing mood,
priority
but
up.
I
And
cannot
even
think of
something
anything
done on this mid
to
tower,
draw.
but it looks like EDG do not
Ah.
like their mid tower getting
Well, I
cracked
do
as
have
they take
something.
Nick Cage
I
there.
don't know if I'm
Aki
brave enough to
connects
show
on
it on
JJ, but
stream.
EDG just trying to back OMG off of the
Nothing
fight.
explicit.
Yeah, and EDG really trying to
Just
push out, threaten, and try and get in a position to contest
just
this dragon. Bear in
some
mind,
story
we've
I've
closed 20
been
minutes,
making
so
up.
a big one fight here does mean
Yeah,
probably
right
Baron fight
down
either side.
Oop.
OMG are contesting. Oh wait,
Oop.
Oh, EDG
That
are
TP
gonna have
could
to.
be
They're gonna have to
risky.
draw a line in the sand here because of the TP. Scout has to go
Oh.
golden immediately. Dragon's descent into
Oh,
the back
flash
line.
out.
Shanji has to walk away though, and Viper's front to
Oh,
backing.
someone's
Viper
gonna
is a
die.
carry. He gets
Someone's
kicked
gonna
back.
die.
Viper is taken down. The
Ooh.
carry for EDG. You still gotta
Oh,
watch
well,
out for the
there
rest
goes
of them though,
Lee Sin.
because it's 4 strong and they're grouped up. Cold goes back
Oof.
into the engage, but they've already
Ez is
taken out
dead.
Abel, and it's a back and forth fight. Flandre gets away with barely
Ayun
any
no,
help.
sakit
Cream
talaga
King
yung
keeping
gangplank.
up with the Kingslayer here. It's such a tight-knit fight in both teams. They walk away with 3 apiece.
such a messy fight. But
Oh,
Sanji without
gosh.
the ultimate isn't worth much. With the Warmogs is healing up. He might just try and run them down.
Oh god, you're gonna.
Flandre is trying to get
Okay, I
the reset
thought
TP back in.
I thought he
I
was
don't
gonna
think
die
JJ
by
is strong enough to go
Urias.
for this. Shanji is going to heal up in a second. Abel has TP. Maybe OMG in a position where they can try and contest this one, or at least hold out for Aki to respawn. A very messy fight. Looks like if they secure the objective in the end, OMG are the benefactors. But yeah, Scout's TP.
Ooh, you know what?
A little bit suspect.
I
for the
want to
second
look at
time in a row.
DLC.
Little bit, just kind
I
of.
have not.
Forcing his
I
team,
have
as
not
said,
checked
to
on the
defend that
DLC.
position no matter what, and it
just-
does not work
You know
out
what?
to some extent.
Oh, my internet is terrible
We're gonna
too.
replay of that fight, and I want
That's
to
not good.
highlight a couple of moments that were just. There was something. They were special, but I think we might have to hold off on the replay because Abel looks like he's posturing to die.
Posturing
As
to
EDG
die.
Move in, try to get some vision around this barren pit here.
Interesting
As you said, any big fight loss for either
terminologies.
team could threaten the Baron for one side or the other. Got some
And
coming
boop.
from Flandre in the top side, trying to get a flank here, but OMG, Shanji, he's got Dragon's Descent. He's got a ticket out of there, but he has to be able to use it. Viper's in the pit.
Who's
All by
dying?
himself. Viper!
How is he there?
Oh my
Ooh.
god! No way! OMG! They're taking it to EDG. Huge kickback as well. Scouts down. Aki goes down as a trade. The Kata barrage is huge though. Nice re-engage from Cream. Landre with some nice barrels to back off OMG, but they are still hunting. They still want it. And they will just look for the tier 2 tower here.
DLC and
Yeah,
DLC
I mean, they
trailer?
crushed
There's
the
a
team fight,
trailer?
Viper.
There's
I
a
don't
DLC
know how he
trailer?
ended up there, but that is not where you want to be as an AD carry, particularly not in Defelios.
Oh, it's fan-made trailer.
And they just fall apart from there. They
Boo.
thought they'd found the loop around the collapse onto OMG, onto Cream. I'm gonna replay. Okay, so Viper is no way.
No! No!
Oh, so that's what happened to
Oh,
Viper.
Everybody, let's have a
That
moment
was
of
pretty
silence.
sus. That was pretty
Let's have
sus.
a
That was
moment of
pretty sus.
silence
I'm not
for
gonna lie.
Viper.
That was pretty sus. That was pretty sus. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my lord, man. I was like, how did he end up
Yeah,
there? Like, it just.
exactly.
Anyways, back to topic
I
at
thought maybe
hand.
he pressed Q with Severum for like the movement speed. And he just, like,
DLC.
altered. I don't know.
Now,
Right. But he.
when will
That one's going to be a bit of a conversation and
Aw.
review, I
Man.
have no doubt. But until then, it's OMG in the lead against the defending world champions who
Dude,
have found themselves
They're in the same
in
room,
a
right?
strong
That's
position.
I guarantee Viper.
FNAF Security Breach free DLC announced with
Just gave him
cryptic
the
artwork.
eyes, the
The
eyes
free
of
DLC
death.
update for
yeah.
Five Nights at Freddy's
Oh, my
Security
lord, man.
Breach
Oh, that's
has
a
been
feels bad
announced.
moment. That's a feels
Let
bad
me
moment
not
for sure.
talk
But we
over
gotta
the
continue,
commentator.
right?
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk over the commentators, but okay.
And it's Baron.
DLC has been announced and it appears to feature a new character exploring an abandoned pizza
Found
plex.
Mako. Big true shot barrage across the bow.
Okay.
Mako gets engaged on. Mako's just down.
It's suggesting the Halloween themed Dreadbear may make an appearance.
Teammates are falling all He can't do damage to Shanji. Shanji is a monster.
2023.
Can't stop the realm warp, but it's a
The
huge
DLC is in 2023.
lose more.
Wait, is that tower?
That's such a long time.
Favorite dragon. That one right there.
Jesus, man.
But
For Viper, like, he needs low dom soon.
there is an image. Where is the image?
How are we gonna replay that?
Oh, many endings. Nope. Stealable. I think it's this one.
And it just did nothing. It did nothing. Mako ends up contesting.
Yeah, it's this one.
And ends up a bit over.
Oh,
Failed
he
flash,
tried to
unfortunately. Yeah, and then has to ult here to turn it. I know.
Turning gas guaranteed.
We have to
Free
turn
admission to
right,
the
and then
game.
look at Shanji.
Let me switch this
literally not taking damage.
Doesn't
What?
move. Bro,
so you guys could see what I see.
just don't take damage, lol.
The switch out
Gift right there. Oh,
that for a
man.
moment.
Feeling real good for this composition from OMG.
if it
Whipping out all
would.
the stops. The Ezreal, now having completed your favorite item, is working on the next item here.
Screen share for some reason
himself, and he's
does
way
not
above Viper's build.
detect.
Tempest Chainsword and Ezreal pretty good. Kai'Sa not so much. Obviously gives
Yeah,
bunch
it
of
doesn't.
space, bunch of AD, everything that Ezreal wants.
Hold on.
Super cheap, super cold
Why
position,
isn't
and it's not
detecting
bad,
other
you know,
screens?
hold and pick this one up. I feel like until Viper gets low doms, they just aren't killing Shavard.
Cause it's in a different screen. Okay.
I'm not convinced.
In a different monitor. Alright, let's just
From Shanji,
make a new window capture.
he will never die ever.
Add a new.
He's gotten real lucky with the Ocean Soul. Shanji does
To
get engaged
show
on
to you
Dragon's Descent, and he's
guys.
frontlining like a beast right now, and able to do so. just
Here we
fine.
are.
Mako has to back away now without the help bar. He can't be the engage.
Um,
That depth charge,
Editing this live.
and Dragon is on the table. for
Fine.
OMG.
Yeah, Shanji
Yeah,
will go
so
up there. Obviously, one of the big things is
here
Dragon forms out,
we
from
have
Shanji,
from
but he'll heal up with
Heal
Swords, he'll
Wolf
come away, and get
themselves.
fucking more armor and magic
Where
resistance
is my
if he
mouse?
needed it.
Where's my mouse? There's my mouse.
Yeah. And as I
Got
said,
this.
OMG get
Free
Ocean
DLC
Soul.
in 2023.
Grievous Wounds was nerfed. Grievous Wounds is only 40% empowered, 25%
It's
repeat.
Chica.
You cannot tell me that Shanji
Who gave him
damage.
total
He
kill?
just won't. He already isn't taking damage, but the thing is, like, pen items are gonna come in.
That's arm.
Viper will make a big difference. Lord Doms has already completed for Flandre.
Oh, it is the arm. Hold on. An image in tab. Please let me zoom in. It doesn't zoom in as much. Okay, so what are we seeing in this DLC? Oh. Da 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 da.
Dude, I swear, when
Da 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 da.
Ocean Soul and Thor,
Da 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 da.
Viper would die before Shanji did, honestly.
Da 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 da.
And OMG
Da 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 da.
where they're one away from Soul. But if they find the window, they'll definitely look for it, find the opportunity. We just see Abel pick up the Frozen Heart, so he's really come along in the build.
Let's Gregory. All the screens is Gregory. Just help. Oh. There's Chica. Oh, there is. It's a new character too. Ooh, I see my boy over there in the corner. Please let me zoom in. There he be. I don't know if you guys can see my mouse. Did you? I think you can see my mouse. There's a moon. Without a doubt, this is a moon. Ignore the fight that's going in the background. That's my boy Moon. So there's Chica. This is the Freddy statue. All worn down. I wonder what ending this is. I'm pretty sure this is the quote-unquote canon ending, aka the only ending with a full 3D animation. The DLC is named Ruined. Oh wait, Chica's decommission? Yeah, it looks like she's decommissioned.
That is enough indeed for OMG as they find permanent base damage at least for the
Ew,
bit,
there's
and
stuff
a
in her
fight
mouth.
that decided it all.
Yeah,
Let me zoom in. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, there's stuff in her mouth. That's nasty.
And then Shanji, I want to say any TFT enjoyers out there,
Ugh.
they know how this feels to have like an immortal Shyvana just run at your backline. Like,
So
you
that's...
look at this is red-white.
It doesn't offer much. Where are the other two animatronics? Where's Roxy? Auntie? The DJ? Well, clearly it's, you can't get everything in a single picture. Oh. Clearly there's a new character. He's got sparkly shoes.
Hey, it's the tech, it's the dragon tech, it's OMG's tech.
Let's see, is this all there is? It's way back May 31st. That was like over a month ago.
Comparatively to our first series where it was very slow and steady, few kills by the 20-minute mark. Here we are, everybody putting it on the table here at OMG.
Oh, what is this?
They can just walk up. I'm so
Fantasy violence.
Look at it. Just look at it.
Welcome to Monty's Gator Golf, home of the Hurricane Hole-in-One. Get your very own copy of Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach, coming soon to Xbox.
Alright, thanks, Monty. Notes for patch. Oh, this is for the regular thing. No, thank you. Oh yeah, Steel Wolves is the same company that made the Help Wanted. Right. Hold on, let me put these commentators back. Oh, it's a bloodbath over there. EDG is dead.
I am just amazed.
Alright.
How is is this legal? How is this Shyvana allowed to be playing? Like, just taking 0 damage every fight. Just felt unwinnable. I don't know what else to say. Shanji's just a beast, I guess.
Why does Moon have sun rays?
Why.
He has turned himself into a literal dragon, and
No.
he has helped secure. Look at that! Look at that! Look at the fun!
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, get it, Shanji, get it! I love it, man. I love it. I love to see this kind of performance from OMG. We called them the Enigma to start this
Man,
off.
if I only
Question
had
marks
money.
abound.
No,
But
this is
here
the
we are at the finish
update.
of game number 1 with a victory. for
$150.
One thing is that next game they are banning Shyvana. I never want to see that ever again in my life. That was disgusting.
$150. What?
Like, okay, I think one thing to think about as well is that you have like heavy crit AD top, heavy crit AD carry, both of which
So it's a you
got
choose
quite negated by
plush,
the Randuins. Like
and
Shyvana's on top of,
you choose not really.
Helios and pops Randuins, reduces your crit damage.
I don't really think highly of
you
U2s.
just wasn't really able
They
to
have
cut
a
through
bad
Shyvana either.
history of stealing
Maybe a different
designs
composition
from
would have an easier
artists.
time. Maybe if
A
you have,
Mr.
like,
Hippo
I don't know,
Magnet.
a
Okay.
Trundle, a Cassiopeia. It's like
Know what?
I don't know.
I might
man,
as well
that
just
that
make my
felt so
own
disturbing. It
plushies.
felt so hard to deal
You
with.
know, I
And
mean,
I guess
I
Viper
could
Price,
sue.
by going the
I know how to
second
sue.
and not picking up
I
the
just need the
LDR,
materials, and then I'll make
sooner,
my
but
own.
I don't know, man. I don't think ADG expected
Oh,
that.
easy.
I don't know if the rest of OMG expected that, but Shanji
They added
clearly
little
did.
bells too.
They
That's
were thinking
cute.
of something when he
I'm
picked it
still
out.
bothered by
Yeah,
the sun
He
rays.
made it work.
Of this.
That was literally just a Shanji gift.
Oh,
Like, credit to
okay,
OMG,
it's
they
a
did play it well, but man,
reversible.
that was Dragon Dick.
Okay,
Like,
okay, I lose
bringing
this
up the
game. I lose
TFT analogies
this.
as well. It's
I
like,
don't know
you
how to make
you're
reversible
level 7
plushies.
or level 8, like you have a super low percentage
Okay.
chance, and then you look at the enemy team, they have a Shyvana already. If anyone
It's
doesn't
a
know,
foot
Shyvana's like
stack
cost 10 gold.
Foot long.
Like one of the highest cost units.
Interesting.
And yeah, full tank items, just you can't
Oh, that's
kill her.
cute.
It
They have their
literally felt like,
signatures.
look at the damage! Look at the damage!
Oh my
How is that
God.
okay? How is that okay? You're
Auntie,
full tank. You built a full tank.
Oh, that really
Music
feels
man.
bad, man. That is a heck of
All
an
right.
awakening for EDG.
Let's see.
And yeah, I mean, I love it. I love that this guy, Shanji,
Changes.
is building upon his already impressive streak here. Winning player of the week, winning, best top laner of the week for week 4. And he comes out in the
Nothing
first game for
else.
them
There's nothing else
week
in this
5.
image.
They smashed the world champions here with a competition.
Except for the
that feels like
question,
it just-
how did the
Shyvana
Golden
already
Freddy
played,
statue
right? But it still is
collapse
something that we wouldn't have expected in a
that
situation like this,
badly?
and it comes out,
And what
EDG don't
ending
have any
is
way to deal with it.
this?
They have no answer.
I think OMG are a team who thrive on comfort, right? Shanji has
Oh,
these picks
The little
that maybe
gremlin,
power up
Gregory.
meta, right? Like Shyvana, we've seen the Rumble before.
Yeah, but that's it.
You know, Abel
That's all this
going
image
for
has to
the
offer.
Ezreal and when other AD carries might have taken Jinx. Cream on the Silas, something we saw him be really strong on when we saw him, last summer, back when he was like really popping off. But yeah, they clearly showed up in this game, and now EDG 1-0 down, have to win 2 in a row to make the series. Dropping a series to OMG would be pretty devastating.
It would be.
In terms of maintaining their spot in the standings.
Huh.
We'll have to see what they bounce back with. I legitimately
It's another
think
one.
we're gonna show them, but I'm not sure unless they go away and think how we can handle
Welcome
this.
to Masercise. Work off the calories while you eat. Sign up for a membership pass today. Super cool perks include discounts on pizza, nachos, fries, and cookies. No fast but smell the fitness.
100% blue side win rate so far tonight. 100%
Get your
Ocean
very-
Soul so far
I
tonight.
don't think
We'll see if it
that's
continues here.
very
We're gonna
healthy
send it out for
diet.
a little break, and we'll be ready for game 2. Right. when we come back.
Well, hold on. Someone's calling me.
But at the end of the day, fantastic for TT. Base run now trying to escape, using it all very early on. There's a charm from Yagao. Yagao has to survive as well, though. There's one for 0. Kanavi going so deep on the back of the play. Southwind will fall. Xiaosheng alone. Puff knocked up in the meantime. Hope with a double kill. How do you lose the Infernal Soul and then take a fight so handily? Puff will go down. Hope with a triple kill. And he is a new hope for JDG with a quadra, because that's the 4th Star Wars film.
Wait, is that the game? JDG, they've got the push. They can just run through. UCal needs to reset, and it's UCal versus the world, but I think JDG just ends.
And I think Yagao might have just grabbed himself an MVP with that engaged there, making the pick happen onto
Alright, I'm
H1.
back and now I am
Yagao has to do what
removing
he can, but
this
it's
window
not going to
capture.
be enough here, trying to clear the way for the
That
Cali. Will
was
it go down? Maybe
my
it is enough. 369
that was
is gonna
my
use his
computer,
death
don't
punch.
worry.
It's a pentakill! Hope got the pentakill somehow and then died after.
Alrighty.
We're gonna see if Care can find the engage.
This is a burger if I've ever seen one, and it's Flip!
Oh,
Flip gets the smite! And JDG are in some trouble! They are completely surrounded! FPX just need to close the pincer! The heroic entrance not gonna go through for Care, but it does not matter! No one cares! JDG is moving down. Hope tries to get the plays, tries to get Summit. They've actually turned it! And 369 is back! But 369 goes down! Hong and Clid, they're trying! The resets for Clid! Oh, he can't get the fourth one. It's not going to be the quadra.
Oops.
But FPX find the fight yet again. Oh my
There we
God.
go.
He still
Okay.
wants it. No way.
Forgot to
He's got the
turn
red buff. He's
off
got the
auto
damage, and he
rotate.
clean
I did
aces
not
JDG.
notice.
What a fight, and FPX are alive and well.
I want to keep drawing, but I don't know what I want to draw.
Now Stripe goes back in with a two-man Everfrost and forces Kled or Care into stasis. They do get the Kale ultimate, but the Galio has gone down. Now
Sorry, I'm watching the Flash.
FPX have gotten a little bit too sure of themselves. Never mind, they've got a
This
Cataclysm,
very
and they've got
pixelated
Scrimblos just
Clash.
stopping
Ooh.
everybody, and nothing you can do. LWX with the quadra kill.
And now it's into the Dragon Pit for the fight here as Care trying to go around the side, make sure the vision is okay. Might be looking for over the wall.
Got
Big
it.
Todd, four
Ooh.
for Todd. And Care makes the game changing, but it's a big AoE combo, and JDG, they're throwing it right back at him. Look at Hope. He just goes for the Gale Force. Yagao gets stunned up, blocked up, and maybe he's just dead here. As now it's another kill for the ADC of JDG. It's turned back as the Chaos Storm.
Sheesh.
Knight though with a cleanse, maybe enough here as Odd flashes forward, gets the dredge line, the golden status of Knight. Willie Gale to fight this one back. It's so close.
he does!
It's a monster. He's doing it. Knight, you're a god. What was that coming out from Knight?
Alright. 4 minutes till the next game. Now let's draw a I just got an idea. Why is the music this? Why is it talking about the golden era? This does not sit well with me.
Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats, pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building from Milky Way, payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul, and the music factory stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G Rap, LONS, P Rock and CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it. Now it's generational. They're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce through all the shape shifts. It hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep. The choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch Sun get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era.
I just want to tell you it's alright. While I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind. And I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me. When I'm around you, but without you, don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and friction.
我觉得龙宇能用的原因是因为我排位里面也是不断尝试，然后发现这英雄就是挺好用的，然后我们比赛也能用出来。喜欢他的原因就可能比较恶心吧，这英雄就又肉又有伤害。山羊哥这位选手的话就比较全面吧，然后他进攻或者说防守都做的挺好的，然后打他们的话，我们可能尽量拼团战吧。
Welcome back to the LPL. You heard it from the man himself. She is disgusting. As the Shyvana comes out from Shanji in game number 1 of this series. It is Aki, though, who will take the MVP for the setups, for the assists, for the salutations to EDG's first game.
Mixed scene.
Okay, I'm just going to say, normally, I can see the perspective, and I can't see here. Aki made some big positive plays, but my man Shanji was robbed here is all I'm saying, bro. That Shyvana was so disturbing. And if you're still here, I respect you for not instantly jumping into a solo queue and to play it yourself, solo queue game to play it yourself, because I probably would if I wasn't casting today. Yeah, Aki was obviously the one who set the ball rolling, got his top laner ahead, got his team ahead, and had some fantastic plays. But I feel like it was hard to see Aki's play when I was just looking at Shanji every fight and trying to see if he was actually taking damage or not.
There were multiple times where Aki was just delivering bodies on a silver platter to the rest of OMG. And I think if you look at the holistic approach OMG had, there was a lot of skirmishing. There was a lot of fighting. I mean, it was over 20 kills for OMG in the end. And I think it's a stark contrast to our first series, but it's exactly what I would have expected with that volatility into this one, right? And how OMG planned to take down EDG, because you're not going to find those wins if you just farm for late and hope for best, right? Like, this is EDG. You need to find some way to get under the armor.
Yeah, and particularly when apparently Shyvana's the best champion in the game, so it appears you have to do something a bit more proactive. And bear in mind, like, EDG banned away both Wukong and Viego, so they kind of pushed the jungle pool towards JJ being on the buy, which honestly had a strong laning game. I won't deny that. But really allowed Aki to have this Lee Sin, which we've seen such high priority on in the LPL, allow him to really take control of the early game. And that's the thing, is I feel like OMG had comfort across the board. I feel like, the composition did work together, but it felt like it was more so about having each person on a champion they felt really solid on. And for the side of EDG, I'll be interested to see if they do ban away the Shyvana. But bare minimum, they should definitely change to the draft. Ryze, not exactly the best at cutting through something like a Shyvana. That's tanky. That is that tanky. Something like an Azir would be able to create space, and also you could go into like Leandries. We could see a different AD carries, maybe a bit more mobile. Doesn't get chased down as easy. Because that's one thing to note, is that if you're playing into Shyvana, once she's ulted, she has no other dashes, especially Shanji had Ghost. If you're playing something with a dash, you just dash over a wall, and then obviously Shanji just to run all the way around to get back to you. Viper, unable to do that, clearly struggled, right? And even, I mean, I guess had flash, but that wasn't enough in most situations.
So, bear with me here. Special shout-outs to Kelsey Moser for this one, but Shanji did take the Shyvana into the original LPL, top Shyvana with Smite and Flandre back on Snake. Huge shout-out to you, Kelsey. But what if here we get Flandre's Shyvana, and then we somehow, because EDG are on blue side.
This
I would think that would get
post.
banned away. I think
this pose doesn't
I'm
really make
dreaming
much
just
of a
'cause I love dragons and I
sense.
want to see more of that Shyvana gameplay
But
because it was, as Shoji
I'll
said,
make it. I'll
disgusting.
make it make
I highly
sense.
expect a big
I think
adaptation
it
coming
already
out for
makes
EDG
sense.
in this next game, right? They
Looks like
are
it makes sense.
held to a higher
But
standard for a reason, and on blue
yeah.
side, again, 100% win rate
Thanks
so far
time
tonight.
for this bad
Yeah,
boy.
I think the problem is, like, if you're EDG, you can either index heavily into a composition that can deal with the Shyvana, but then you risk like having the wrong read and just losing
Oh,
the
it's
series.
banned. It's banned
Yeah,
by
like
EDG.
This is the correct call from EDG. They're now on blue side. They have more freedom with the bans. They ban away those tanks from Shanji. They ban away the Salas from Cream. They're like, we are sick of you playing your comfort. Get off them. And then they pick up the Viego themselves. So EDG much happier with how this one has progressed already. Started off better. And mostly just because they won't be facing into the Shyvana. And now OMG go for the Ari. I feel like a Lissandra answer would make a lot of sense. I love Lissandra Viego. It's a really strong combo. The fact that you have that point and click lockdown to set up a reset. You both get resets as well. Really potent. We're going to see what Aki is going to go for. Looks like they're trying to deliberate a jungle pick. Lee said makes sense. It's still available. Why not? We'll see if the Lissandra comes out for Scout. That is the expectation. I do really love it with the Viego, as I said. And then probably going to prioritize an AD carry here. Unless they're like super set on picking up a support. And they actually go in a completely different direction to pick up a top laner for Flandre, taking the Gnar. So we'll see what OMG respond with.
You know, I was seeing Aki hover those assassins. It's something they did try out earlier in the season. It did not work out for them, so I'm glad to see him go away for that one. A little throwback to the hover there, but it's the Gangplank response for OMG as we round out the first phase.
Like, this makes sense, right? And it's a decent pick, and you have the oranges against the stun from Gnar and the stun from Sandra. But I was really hoping he'd bring out something wacky again. That is just, you know, that is the hope. Bring out the Yone into the Gnar would have been cool. But we get both teams, interesting enough, no bot lane pickups in the first rotation. That is quite rare. Normally we see, I mean, particularly in the spring season, it was like mid jungle AD were often secured in the first three. Sometimes support was thrown in there. By the way, looking towards AD carries, Samira banned away from Abel of different speciality. Callista banned away by OMG. There is still Lucian. There is still Ezreal. We do end up dropping a bit down in terms of AD carry tiers. There's a Felios, which obviously Viper played last game. There's no Shyvana to go against them this time. Jinx, there's still options. OMG going to go with that Lucian ban. EDG, maybe Ezreal. I feel like it's probably the thing Abel's most likely to play in this situation.
But I think that EDG themselves showing a lot of respect, especially after losing the first game. I would think they would need to, but as well as just making sure that if they are going to be on blue side, they're still taking away a lot of the comfort picks that could come through for OMG. And when you're looking at OMG, right, we were talking about wanting to see some of that comfort, want to see some of that playability for them, and it comes through those kinds of picks. So the run out of final ban for EDG, they'll take that one away from Cold, and they'll hopefully wait for a couple of spicy picks for their own right, because OMG are on the table right now.
I think, oh, they're going for the Nautilus already. I felt like counter pick support would be more important, especially since EDG already have Scout for engage, so you could lean in pretty much any direction. We'll see what EDG opt to go for in this situation. If they try and counter the Nautilus or just go for like an exchange in terms of picking something like a Leona. And what AD carry they'll go for. The Felios is open again, but the Ezreal's there. They could take the Ezreal themselves, and they could even pair up with something like a Braum. This is why I felt like the blind Nautilus was a bit questionable, because you can go Ezreal Braum, pretty strong, safe lane, hard to punish, and the Braum's a good matchup into the Nautilus. Again, you have engage from Lissandra. You don't need your support to be primary engage, so you're pretty comfortable in this situation. Now, OMG, they don't have the Ezreal for Abel. You know, they have the Nautilus, but the AD carry pool has been trimmed significantly, and there's not many picks that can really match the range of this Ezreal either.
I'm really wondering what they end up going for. We did see the Kaisa earlier on today. There's a lot of burst potential and a lot of the picks that are still on the table. You still have the likes of the Xayah that we've seen creeping up as well, but I feel like that's just not the response you're going to want into this kind of setup. And it looks like they're just going to go with damage profile. They're going to go with the Tristana here as the final pick for OMG.
So, I mean, in theory, like, Tristana and Kaisa are both good into Ezreal, but the problem is the Braum. This is why picking the Nautilus initially is the issue, because the Braum, like, if you jump onto Viper, like, Mako can block the bomb application, he can block you stacking the bomb, he could do so much to mitigate that. It's the same into Kaisa, so I'm not super convinced about this matchup for bot lane. I feel like mid jungle, EDG have the edge. Top lane, Shanji's going to be fine, but it's more for scaling matchup. So I think EDG are really happy with that comp. And not just because the enemy team doesn't have Shyvana.
I would say that's a good starting point, though, at least from that first game. But in all actuality, I just feel it in my bones at this point. Ox, we are going to 6. EDG on the blue side, feeling very confident in the draft that they were able to grab. And again, it still does come down to execution a lot, but you could see where things got tilted off last game and why things maybe snowballed in favor of OMG. And this time, reset mental, reset situation, no Shyvana, as we already mentioned a couple times. It does feel like EDG have the moment to strike back.
Yeah, I think they've put themselves in a better spot. Be interested to see how things pan out. You know, they have good matchups on the entire bot side of the map. Really, though, junglers is going to be a massive thing, right? So Lee Sin into the Viego this time, but we saw what Aki was able to do, how he was able to snowball the game. If he finds opportunities once again, that could be the real difference maker in this one.
I will love to see us go all the way to 6 games yet again. The gameplay for this second series has been very fun so far. We've only had 1 game of the best of 3. But as game 2 kicks off, EDG want to push us the distance against OMG. Can they do just that? We'll have to find out very soon. Early lines of scrimmage established, early vision from cold towards the top side of the map. But OMG finding themselves on the red side. I feel like that's been a huge difference, at least in terms of what we've seen so far tonight. And again, I know I've highlighted it a couple times, but it feels different. I don't know what it is. It's just the blue side buff. Whatever it ends up being, it just feels like teams have control over the map.
I mean, I think a big thing with blue side is when you come out the ban phase, like think about how this ban phase went. OMG, they had to ban on red side a bunch of broken stuff like Zeri, Wukong, right? That you kind of just have to ban, whereas EDG have more flexibility.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
did my
The
game, did
flexibility
the
is king,
thing pause?
in
No,
a
I
lot
didn't
of
pause.
situations in League of
All
Legends.
right.
But it will be
I think it's
opposite.
just too much stuff to ban, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of a similar issue we had at MSI, where like, you know, so for example, when we looked at the T1 RNG series, RNG had a bunch of picks that they were really happy with, like things like the Galio, the Nautilus for Ming, the Viego for Wave, right? The Kai'Sa for Gala in the right situations. All these picks really favorable. Gwen for Bin as well. But then there's still things like the Wukong that Red Side had to ban, the Lucian that Red Side had to ban. It's like being on Red Side when there's a lot of strong power picks. You sometimes have a big debt to pay in terms of your bans because like you don't want to leave Zeri open because that singular pick could be game winning, right? And then it just means when a team is on blue side, like I said, EDG target ban, they didn't. All the stuff they banned was very targeted, not typical fierce rotation bans. And so they had a lot more freedom in this one. And that's kind of why I feel like blue side is strong at the moment. Obviously, in a meta that's more focused on counter picks and there's less like super broken stuff that's like game winning off like one pick, then red side tends to fare better.
Let's see if that still works out in favor for EDG. You can imagine the disappointment if they are the first team to lose today on blue side. But I'm sure they will continue to cross their T's, dot their I's at this point. And I think we saw the early advantage, at least in terms of trading for Abel and Cole, but you can also see the response that comes from the Braum pickup and from Mako and Viper in bottom lane. JJ looking for the early path here towards top, wants to punish Shanji for that dragon game last time. Nice little engage there.
Looks
the
like
wallop
he's
is
T-posing
not available because he's only
the
level 2.
Zerg
Shanji
dominance
will flash.
against Sun.
That'll be a return gank at some point here.
Yeah, and if you look at the way that JJ pathed, he actually did it so he can loop back around.
Nice
pretty heavy
buffer.
trade coming in bot.
That was a good buffer, but already you see the detriment that this bottom duo can do. It can put you in.
People's assert dominance.
I mean, the problem is if you're not all in on Trist, like all you're doing is just perma pushing the wave, and EDG will easily pick it up. You can't even attack the tower because if you start attacking the tower, then Braum puts his shield up and you take aggro. So just not a fun situation to be in overall. Nice Q there onto Abel and able to follow up the damage, and then yeah, like I said, the trade pattern of Tristana is very simple. You jump on someone, right? You put your E on them, you stack it up, it blows up. And Braum just completely disrupts that. So I found it really weird that they picked Tristana into the Braum, but I expect EDG are going to have a fine time scaling up in this matchup.
They will be fine and dandy. They continue along the straight and narrow path here. We got to see early Dragon focus. Last game, we got Dragon coming up this time around as well, 45 seconds. But it's just a little bit of that early game prowess here as EDG. They take a heavy trade this time around, and Aki is here just in time. Cold, not really having to re-engage here. Flashes for the stun. They might be in trouble. This is a Braum under tower. You can't do that. The force shot comes out from there. Aki is now going to die.
Dead.
First blood for Viper and EDG. He wants more. He goes
there's
for the
another.
flash. One more auto.
One more hit.
He can't get it here. Doesn't get it. Able one auto attack onto him, but Cold survives.
The eraser.
I mean, that was just such a rough play. Like, you're playing into a Braum Ezreal.
Really gonna
super
back
safe
right
bot
there.
lane. Oh, no.
He really got a back right there. Oh, my God.
Apparently
Okay.
so.
And know what? Stick to the nomenclature. Oh, my God.
EDG just kind of dismantling with this Ezreal to already have this early lead. Oh, it was just such a botched play. And you can feel it's over 4. So you have the flank angle, but the problem is Braum, not the easiest target to burst. Abel doesn't even connect on him initially. Gets the jump away here. And then Aki comes in, but waits so long to come out of the Sonic Wave. The flash from Mako means the damage actually doesn't even connect. Really nicely played, although he obviously doesn't pull Aki deeper in the tower. And then Aki's like, oh, I'll save my support. No, you won't. You'll just die. Viper tries to go for the play, just slightly off it in terms of damage, but Coldman, just walk it back at that point. Just walk it back. Look at the animation. He's jumping the swag on them, and they just die.
Yeah. Questionable decision making coming out early on from OMG. Not exactly what we would have expected from them, as they had a pretty strong game 1 performance. But hey, maybe it's just a little bit of that pracky needed. You don't want to push it to 3 games at this point. It feels that way, as a huge CS lead in mid lane. Decent CS lead in top lane as well, and bottom lane is looking worse for wear for OMG at this point.
Yeah, it is not in the best spot right now. Aki's looking for the scuttle. Scouts in the vicinity, but Gigi's nowhere near, so he should just secure this. But yeah, we've got a big lead mid and bot now, and even top as well. Flandre, there was that gank that obviously was a contributing factor, but all 3 lanes just winning for EDG. And Cream has cleanse here, so shouldn't die.
Yep, that at least doesn't have to use the cleanse. Use the spear rush. A little bit shorter of a cooldown there. A little bit of mobility utilized.
Unfortunately, the problem is he doesn't burn the ultimate from Scout. And the thing is, like, if you get caught by the ultimate of Scout, it obviously leaves that slow on the ground. You probably have to flash, you know, if you don't have Spirit Rush available. Doesn't mean there's potential setup there. So it's a nice play from EDG. They don't burn much, and they just get Cream's ult. He's already down in lane. He's now not going to be able to fight. He's now not going to be able to contest something. So EDG just say, cool, we'll take Dragon. Thanks very much.
Early Dragon stacking a little bit later than last game, but for EDG this time around would be nice to have in terms of direction of pacing for them. And I think when they start moving around the map, when we start getting this movement for the Rift Herald here in about 35 seconds, it'll be big. And I would expect
I mean,
a little bit of early movement up that way.
EDG definitely appreciating how much easier it was to kill that dragon than the one we saw last game. We do see a gank coming up here from Aki. He has Flandre spotted him, but he isn't mega, so this might be tricky.
Cannon Barrage gonna get the slow, the kickback. He has to walk through the bush here, but it's the barrel that'll seal his fate.
Really nicely played from Aki. He doesn't have to use his flash, but manages to catch out the Gnaw and kick him backwards. Scout trading heavily onto Cream, but still, again, not burning those summoners, but Cream now, he's going to stay around. But isn't really going to be able to contest. The problem is, you stay around, you're low on mana, you're low on health. That means EDG know they can just go for Herald, right? They know Cream's not going to be able to contest it. Aki and Shanji are resetting, so EDG get everything they want, despite the fact they lose their top laner.
Yeah, and you could see Shanji was kind of moving down just in case they wanted to make a move to contest the Rift Herald, but it's just the simple game plan so far from EDG. Take advantage of good timings and take advantage of getting early prowess in terms of objectives. I think it's a nice start for EDG. Still a lot left to go. True Shot Barrages level 6 is coming across the board here.
I have returned.
Are going to be scary on this bot. I don't think that there's a chance that
okay, I forgot how the music goes.
Because Mako has just been
Here
so
comes
and it's
the
the pick that, in essence, we've talked about so much, but it's been so integral to this bottom lane.
Welcome.
Yeah, and I I think the thing is like
He is
we saw a limited amount of
here.
Braum last split, which I thought was a bit weird because like we had so much Leon and Nautilus, and it felt like there were a lot of Braum windows that you could look for, but people just weren't really playing it. And I guess part of it was they wanted their supports to be able to engage, but especially when we had that like high agency mid laner meta, like if you have things like Lissandra that can find their own engages, like you're not relying on Mako for it. He can be follow up, and it's so good in matchups like this where like Abel just cannot function because there is a Braum on the enemy team blocking everything he does and just preventing it.
By the way, I'm humming the
I will
their
say, if you're
their
looking at the
theme
CC
song.
game, it's looking a lot finer for EDG.
Hold off for the CC game. Look at the item game, by the way. Viper already
No
with a
big deal.
Triforce, man.
It's sub 10 minutes, my dude. Oh my goodness. That's incredible.
Well, here's the upside, is that his base AD won't be that high this early in the game, so...
Ooh, there you go.
You know?
It's the bright spots. It's the bright spots.
Yeah, not too much of an optimist on that one. And I'm interested to see where the Herald will go down. It obviously has been picked up by Scouts, so maybe... Oh, can't you see the
Abel
play here?
has
But
the
Abel
rocket.
should be
He's
out.
already used it though, so now he might be in some trouble. Yeah, he tries to sidestep. Buster shot nicely used. It's not enough.
Not
to get Abel.
enough.
Oh, the little sidestep.
Not enough
but it's
damage,
the
and
flash burn.
there's no minions.
Okay, the downside of this situation that Scout has the Herald is you'd have loved to just throw it down bot there with no one to defend from OMG. Possibly could have threatened the tower. That being said,
I
Shandy
get
has
so
Cannon
much
Barrage, which
noise
does make it a bit more difficult to get
notifications
out of
from
the
my
wave.
phone, and I don't know
Now
why. I'm
Viper,
gonna go
you know, Triforce
check
should
it
just be able to pick up a plate here.
real quick.
Try to get him down here as fast as possible, but decent amount of CS going down, and he's already down 20.
Right,
CS as
I'm
well.
supposed to
Aki
reply to
has
something.
find something top. Flandre just got out of Mega Gnar. Cannon Barrage in. Flandre kickback. He has to walk through the Cannon Barrage. That'll be another kill. 0-2 for the top laner of EDG.
And Aki's finding these good angles to punish Flandre to answer on the other side. But the second you see that, you know, okay, enemy Lee Sin's top. That means we can just further apply pressure on this bot wave. Just completely zoning away Abel. He's not even going to touch the wave. And shit, a lot of plates taken top, a lot of gold in this GP.
Trying to get a catch out here. Frozen Tomb is used. Cream having to use his cleanse as well.
Yeah, they spin the cleanse. Nice for a follow-up, but doesn't do anything there and then. Like, look, think how long Viper's just been here and how long it's been since Abel has been able to actually hit the tower. They're actually going to Herald mid because they don't need to hold Bob because they'll just take the tower with this extra pressure.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the bot lane is a wasteland. Oh, Abel! Those are the little things, you know, those are the little things.
That's the dub. That's the mental damage to JJ. JJ's just so tilted now. I was like, okay, next. Done. Can't handle this.
I'm out. I'll take this L.
Yeah. Stick one there, but first tower goes to Viper. They got the Herald down mid to thin the health.
Oh,
the
he's
second
back
Herald
to
should be able to
drawing.
secure it if they get that. Dragon is up soon, and Viper's TPing back in to move over and help. Hasn't quite got the mana.
You know,
to
this
finish, but
drawing
still
made me
very
think of
strong.
something. Hold on.
I know. I just don't think OMG can contest here. This is second dragon for EDG, and we'll see. There is, if you actually look, there's still an extra plate on that mid lane tower. So we'll see. I think Viper wants to walk up and be able to get this gold.
Viper is 2,000 gold over Abel at this
There
point.
you go.
That is really rough. Be second dragon secure. It's a full objective, at least focus for EDG and securing every single one so far. Oh my god, what is happening? How? It's been 5 games. We've gotten Ocean Souls every time. Thought it was supposed to be RNG.
The chance of that is so slim, actually, when you think about it.
What if we
Like,
get
it's actually
all
ridiculously
Ocean
slim.
Souls and all Blue Side wins? What do? Where's the statistics now?
I don't know, man, but like I know we have a lot of LPL days, but like this must be such a, if it is like even chance each one, right? Because there's 5 dragons, so the chance of having this many dragons, like it's been 5 games, is pretty stupendous.
But it is something to come back to later on. We've seen Ocean Dragons be super crucial in both series so far, actually. We do see
Do
also
you guys know
completions
this
coming
Kaboshi?
across now
Oh,
as
I'm gonna
well.
put it. I'm gonna put it up in chat.
Obviously, some big points. The double Everfrost in the mid lane. We'll be looking for those engages, the follow up to the engages, and I think if you're looking at
If I
side
can
of,
find the Kaboshi, I know it's
EG in this
here
moment, like that's a
somewhere.
beautiful setup now. You've got Viper in the mid lane. You can be mobile. He has the True Shot Barrage to answering side lane aggression, but it's the farm that's going to continue pouring into the pockets of Viper.
And he should have mana immune when he bases because he got that gold from the plate. He should just be able to grab it as soon as he next resets. They have got mid prior and are leaning up towards top to zone Shanji away. And then Viper will just walk bad mid. Will deny him this wave. Don't think they'll be able to take the tower right now, but just these constant back and forth could be really strong.
I think this is huge from EDG as well because they realize, right, that
Not
they have
here?
gotten a lead for Viper in the bottom lane, but Shanji has been getting
Not
a pretty decent lead
here.
on top
The
side as well.
Windows
So now,
Kabuji.
having transitioned Viper to mid, they're threatening to punish Shanji at every which way.
Hold
Aki
on, I'm gonna
is certain
find
here
that.
has to get away
I'm gonna
with the
find the
safeguard there,
Kabuji
but it's an interesting
that I'm
tool from
copying
EDG.
right now.
Oh, Mako!
Oh, he steals it. He throws up the. Oh no, Aki, you got to get down to your rest of your team, buddy. JJ goes over. Flandre turns back. The rest of OMG in the sights of EDG now. Cold flashes away. Cream gets a nice charm there, and EDG back away.
Yeah, a lot used. Flandre having a TP up. And obviously the flash from Cold there. There should be enough though to secure the second Herald for EDG. They can slam that down mid. Oh, contest coming in.
Scout flashes, frozen 2 mana Aki. Cold goes back in. Look at Shanji. Shanji's coming in with the flank. Watch the barrels. OMG is taking the fight front to back. Scout gets caught out. And all 5 members still alive for OMG.
And it's just a pivotal error coming out from EDG. They clearly the thought process is if we kill Aki, then we'll be able to secure the objective. But it's the wrong target because Aki is going to have Legend Tenacity probably in this game in his runes with how much CC there is. Has Merc Treads already. Like, did you see how short that stun was that came out? Literally lasted just like a millisecond there. So yeah. Ultimately, Aki ends up surviving, able to dash out of the follow-up with the root, because obviously Scout was going to ult into W into Everfrost. And as soon as the commit comes in, and JJ ends up out of position, it's like ult, and look how short this is, tries to get in range for the root, but it's just so quick. And then JJ trying to go for the reset gets caught out in a charm, and EDG know they've just lost at this point, have to back away. So a pretty big flip.
It's a really good execution from OMG, though, realizing they've
Alright,
overstayed
I'm
their
just
hand.
gonna
They were
draw
going
it
for the
instead.
objective. They were going for complete objective dominance, and then they lose it all. And at this point, you know, OMG find themselves in the lead and in a bit of a driving position here. I still will say, though, you know, double Trinity forces on EDG, there's still a lot of damage to be done for EDG, and especially for Viper. We've got to keep an eye on him in all of these fights, in all of these next few moments in the setup for this AD carry.
Yeah, Viper's really scary right now. This is when Ezreal's really spiking. Those Mystic shots are going to really hit, and they're setting up for the Dragon. But I apply pressure to this mid lane tower.
Trying to get the tower
Ideally,
here.
just get some poking as well. Like, they're close to getting... Obviously, ideally, they would have had the Herald down to throw down and secure it. They don't. And Aki... Okay, don't mess it up this time, Scout. You know he has a ton of tenacity.
He does not pull the trigger on that one. Aki doesn't also just face check the bush there. So that's a good call, I'd say. And back into the defensive positions into mid lane. Both ADCs still just trying to farm it up as we get set up for this next dragon. Would be a sole point for EDG. And OMG just going to give it away.
Yeah, not sure you can really do a ton about this.
We're just going to get the outer tower here. Be a nice little
They'll throw down a
charge
Herald
with
in
the Richter.
response, yeah. 4 members there, they should be able to get this. Especially with the Tristana assisting. And you can actually see Shanji pushing in the top lane, threatening that tier 2. So, yeah, Dragon secured for EDG. They're now on Soul Point. But a lot of work done by OMG.
Well, I think Shanji hit that barrel a little early, but it doesn't matter. Still gets the tower. So big pickups for OMG as they do trade the objective, meaning they will have to force a fight over the next dragon to not give soul rather to EDG. But it's something they were willing to do in the moment and willing to kind of bet their laurels on.
It's kind of a mixed bag because, like, you get a ton of gold, especially on the Shanji, right, with that tier 2 take. You also get a decent amount of objective map control by taking those towers, but there is a threat off that soul. So OMG have given themselves the gold lead to lean into this next dragon fight and hopefully find favor. And if they win the fight, maybe get Baron.
Viper is still oh so scary, though. Cannon barrage onto the backline here. JJ is caught here by himself, and he goes down to Shanji. Abel caught, though. He tries to jump in, and Drock jumps to his life.
One for
death.
what?
That'll be a nice turnaround for EDG as Flandre gets Meganar, and they're looking to siege.
confidence from Viper here just to keep stepping up. Won't be able to get too much damage on the tower, but the poke is coming out, and you see they're just willing to play around Ezreal's strength at this point of the game. EDG end up trading kills there. And you can kind of look at some of the summoners burn. Flashes down for Flandre, JJ, Mako. Abel loses his, but this cleanse is still available. OMG favored in terms of those summoners. And bear in mind, that's the thing to take into account. Dragon fight in 3.5 minutes. If you burn the summoners like flashes now, you're not going to have them for that. And it can be really significant. It can make all the difference. Like, if Nara has flash, to get a big ult, knocking them into some terrain.
We get a replay of that re-engage there. Nice timing for the Glacial Fisher from Mako to stop the charm from really doing much there. And
Buddy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Viper blocks, and there's like Mako blocks the charm for Viper, and then it's just like, okay, now I flash behind JJ and let him tank the rest.
Just give him up, man. Just give him up. And we see in that trading pattern, though, Viper is just so strong. I know you mentioned the item spike here, but they're utilizing it so well. And now EDG turning their pressure to top side, as they will take another outer tower with Scout.
Yeah, so able to respond a decent amount, some extra gold in. 2K is now the goal difference. We'll see Viper trying to clear the wave here. It's 2.5 minutes still till that dragon. Setup for it's going to be really important, particularly with like playing flanks as well. If you find good angles for the Meganar, for the Gangplank barrels, for either of these mid laners to land CC, can make all the difference. And I feel like the fact that, you know, as I said, OMG also there's cleanses. Like, it's a similar scenario where you have 80 carry with cleanse, mid laner with cleanse, and top laner with oranges. So that CC from Scout and Mako as well isn't going to be as relevant, isn't going to be as capable. Yeah. On top of that, Cold has Merc Treads, Aki has Merc Treads, and I think Legends Nasty with how short that ult from Scout was. It's just not easy for you to make that CC stick. And you have to remember, like, you know, often teams will power Nautilus in the mix. So you have like Nautilus and Lissandra. So you have knockups and you have stuns. Most of EDGs, in fact, all EDGs, apart from the Braum ult, is stuns, right? That can be cleansed.
See if they can execute to that extent, though. Aki is still on the flank. He's been waiting back here this entire time as OMG
they spotted him.
Now pull the trigger on it. They did see him. He'll back away as well. So we're looking at item completions here, but I feel like the setup is not going to come. You're not going to get the back for Viper just yet before the dragon spawns, unless they're able to get some more priority in mid lane here.
Kind of just turning into an ARAM on this one. You know, OMG trying to make sure that tier 1 mid does not fall down, and Viper and EDG set on trying to make it happen. See if EDG can land any poke. They're the ones who have a bit more pressure in mid lane, so should be able to get the first move into River. And the side wave will be answered by Cream. He sees the wave pushing in, he'll go down. Barrel doesn't connect, so they should be able to get the tower here.
That'll be a nice pickup here as the outer tower falls. That'll be the last one for EDG to take down. And now they're set up in front of the dragon. Oh, Aki gets caught out here. Cream as well. Needs to be careful. Charm connects with the barrels. That's huge. And Abel is right back alive. He's still full health. Kick. And that's Viper down. OMG. Abel gets the reset on the rocket jump. The main damage is gone for EDG. But you still have to be careful. They have Flandre. They got JJ full health
EDG,
here.
what is
OMG
happening?
find exactly what they need.
I thought you were a top team.
Too soon. There's teleport available for Scout and Viper. Dragon is up in 9. Viper's up in 19. There's a 10-second window, and as you said, OMG are so low. I think this might be a throw for them if they go for this.
It could be. Sanji misses the barrel. They're just gonna go for it. Cream is here as well. He tries to get the Everfrost. This is very dicey. Cold misses the engage. Cold the dragon is secured, so stopping the
it could have been
soul take from EDG. That's huge, but they gotta get out of here. Flandre stacking up the Meganar. They got the True Shot Barrage coming across. That's big damage from Viper. And now you got the resets. Flandre's got Meganar. They get another one. And OMG might have stopped the dragon stacking. They don't stop EDG.
And this is the problem. When the enemy team has 3 dragons, OMG couldn't let it go. They secure it, but they lose 2 members, and now EDG can look towards Baron. This is the cost of letting the enemy team stack up so many. If you mismanage one fight, you have to go all in. Aki is fishing to come into the
where
pit.
is my
so much CC.
heart?
I should think
Where's my drawings going at the
they're
moment?
not gonna let him into the
Earlier
pit.
we started with
I
started
and
really.
Baron goes to EDG. 24 minutes in.
Okay, there we go.
A big power
I already
spike
started
for the defending world champion.
And at the end of the day,
effective
OMG get a
draw.
dragon is almost meaningless, right? It just
Then
delays your
just
soul.
generic
Come watch the replay of this
sketches.
fight. Some
And then we
fantastic
have
play by Aki here. Goes in,
I was planning
uses
to
the
do this
stopwatch to
line,
avoid
it's
the
just
Everfrost, and then he gets stunned here, but
and
now
then
has
it's just
Sonic
had
Wave,
turned
and
with
Viper does
these.
not expect this. Ends up
If
getting jumped
thing would
on.
load.
The kick flash
Just
into the
hold
mix,
on.
and look at Cold, ready to come in with the root auto. Really nice
My
play from
iPad is
OMG to remove
lagging.
the Ezreal. But then
Un
obviously here,
momento, por
OMG just want the dragon to
favores.
get away. They know they're so low. They're against a Viego.
Gracias.
They do not want to hang around.
Is it?
But in the
It's
end, when they're
frozen.
trying to run away, the ult from
I
Viper
think it's
connects from
frozen.
so many.
There we go.
And it just allows them to start chasing down these kills. And Abel
Yep.
goes back to try and ult, and it actually means he gets caught too.
Where did we end up?
Ravenous Hydra that had just gotten completed. That extra little bit of whipped cream on top for Viper. Aki just trying to look for the picks on the side again. If he can get a big kick on the Viper, that is a game changer. They're losing.
Well, I'm screenshotting
defenses
this.
as we speak, right? They lose a tier 2 in mid
Or are
lane.
my
They're
sketches
looking to lose a
going?
tier 2 in bottom lane as well.
And that's the thing is OMG has so many more towers than EDG. Now EDG with the Baron can just pick up a bunch of that gold. Aki again looking for the flank, but this isn't a Sandra. This is not an easy target.
Gets the kickoff immediately as Abel will have a rocket jump to try to separate the distance. Needs one more on the satchel charge there. The scout gets caught up too. Frozen Tomb buying tons of time. AoE damage. Buster shot back.
Alright,
JJ wants to get the
it's-
resets. He wants to
It's
get
lagging
these
in like
kills.
real
Bottom
badly,
lane.
so give me a
Viper
moment.
is dead somehow.
please stand
JJ
by.
needs to get this to make this work. Aki, they're saving his life right now. It's going to go back in on JJ. And
So
JJ's left
beyond
out. The
that-
decision making from EDG is scattered.
Well, it's
and bottom
reconning.
lane, Shanji comes up big.
What is happening in this game? And I'm just going to say, I said at the start of today, well, at the start of this series, that I thought that Viper was the best AD carry in the world. He does not look like that way this series. He has looked exceptionally rough this game. I don't even know how he got caught out here. Like, you know JJ's moving away. Ends up getting hit by one barrel combo. We see Flandre overextend into Mini, and then Viper. Aki shoots
Oh
forward.
no! Oh no! He took like almost 100% damage from the cannon barrage there.
I feel like Viper's just trying to make me look stupid because I made that statement earlier. 'cause
Alright, I'm tweeting
this.
this.
has not been a good game.
He survives the
It
level
gets
up.
shut down.
Oh my gosh!
Yep. So rough play from EDG, and this is kind of what I mean. This is a team who are 5-1 in scoreline, and yet this game does not feel clear cut. This feels like an absolute fight to get over the finish line. It's a minute until Dragon. They're still favored, right? They're up in goal by about 1,000. They're looking towards that next
Alright,
Dragon
there
that
we
will
go.
secure the
I
motion sword if they
tweeted
can
it.
get it. But it looks messy, and Shanji, oh, those barrels do damage.
Now I'll
You have
just
to be
wait
really
for it.
careful, because they will
There.
chunk you
Okay.
out if you get caught in one.
But this is a predicament. OMG are
Uh.
forced into those situations like this. They have to be here early. They have to get vision down.
Here
They
we go,
need
transition.
to get a better edge against EDG if they want to hope to take a fight. And this is not how you do it. This cannot be how you start off the
Oh,
engagement.
there
The
goes the-
Cream having to use
the
his
Ari.
blades early and the Spirit Rush.
Yeah, I mean, they can just wait until the ult times out, and then Cream's effectiveness in this fight
Yeah.
is drastically reduced.
My iPad share
Aki
screen is
in the
lagging
push.
for
He got
some
TP
reason.
from behind. That will be Scout with the flank.
I don't know
Aki has a flank
why.
himself, though. Here comes Scout. Triple root. Aki is waiting. He's trying to get Viper, but the rest of his
Oh,
team,
well, that's
they
just a
can't go
white
in.
screen.
And Viper is now found, but it's
Why?
Aki who just separates the fight a little bit.
There we go.
Gotta watch out for Cream
Back.
and the rest of the team, though. Viper is doing some serious work. Viper is still alive, and the health bars for OMG are looking worse. You got a 1v1 continuing in the top. Viper going forward. He can't find it. JJ is down, but Aki is trying. He can't find Flandre, but guess who can? It's the rest of OMG. It's now it's a 3v3 in terms of Mako is almost dead. Oh my god, Aki's coming in here now as well. Aki, he hits it on the Mako. Does he go in? Oh, he goes down. His GA is popped. It's a huge Viper fest here. And the rest of OMG need to run away at this point. It's a double kill for the ADC of ADG. Oh, he might get more too. Aki barely gets out and able to survive, but Aki needs to stick around.
Come on,
he's got to steal the
EDG.
dragon.
Get
What are
the
they doing?
soul.
He has smite. He's gonna go in. He gets
Oh.
dragged back. He comes
Oh,
back.
he's dead.
It's going down.
No.
OMG!
You
What
could have
is
focused on Dragon.
happening? Oh my!
Why did they start the dragon? The jungler respawned. He was on the way. Why did they start it? Just leave it. Wait for your jungler to be here. Oh, but we'll get the replay of the fight, and I'll mold later. But TP comes in from Scout. This initially looks really good for EDG. They end up getting this big AoE into the Meganar. I saw this and I thought, okay, fight done, game done. A nice ult from Mabel creates space, and then JJ possesses a Nautilus and just misses the Dredge line into a charm. Aki is splitting the fight up so well, and then Viper just keeps not connecting Mystic
such
shots.
a
You know, he
massive
missed one there
fight.
on Abel. That one doesn't connect onto Cream. Moving forward, misses another onto Cream. Okay, next Mystic shot, again, misses onto Cream. Keep him count at home, hopefully. Just, it felt like all the skill shots just went hit him for Viper, then finally he gets that one. We don't get time to go further in the replay because EDG want to fight again.
That was messy. EDG, what is happening, my
Dicey
dude?
for OMG. All right, so won't get the engage at least. It's a little bit close,
All
though.
right.
And you can feel the tension in the air for OMG. One overstep.
What is going on
and
with
they
my
just
streaming
lose their
software?
entire base, but one catch out, and they could win the game.
Okay, there we
Looking
go.
for the window.
It's okay
He
again.
has a Sonic Wave, and we know how deadly it can be if he connects and gets a kick onto Viper. But he won't follow it now. Both teams just posturing around this Baron area. It's a while until the next dragon. And OMG have
Let's
gained a
see,
lot of ground in that regard. 2 dragons to 3. Favor VDG. Viper now has the Zereldas, so if he starts connecting onto a target, hard to get away.
Really is. You can see
What
their Colt
can
having
I
to,
draw?
Dip, dive, duck,
Give me
and dodge
something
away.
to
Spider-Man's
draw,
cool, but
guys.
Pings from EDG onto Baron. They're forcing the fight.
Something.
But they're against the GP. This is level 16 Shanji, 4 items. If they get trapped in the pit against this,
There's pings coming in.
it's not going to be a fun time.
Big
They're just trying to bait
damage.
the fight. They're trying to bait the rest of OMG coming in. Mako trying to separate the line. Baron is
Come
getting really low,
on.
though. It will get
So is
reset
JJ.
here. Yeah.
I have to be concerned about that as well. I mean, OMG approach slowly. They don't even burn the cannon barrage. If they were really scared, they'd burn that.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Sean
Ah,
Gray-
it's a
Oh,
miss.
Glacial Fisher misses. Cream with the spear rush over the wall. It's a little bit zealous there, I would feel like. A lot of
Upper
cooldowns
Frost
being used from both
missed.
sides.
Just feels like so many skill shots aren't connecting from EDG, and I feel like the game would be done. You know, a few more Mystic shots hit, that Glacial Fisher hit, and they killed
They just
Shanji.
rinse and repeat.
I think that would be game done. They'll clear out the vision once more. They still have the cannon barrage. That's the pivotal thing. So if it ever becomes truly desperate, OMG can just slam that down.
Oh
and
my God.
They get information, and they'll do a ton of damage to them as well.
Oh my god.
There,
Now is the
they
time.
need to pull it off here now. It's down low. It's getting low.
Come
They're
on.
not even in the
Get
pit yet.
out.
Cannon
Get
barrage
out.
comes through, but Aki is just taken out. The play calling was not there for OMG, and EDG get out scot-free.
Whew.
I don't
Okay.
understand it from Aki. It's like he saw the Baron at 1000 HP, looked down at his keyboard, took a moment, and then pressed his Q button, but he was so late to get in the pit. Like,
Dragon in a
never going to
minute
be able to
30.
steal it. Like, if you're that late,
EG
just don't go
has
in.
to get the
But
soul
yeah,
if they
cleared by
want
EDG, they managed to find it,
this.
managed to pull the trigger, and ultimately, OMG
Honest
aren't
to
able
God.
to respond in time. We actually have an interesting final item just picked up by Vipe. He's gone for the Humble Glaive, which, you know, I think with a build like this, having an authority item is decent, but also the utility of it, being able to clear out the vision, quite potent.
Also, two
Oh my
full
God.
items over Abel at this point. Like,
Yeah, I
it
mean, to
is
be fair,
rolling.
some of those are cheaper items,
They
but like Abel
are.
doesn't have Infinity Edge. We look at Shanji though.
What?
You saw how much damage he just did to that wave. And sure, it's a minion wave, but he is
Sorry,
starting to hit
it
like a
doesn't
truck with
feel
these
complete
barrels
without the
do connect.
eyelash.
Honestly, it makes me feel maybe Viper would have been
There.
better suited if he picked up a Frozen Heart, just to protect against that damage. But yeah, Cream forced to ult away. 45 seconds to that dragon. Once more, we've sang this tune many times. Zell is going to be potential Ocean Soul for EDG if they don't flub it.
Yep, they definitely have everything going for them at this point. It would be a nice pickup here.
Maybe
They've got
I
the
should-
two taken out from under their noses so
Yeah.
far in OMG.
Dare
They
I
want to
say
make it a third. They're trying to look for
color
prominent mid lane. Again,
these.
a minute and a half still on the Baron buff, so EDG are
I
sitting
mean, I've
pretty
got
at this
them
point.
up on
And now they've got the
the
CC on the Colt
references.
potentially. The re-engage from OMG though, he's about dead. Aki is singled out on the side as well. Scout's not even there, and now he shows up, and all the frozen thralls start popping, and all of OMG start popping. Viper is a double kill. He's looking for more. He can't get the third, but it's a kill for Flandre, and this has to be a big soul for EDG, but even bigger, a potential win. And
Finally, a
lengthening of this
soul, and
series.
we are going to game 3.
EDG managed to find the fight, the skills connect, and they can close it out, but that game was not convincing in the slightest. Aki and Cream there to try and defend, but I think this is done and
I
dusted.
knew it. I called it from the very beginning of the day.
Viper?
It's feeling like a 6-game day in the LPL. Wouldn't have it any other way, and we're going
Let's
the
go.
distance. EDG had to sweat. They had to work for it, but they will bring us to game 3 of this final series.
Let's go.
And there's two sides of the coin, right? EDG managed to close out the series. I mean, not the series, sorry, the game, and equalize the series. OMG did a good job to make it difficult, but EDG, I just feel like so many times it was so straightforward what they needed to do, and they just didn't. It just felt like there was repeated moments where I'm like, why? What are you doing?
No, I'm
What
just
is the game
I'm
plan?
just
Or, like,
eyeballing the
mechanical
colors of
errors,
this.
Like Mako's ult missing, the fact that like
Nope.
Viper missed 7 mystic shots on that replay or something like that. It's so weird because like, especially Viper, because Viper has been probably the most consistent player, I would say, maybe since they won the World Championship and came back to the LPL. He looked horrific in that game. There was definitely moments where he looked good, but like the level I expect from him and the level he was at was so different. I have to credit, though, the team managing to find the win in the end. I think Flandre, despite the fact he was bullied out early, looked pretty solid on the Gnar. But yeah, messy game. And OMG, you know, as much as they lost that game, I would feel confident going into game 3 if I was them. If you come in with a better draft, I could easily see you pulling ahead in this one. If you go back on a blue side, they don't have as much freedom to ban, pick the Shyvana up.
That's the right color. Hold on, I'm
Queen,
gonna
why not?
I was just about
go
to say,
to
man,
the wiki.
I was feeling the 6
Wiki,
game
wiki,
day at the beginning of the
wiki.
day. At this point, I'm feeling the 6 Ocean Souls and the 6 Blue Side wins. I don't know what to say. It just feels like an inevitability at this point. And it has been such strength from the teams that we see on the blue side today. It has been monumental, right? And even if there were some very difficult situations for EDG in that last game, they got the lead early. They got some of the advantages that they needed to close out the game.
Oh, that colors.
Yeah, and
okay,
it's such a weird one
enough.
because like they won the game and we should be looking at it positively, but it was just such a back and forth. And like, look how much damage Viper did, right? You know, his DPM is highest in the league for 80 carries, but the amount of times he was caught out, the mystic shots missing, there's just so many things where it's like he just felt off, right? So maybe they bounce back in this next one. Maybe he was just traumatized by the Shyvana running him down in that game 1. I can understand that. And credit to Shanji, you know, he was fantastic in game 1 on the Shyvana. On this GP as well, a big reason why EDG struggled to find progress, you know, connecting barrels and fights consistently, doing a boatload of damage. So OMG, I think, are looking good. EDG looking a bit weaker than expectations, and they're kind of meeting in the middle, right? Bear in mind, EDG are top of the table, not quite at the top, but they are pretty close, currently sitting in 4th, and OMG are in 9th. And it kind of feels like they're meeting at like a 6th, 7th place performance level right now. And so we'll see if either of them can step up in this next game.
Look at those stats for Viper, man. 43.5% damage, 215% damage to gold ratio. I mean, obviously, Shanji himself on his team having not too shabby of a performance, but
sounds
man,
great.
it was a rough and tumble game, to say the
Real
least. And I think with the amount of volatility, the amount of chaos we've got in this game, the amount of focus on the 80 carries, right? Trying to pull out miracles left and right with the rocket jumps, with the resets, with the Tristana, not able to do so in the second game. And I feel like the culmination of this series will end up being in the hands of the ADCs and, you know, how they get propped up by their teams.
I think ultimately OMG didn't have the best draft coming into that. I said it coming out of the draft. I wasn't a big fan. I felt like the bot lane matchup was rough. I felt like the mid jungle matchup was rough. If they come in and they fix up some issues in that draft, I think they can take this game 3.
We'll have to see as we have game 3 prepped and ready to go after this short little break. So don't touch that browser and be right back here in a few short minutes.
Sorry, I'm not particularly proud of how quiet I am right now for the past 2 hours in general. Usually I'm not this quiet, when I'm live. It's just that I don't know. It's practice being able to talk. Also, it's hard to talk, and you've got no one to talk to. I wanna practice being a solo streamer, right? So I gotta pump out those. I gotta make content by myself, and nothing against that really. It's just I'm trying to get used to being a solo streamer because I wanna be a solo streamer. I mean, I don't mind having a stream with other people. I've done that once, twice. I don't remember, but yeah. I wanna get used to talking to myself, even in the wee hours of the night. Even if I know someone can hear me, someone in the household. It's got a gradient. I don't know how to add the gradient. So, therefore, I'm not gonna add the gradient. Just goes. But I to the neck. This is exposed metal, so. And our runes, it's a little band of browns. Yeah. That should be the ideal color. There. Also, when I finished this sketch like 2 days ago, this piece, I looked back and that was the only time I noticed that this has yellow lines as well, like the ruffles on the pants. And I'm like, I missed it. So I'm gonna add that now. Yes. Hello, birdie. Right now, earlier I was sketching stuff, but right now I'm just coloring an old sketch. My old sketch. I mean, sketch like 3 days ago. Wait, no. Hold on. I'm gonna open up a different reference. You can't see it. I'm just opening a reference in my second monitor. Anyways, good evening, birdie. I hope your day's been well. How is you? What you doing? Anything fun going on with your life? Yeah. Got what I needed. So I'm gonna pick this and go slightly yellower for the body. Yes, it's evening. It's 9 p.m. Did you just wake up? It is indeed very, very dark out. So this, the fingertips. The fingertips, I'll add a gradient. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. No, I've been awake for a while. I don't know why I'm cooking. Oh well, it happens to the best of us. Why does this coloring look so terrible in my PC monitor? There. Yeah, I like that color better.
我们之前比赛都是赢是赢了，但是还是失误也很多，打的也不是特别好，所以还是要
Oops. It's
加
it's
强
all
你的点，要
it's
加强
alright
你的
if you're
点。
confused with the time right now, Birdie. You know,
一般吧，
sense of time just
我的
whack
发挥也，我的表
for the
现也
past
是
2-3 years. So I really can't blame you.
Welcome back to the LPL. The kickoff of week number 5 has gone the distance as we are here in the final game of the last series of the day. OMG versus EDG. The world champions come back, bring us the distance in an interesting fashion in its own right, and none other than Viper picks up MVP.
Yeah, I was pretty critical of his performance, but I'm going to be real. I just hold him to a ridiculous standard. He definitely performed in a lot of those fights. Some he didn't perform in, was caught out by Aki, maybe missing a few too many cues, but still when it came to it, was able to clean up and follow through for the side of EDG. Especially the early fights, I think, were pretty well played, consistently landing his abilities and just being able to work with Mako to apply passive onto people.
Yeah, you get to see the combo work out a lot, and especially early on, OMG failed attempt at a dive, then the greedy back by Cold gets punished, and
how have I been? I've been good. Trying to make the most of my summer break. Resting.
Monstrously ahead early. His Mystic shots were doing so much damage.
Brawling.
That's the thing. Once he got
back
ahead,
to
he was really able just to absolutely massacre everyone. In this final fight in particular, finding positioning just to keep bursting people out, cleaning up the kills.
We didn't even see the true shot barrage.
And the playing games.
It wasn't the cleanest game, but
if I'm not lazy to play games,
clean up in the end off a bit of a messy one.
Which is actually the reason why I'm drawing right now, because I'm a little lazy to play games.
Really needs to step up in this series and really needs to try to be the true carry for the squad of OMG in terms of finding a pick that will make you comfortable and confident, because the Tristana, while it looked good in the game itself, it wasn't the key to victory for them, and I think you're going to need an incredible bounce back. It helps to be on blue side.
How have you been
in these series, because we've had 100% blue side win rate so
think
far.
you're still busy with
schoolwork.
schoolwork.
The Ari and the Gwent.
I'm not sure. How have you been?
Ban away the Zeri, the Wukong, and the Silas.
This is an interesting one because this is similar to the first game draft, except this time Viego is left open for the Silas. OMG just take the Viego outright. EDG can answer with Lee Sin for JJ, or they can go towards the Vi again. They have some options. So they can look to prioritize different areas. A lot more AD carries open than we saw in the previous draft, for example. where we went in the second
Uh-oh.
rotation, things got
Okay, I'm in
thinned
the
out.
right
It looks
layer.
like for now, EDG might just lock in that Lee Sin.
Got worse.
Be a nice, at least trendsetter in terms of what the composition
Being
could be
in the wrong layer, not really the most fun.
obviously
I've been
would
passing
love
in
to
and
see
out
JJ
in schools.
on the Lee
Finish.
Sin. They'll switch to the Gnar and then the
Ah,
Lee.
okay, so you're done with Akats as well.
Seen as
Congratulations.
priority, and if anyone wasn't
Congratulations.
clear, with the durability
You
changes,
have
one of the novelties is when he's in
you have
mini, he's squishy,
escaped yet
he's
another
now more
step.
durable, and also his
Not
percentage
escape, you have
HP
finished yet
with his
another
W
step.
in mini, which is obviously
So I
more
applaud
effective.
you.
So one of the reasons
I
we are
would
seeing a
clap
ton
if I
more
wasn't
of the
drawing,
Gnar with
but
Silas Band,
well,
no
coloring.
concern about getting your ult stolen. So
Congratulations. But
The
Gonna be a fast
dragon
one
is
too.
back!
Okay, you're facing into a Shyvana, who obviously we can see has become a mega
Someone's
tank.
happy to
You're
see a
facing into
dragon.
Corki, and it looks like Azir's the play. I talked a little bit about this after game 1. Azir into the Shyvana. You have percentage HP damage if you go Leandries. You have the ult to push her away and make things difficult. EDG can obviously go for a comp a bit better at dealing with Shyvana. Last time Shyvana was picked in that game 1, it was the 5th pick for OMG on blue side. So EDG were kind of already like committed to the comp.
Yeah.
This time a bit more flexibility. But no AD carries or supports picked up in this draft. Kind of reminiscent of game 2. And we see once again the heavy AD carry bans will start to fly through. Samira denied specifically from Abel as something he's exceptionally proficient on.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I would expect maybe even 3 on each side. Just kind of dwindled down that pool even more so. Obviously, supports had a lot to do with these games so far, though. I think Mako and Cold have been the underlying, I guess, assassins at this point.
In
'cause they have
temporary
found so many
freedom.
crucial
Yep, summer
engages
break
for either
is but a
side, and
temporary
both of the
freedom,
wins.
but you know,
Nautilus joins the Samira for EDG
better
on the
enjoying the
campaign.
summer break than not enjoying it at all,
Yeah,
because
it's actually removing that
by the
support
time
as
we
well,
get to
and this is
work, there
something
will be
that,
no such
you know,
thing
Mako played
as
game 1,
summer
Abel played the
breaks.
next game. Very effective at sort of setting up
Being
that
taught
CC
that
initial engage, picking up
again and
individual
again for
targets.
many, many
We'll
years of
see
my
what EDG
life.
have to go for here. They could go for the Ezreal in this
Does
situation
that mean I get
for
to
Viper.
enjoy my summer break?
It does offer that extra bit of mobility to help you deal with the Shyvana.
No.
I won't lie, I don't think Ezreal's
But
gonna be exactly
I
the best
like to
cutting through
believe I
Shyvana.
did.
But if you're able to kite her, that can be the more important factor, and you can allow your team to get a position to respond.
That's the biggest thing,
Else-
right? Because I think if you have the kiting factor and you're able to just like kite Shanji away from the fight, even and just buy time, you feel confident for
Turn
EDG
that
that you can handle
picture
the rest of
now.
it.
Take it
Yeah, you just don't want to get run down. And here's where there's a bit of an issue. Because Ezreal would have been great for OMG. Abel's comfortable.
Well,
able to sit well
since
with a comp.
you're out
Now they're looking between Tristan and Kaiser.
on summer
Neither of which are
break,
really
maybe it's time to pop
exceptional, I
open
feel. They're good into Ezreal,
the
don't get me wrong.
server
Okay, I'll
from
take,
time
I'll
to
run this back a little bit.
time.
They're good into Ezreal,
Eh?
but you don't have support matchup counter pick. So
Eh?
depending on what Cold picks here, we can see Mako go with something that's able to mitigate whatever Cold picks. So we'll see what ends up coming out. If you go with something too passive, then Mako can pick something to outscale.
And
If
my
you go
dogs
something aggressive, you
are
can pick something defensive. The
barking.
one thing is they don't have Lissandra anymore. So they actually go
Oh,
for
wow.
a Yuumi. So this is the thing, is that like if you pick like Leona, they will take Braum in return. You pick the Yuumi, so you pick the super scaling pick. Not
Someone's
expecting pressure,
arrived
but the problem is,
home.
Mako will just take Karma. Karma doesn't necessarily outscale the Yuumi, but this is a hard lane to play, right?
Alright.
Because they will just focus poke onto the Tristana. You know, the extra combat summoners that Zumi offers doesn't really come into it when you just get poked at a lane. And so you're going to end up in a rough time. And now we sort of take stock, right? Top lane, Flandre is going to have priority. Mid lane, Scout is going to have priority over Cream in the levels. Until Cream can just burst through waves when he gets rockets and a bit more damage. And then bot lane, Abel and Cold are going to get bullied, like to an extreme degree. So I
Not
think
a
this
lot
is
to
hard
work
for
with
OMG.
for OMG.
Yeah, I think Aki's the one who's going to suffer the most, because JJ should be able to take over this game. That being said, EDG, you know, the composition doesn't exactly have the most fantastic engage. And there's a lot
You
of
forgot
scaling
about the
elements on OMG that can
server.
look to get into the later stages.
I
The
mean,
fact
it's
you have
fair, we
Yuumi,
haven't
Shiva-
played
think
in
about
there
how broken
in
that
a
Shyvana was.
long
Stick a Yuumi on
while.
it, right?
Yeah.
Now how are we feeling?
Yeah, it's gonna be feeling real good.
Alright,
I would say.
Golden Bells.
And, you can obviously see a little bit of fun, a little bit of lightheartedness on the side of OMG, but I think that's important going into this final game, and especially for OMG to pilot this composition. 'Cause I was honestly kind of interested. We didn't see the Braum for the side of OMG, but they go with the Enchanter. They go with this, as you said, really not having any agency. And
And
now they've
again
got
with
to
a gradient.
leave Aki up to deciding their fate
Gray
and
gradient,
figuring out what the early
gradient.
game's going to look like. We've seen, some early focuses to objectives as well. That's going to be very hard for OMG to deal with if EDG decide to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I think it's hard because I think if we had a team like RNG who had the red side draft, I would be really convinced they would just take this game. The lane pressure would be too much. You'll take over the map. Game's over, right?
Oh, beautiful.
The EDG have been very messy, and kind of relying on their mechanical proficiency in team fights to bring them back into games. I don't know if they start flubbing this game. Right, let's say OMG gets some early dragons. We saw them put heavy prio in that game 1 on the dragon to get the armor and resist for Shanji. If you start relying on dragon fights to come out ahead in this game, the package is going to be difficult to play around.
You watched me play the other time. When was that? Was that when I was painting my nails?
It could just all get
was it that time?
Very messy.
As we hit the rift for the final time of the day, the grand finale. Got fireworks aplenty, maybe a bonfire for Ox, but here we are, OMG versus EDG. EDG on the red side again. We've had 100% win rate for the side so far. 100% Ocean.
Oh yeah. You were there for like the whole time.
Maybe the curse is just broken at this point.
I appreciate that you were staying the whole time.
Again, all about the early path. Both these junglers keeping an eye on where the resources will be dealt.
And I have a little tidbit for you, Mazel.
What's up?
Did you know that one of these champions on the Rift has a 100% win rate so far in the summer split?
100%.
No way.
And
who could it possibly be?
It's the Shyvana.
Oh, that's out of left field.
Earlier today, has managed to pick up that 1 rate. If you didn't catch the game earlier, Shanji played this in game 1.
Oh wow.
And he was immortal. I'm not sure if it's going to go in a similar direction in this one.
100% win rate on Shyvana.
We have a lot more tools to potentially deal with it.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is now EDG get a second crack at figuring out the Shyvana, figuring out what to do on stage with it. But it's a different look from
hello, welcome back.
Yeah, I think ultimately they've been
I ran out of ideas of what to draw.
OMG knew they couldn't leave it till late.
So I'm just coloring an old sketch. But I will show you what I did.
They have so.
While you were gone.
Lee Sin normally likes a lot of setup in his lanes. We don't really have that. As much as I said, Lee Sin should be in control because
me?
Prio.
No, I'm not drunk.
Easy CC setup. Normally, you're looking for like a stun.
I only in shout out.
Has a mega. Mako has the root if someone overextends, but it's just not really going to be expected.
It's a shout out.
I guess it's a lot of how this early trading breakdown. As you
here's what I did
right?
today. Let me
that
see.
can have in the lanes and where JJ decides to
Okay,
deal with
it's
that.
showing properly. That's the first sketch. That's this is the next two. And here. It was a bunch of regular sketches. And then I drew this for you. I don't know how to draw an alligator.
I think this is the thing is really.
I don't know how to draw an alligator, so I did my best. Then
topside skull because he knows that there's no chance of securing this. Honestly, JJ should look at both.
Let's wait for it to go. This was supposed to be Angst, but then I decided to draw this. And then it evolved.
I don't think there's an easy way to approach this, especially at the level 3 mark, the rocket jump and everything for.
Well, then I don't know. I don't know what to draw next. So I just look. I'm just like
which is as much as
2/3 of the page.
Right? If you're keeping up, not getting denied both skulls, that's fine.
So I don't know what else to do, so I just went ahead and colored the old sketch. Trim the right layer, because if I'm not in the right layer, it will be trouble.
Like the dragon, like the herald as well, by having first move on it.
You know what? You know what, Azul? Get that sleep. Get as much sleep as you need, and as much sleep as you want.
For OMG to make
this
it back
when
into
school
it.
starts again. No, my goodness. Sleep
If you start flubbing in a fight,
it's gonna be gone.
Out of control. And bear in mind, outside of the Meganar, a lot of squishy champions on either side of EDG can get bursted.
I guess that's a way to approach it. Because for me, I'm always looking like how do OMG secure an advantage at least? Because right, Shanji got a little bit of gold in the first game of the series, and it just snowballed with this Shyvana. And you can see Aki has a lot of the same idea coming to top lane now. As he might be able to find Flandre. Flandre will have the flash, does use it, and does have the hop, but he doesn't get the double, and this could just be
And that's
blood for
it.
OMG.
That's the thing, if you have triple prio lanes, then any lane is set up for a gank. Flandre gets chased down, and we've seen this before. You're accelerating the Shyvana can make all the difference. We'll see on the opposite side of the map, EDT might look towards this first dragon as a response, but, you know, giving that gold over to OMG, not how you want to start the game.
It's, I'm not saying we're getting reminiscent from last.
And it has saved.
It's not going to happen. It's going to be different this time.
Continue coloring.
It's not going to be a scary dragon. We do see a lot of movement here on the bottom lane, though, as Aki transitions down to the bottom side. EDG's bottom lane, trying to move up, at least Mako is, with the poke that is there, with the karma, the mobility that is there. But there won't be a response while OMG start up the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, kind of crazy. I mean, Shanji even actually
Lapit na
resets to
magpass
come
away,
over.
Lods.
This is, I mean, we saw this in the previous game. Like, Shanji is so like, I want
Don't
first
pass
dragon, I will
away.
walk down, and my
Not
team will take
yet.
It is like, we are getting that first dragon. I need that extra 5 armor and MR.
I still
and
need you
TP back up
guys.
top lane.
Okay, I
He's
still
happy,
need
got
you
his
guys.
resistances, He got what he wanted, and OMG secure first dragon. And I have some news for you, Mazel.
What's up?
We got 5 in a row, 5 Ocean Souls in a row, but this game will not be an Ocean Soul. We're gonna change the scenery.
Yeah, I said it at the beginning of the game. Seeing it as the first dragon, I was really excited that we actually get a change to the break. Maybe that means that red side will win one time.
We were having some audio issues with our feed, so I was trying to fix that, which is why I missed that. Sorry, dude.
We had to get the resets off. It's all fine, though. But that means that we're now perfectly in position to watch the rest of this game. See, everything's fine now. I will say it's still getting a little bit scary in terms of at least...
Yes, of course. You can request some sketch if you want.
So as we were saying in the draft, right, like this is how it
I don't mind if you want to request something, because I have also ran out of things to draw, so
not gonna be just
feel free.
able to go anywhere he wants, right? I think he's still gonna need a little bit of time.
I feel like there's a Montgomery Gator sketch request coming
some
a
way,
few.
shape, or form.
I'm going to say something to note is that bot lane has been going far better than I expected it would be. Like, Abel hasn't had prio share, but like, the Trist Yumi have kept even in CS.
Most badly
chilling,
drawn
right?
meme
Top lane
worthy.
is, as you said, a sizable CS lead. But when Shanji gets
Ooh, okay.
Bami Cinder, which is very cheap, starts completing like his
Badly
mythic
drawn.
item, it just means that he can obliterate waves.
Yeah.
Quite quickly. and Flandre
Okay.
can't just really step up to him in case
Let
he risks
me
getting engaged on.
let me think of a
And that's
meme
kind of the
while
point.
I
Like, already
color.
you can see how quickly he kind of burns through the waves, but add the Bami Cinder and they will just... It's like one combo, boom, whole wave's gone. And you shouldn't
Ano
be
ba
denied
to
any CS, really.
Like, what's the meme right now? What's the trend? I haven't
Scout was on his way as well.
I haven't been in touch with pop media lately.
In position as Rift Herald is on the table for EDG.
Yeah, I think EDG need to be getting this. I think if they don't get this, it's pretty devastating. But OMG, like, you can give this over. Look at your bot lane. You have Tristana Yumi pushing up to the tower. You don't need to die for this.
Meganar is almost up for Flandre. Yeah, I would say they're just posturing for a little bit of pressure. Make sure, you know, EDG can't just...
I think the pivotal thing with that play is making sure that EDG
What does this original
they have to move
skirt
the bot lane up. If
mean?
Viper starts to move down as soon as he knows it's a sure thing and he sees
I don't
Abel.
even know.
Oh.
I can't see what's going on the screen right now, so I'm gonna
Who
try to
carrying a
reset
drunk
my feed so I
Aikawa
can
and
hopefully find
Hattie?
that out.
Mazel, I think you like that a
Yes,
bit.
of course. As soon
Okay, I don't know if Mazel
as
can hear me.
as
I'm
the
just gonna keep
caretaker
going.
of
I
the
just can't
group.
see what's happening in the game right now. I am now
I think-
reloaded in though, and I see that Abel is trying to set up a little bit of something.
I can do
I think
that.
You lagged out because you lagged out in Discord as well.
I can do that.
you just cut
Hold
off.
on. I just save.
Hooray for remote broadcasting!
Yeah,
There we
they're
go.
looking for an opportunity here.
It's all the fireworks. Speaking of fireworks, we got the satchel charge. At least a little bit.
Well,
of
here's a
it,
meme.
Abel returned. A big true shot barrage back, but
If
Aki
it could be classified as a meme.
Yeah, a lot burn from both sides. The flash is the longest cooldown for Viper, but you know, they still have flash and Mako, they still have heal. Whereas exhaust, ignite, and cleanse cleanse used
All
from
right,
OMG. I think Ava was trying to maybe find an angle to ult
give me
make
all
go backwards, but doesn't
song
overcommit
on
into the play. And for
or
now,
I could just
Trish,
check
actually another
Twitter.
opportunity.
Get open
Keep on
Twitter.
going.
Ah!
Rocket jump
No,
in, but
pencil.
it's able
Do
to put down
not.
damage on the Viper. Viper falls. Get the healing back.
Let's
and OMG,
not
throw up those thumbs up.
fall into
Finds a nice window,
nowhere.
and Trist into Ezreal works. My concern
let's
was
see.
the support matchup. If it ends up being Braum into Nautilus
Wait,
again,
let me open
or Braum
chatter,
into
you
Leona,
know.
then EDG can easily
Make sure
just
I
mitigate that.
still see
But
you guys.
in this
I'm gonna
situation,
go
we see,
to
an
Aikawa's
Ezreal with a Karma. The Karma can
Twitter
really offer shield that
because
can't
I
disrupt the
know
Tristana
both
from
of us
getting on the
birdies
Ezreal
there. Yep,
and able
it's in
making
the
it
header.
work with the Yumi attached. We do see Scout go for that shuffle, but a Valkyrie from Cream keeps him safe.
Easy peasy. It's gonna be a big ult.
Yeah, I see us. Alright, I see the three of us now. Our three Sonas. Now, if I could just move Chatterino. There, I have now successfully moved Chatterino.
Some more scaling for the Azir.
Yeah, I mean,
Hold on,
it's
trying
nice,
to figure
and getting
out.
mid tower is really important, don't get me wrong. But you don't really get to capitalize on this until second Herald, because chances are with the Corki in the mid lane, they'll just clear the wave
Wait,
endlessly. You shouldn't get free time to finish off this tower.
Let's see.
Unless OMG
I'm
mess
gonna
up. So
try to look
we'll see if they're able to pan out on that one, or if EDG needs
more
to lean on the second Herald. The
references.
Dragon is spawning soon. We'll see if either team opts to heavily invest into it. You can see JJ is fishing around for an opportunity. And obviously, you'd
Keep
love to be able to
streaming.
secure
It's
the second
trending in the
dragon and
Philippines.
try
I
and
don't know
deny the soul
why.
stacking from
Hold on, I'm
OMG.
curious.
They're here
Why
in
is keep
response,
streaming
though,
trending?
They'll be clearing out some of the vision behind the pit. And,
Hold on,
JJ
hold on.
pulls the dragon
Hold
out
on, before I do the
as,
sketch.
Scout's on his way here. They're also pulling Flandre here.
Ah, it's a new release
Taking a
of
lot of the forefront
thing.
damage of the dragon until it gets the reset
I think
off,
this is
but they're just
K-pop.
buying
Yeah,
time
it's K-pop.
until the entire team of EDG can show up here for the dragon fight.
Yeah, looks like, we knew that Prio from Dragons
We're
would
about
come
to
with
get
Shanjo
5v5.
and Shyvana. We're getting a 5v5 already. Package is there for Cream, though. That's the big factor.
That is huge. As Flandre speaking of huge, about to get Magnar package comes across. Dragon goes to OMG. Final chapter connects onto JJ. He goes over the wall. That's huge, though. They get away. You'll take that over giving lives and just a dragon.
Yeah, I mean, OMG got the dragon. They go where they want and they get out. And now it's going to be a Cloud Soul. Which
So how do we
I
want
think
Azul
OMG is
carrying
probably- EDG
Asaikawa?
is probably happiest with that. If it was Hextech on Mountain, you'd be really concerned. Mountain on the side of OMG was
Like,
pretty big. I think
would
Hextech
they
would probably
be
the worst,
dragging
like the
us
slow
on the
effect.
ground?
Like you saw Shanji just running
Like
down
both
the
of
enemy
us,
team,
or would
Corki
they
Rocks
be
as well.
literally
I think
carrying
Hextech
us?
Soul would just end it. The movement speed
What
is still
you
nice
think?
for OMG. Don't get me wrong, it's solid.
Yeah.
But it definitely could have been worse. But OMG, two
I think
dragons
you
in
can hear
pocket.
me. Yeah,
Extra
you could hear
resistance
me.
Shanji, and we already know what an
Or
absolute
is the
beefcake
commentator
Shyvana can
just too
become.
loud?
Can't believe we
Oh.
actually got
Positive
that
start.
5v5 setup. Like, I mean, I understand, like, we've set up some
Yeah.
of the
Did I
points that, like,
I
it is
lower
really
the
important, but
volume?
Man, we just got a
Yeah.
full-on 5v5.
Tupa-tupik tayo,
This is
sino
the problem,
kakalit
right,
ka
is
rin.
because the package, right, makes this very hard to contest, but you've never
That's
missed
the
out on the first two
environment.
dragons. And Corki is weakest in
You
the
know,
like,
I'm
early
the
game,
one,
right? Like, look at his
since I'm
items, he's
shorter
got,
than you, I'm the one that's
just
gonna
a
be
grab bag
carried.
of
Ikaw yung
stuff.
kakalit ka rin.
But it's gonna get to the point where Corki's really strong, and Corki's gonna sync up package with every single dragon. You are now two
I'm the
dragons
shorter
down,
one. I'm the one gonna
and
be
you know
carried
that
in
you're
the
gonna have
arm,
to face into a
by
package
on
every
the
single
arms,
one
by
from
the
here on
arms,
out. It's gonna be
in the
difficult.
arms.
You're gonna have a hard time contesting. So this soul could
Eh,
happen
whatever,
sooner
English.
rather than later, and EDG have to work on a solution. The fact they had Prio in all three lanes,
You know,
with a 20 CS discrepancy
I
mid
may
in
be
favor of
short,
OMG.
Oh,
but I can still
again, Cream
fight
gets
you.
out this time, having to utilize the flash.
I can still fight you, Aikawa. I may be short, but I will fight
And it
you.
just feels like top's advantage is negligible, not really that much of an issue. Mid is actually behind for EDG. Bot is down because of the kill. Like, EDG are down. They're behind in a game where they had triple prio lanes and needed to make something happen. They just couldn't find it, and I feel like this game is going to get rougher and rougher from here on out as a result. Crossfire Golden are completed for Shanji. You have the Yumi, you have the Tristana, the Corki. You have so much scaling on this composition.
Kaladkad po,
Also
Azul.
saw the first iteration of the Yumi on the Shyvana.
Alright,
with
I
the
haven't
Dragon's Descent
drawn a
and the
full
final
body
chapter.
human in a
It
long
was
while.
just a little
Bear with me.
foreshadowing to what we'll see, but it is a terrifying fact for EDG to face. Meanwhile, Viper and Mako keeping a lot of aggression on the bottom lane, just trying to hack away at this turret as much as they can while they can.
Yeah, I think there's somebody said that they do have a better comp for dealing with the Shyvana. Like I talked about, the Rise not being the best at killing her. Azir, who's likely going to go Leandries, will be much more suited. Already has Leandries. But still, it's not exactly positive now. It is trying to apply some pressure down bot and make a lean in. In the meantime, we see the Herald being picked up for OMG. So, the positive here is you end up getting the tower, most likely. Shanji's going for heavy trade. Yeah. So you get Fist Tower. You get
That is me.
Nice, great. Problem is, you know how they used the Herald mid earlier? You're not getting the second Herald. So how are you going to take out that mid tier 1? It's so easy to stall a game out if your mid tier 1 is up.
Sorry, I'm watching.
Look at this pressure coming out from OMG. Like, they're not even using that one.
Okay.
They've already really chunked out that tower. Scout's in a bit of trouble. And I just think the problem is, like, I'm not going to criticize. I think the right play from it's a good play from EDG to get the tower at least, rather than nothing. But the fact OMG have gotten, you know, those 2 dragons and
Siyempre pinakamatangkad sa ating tatlo. I think it's you, Aikawa. You're the... Pretty sure you're the tallest out of the 3 of us. Did I get that right?
Point where you have to try and make things happen, otherwise things will get harder and harder.
And let's be real, it's EDG. If anybody's going to step up, it is EDG. Yes, they've had some rough things happen for them this split so far in terms of games, but it's still a positive record. It's still a positive essence.
Yeah,
this,
you're the tallest for sure.
I think in these moments, even if we've seen such a one-sided affair in terms of the blue side and everything going against them, even in this early game, it's still...
I'm not sure if that says
There's
much.
a potential with this team to turn out an
Because
incredible
we're all
performance
short.
and win this series.
If my memory serves me right, we haven't met in
again, like 5-1's a good scoreline.
years. We haven't met in years.
Top esports next week, and then RNG in week 7.
What the heck? We haven't seen each other again in such a long while.
Yep. So he's able to survive, and now pressure comes out mid. They're just gonna Herald to take the mid tier 1, and it's gone.
So, Aikawa, since we're drunk in this sketch, what would we be drinking here? Soju? The bar pink?
And Shanji, perfect timing, has the Dragon's Descent. We'll see the back coming out from Cream. It looks like EDG will actually just get this one. They're too quick on the ball. They'll burn it down. Unless...
He could try and steal. No, he won't get it.
I like the package shout out though. Final chapter, Dragon's Descent in. Able on the side there, TP and Cream is coming with the package.
No, I'm gonna go for Soju as well.
And now the recess for Aki.
And there goes
Is
the
package
jungle.
gonna be enough to do this? You still have a lot of time on the Dragon's Descent, but they'll back away. The timing just a little bit off for OMG.
I think we just got a taste there, Mazel, a taste of what this dragon can do. And Shanji with the Yumi on top jumps into 5 people with the confidence.
Still
and you might be left behind.
Scouts just used the Emperor's Divide to
And Karma's dead.
Everything
That's
is
Karma.
chaotic at this point, but OMG take advantage of the chaos.
Anong flavor, Aikawa? Anong flavor nung sayo?
Absolutely.
Sa akin. Strawberry akin.
Now OMG
Hindi.
pushing the wave up.
Gusto ko yung
managed to get
grapes.
that tower, building up a lead once again. And the fact they lost the dragon isn't a
Green
major
grape
concern.
supremacy.
It just delays the soul, but
Yes.
still miles away. And yeah, this
Yes.
is a taste of what we expect.
You'll be carrying us, and we'll be carrying the bottles.
Shanji comes in, knowing the package is there to follow up.
And it was so
And they do a decent job of burning through Shanji, but still, there's 5 people there pumping damage into this dragon, and it just doesn't do enough.
Like, it is an absolute force. Oh, Abel. Oh, Abel. Oh, Abel. It is an absolute force from OMG, though. Like, they were going ham in that moment. They didn't need to go under the towers. They didn't need to continuously fight that one, but they did because they're feeling confident with the composition they have.
That's an
You know,
eraser.
it's an underlying fact that means so much for a lot of these teams. We will see EDG respond with a tower of their own in mid lane.
Tama. In this stream, it is Green Grape Supremacy. Ah yes, of course. Soju plus Sprite plus Yakult is wow. Or you could go for something more unconventional, but still common. Soju and beer.
Oh, Emperor's Divide Scout with the big play and the separation. Final chapter is not enough. Aki's resets are not enough. And Cold gets dragged down with the rest of his teammates. That's a quick couple kills for Viper and EDG. They find a potential win here to propel them forward.
And that might be enough. You know, they just found this massive engage from Scout. The problem is it's a little
Fun
bit too
fact:
If
the
that was
little
15
white
seconds later,
lines
maybe,
in
that's
the
fine.
mask,
But the problem is,
the mask of my Sona is actually a smile.
And so the end result is
I wanted
they
it to
won't
be
able
a
to scale the
smile.
objective. It's a good engage. It's a good pick from EDG. It's all positive, but I just don't think it will be enough due to the timing of it. Just a massive overstep here onto the dragon, and Scout finds this beautiful shuffle. Gets both of the champions he can hit and gets the extra Yumi. Buy 2, get 1 free.
A little bit of a deal going on over here, but not a deal that OMG will be very happy about. They'll need to talk to a manager at some point. At this point for EDG, again, a lot of the stuff that I was talking about earlier, where they're never down, they're never out.
How the hell do I don't shades? There we go.
And we now have the Warmocks coming in for Shanji.
And there I am.
I wonder what the itemization is going to be for Shanji in this.
I'm
one.
not
I feel
gonna
like
shade
Force of
that.
Nature is kind of a given. That item's so strong for reducing the magic damage, and then you can probably just build armor outside of that. Shanji going in solo here, but should just be able to ult out.
Will use the ulti out and does so nicely. He'll turn back around for the aggression as mid lane push for OMG. Feels like they're stalling just a tiny bit, but again, we were talking about scaling aspects for them, and so I think it's all fine.
Oh boy.
As long as
Hold
they
on.
continue to get
I
objective
haven't
control,
drawn myself in a
especially
while.
around these objectives against EDG, and now that we see Abel complete the Phantom Dancer there, a little bit of a power spike. Still waiting on that third item though.
Yeah, this will be where Viper is spiking harder than him, though. You know, at the 2-item spike with the Essence Reaver and the...
There we go.
Manamune. You see Shanji quickly trying to stack up his ult again to be ready for this dragon. It's in 30 seconds now. Cream has TP, so he can reset and TP in once again with the package. But he's trying to get some poke down beforehand. And this is ideal, is you get some poke down on the Corki, you reset, and when you grab the package, it actually recharges your ammunition. So you can just spam rockets and fire off the big one, and then come back in for it. But it's 10 seconds till dragon, so he's got to be quick if he wants to make this work.
Abel is pushing mid lane. He'll come join the team shortly. Aki is on the flank here. We'll spot out JJ. Gotta watch out for those Emperor's Divides. The Shurima shuffles coming through from Scout. He's been trying to find him. He's already found one now. But it's all onto the dragon. It's a fight that you wouldn't expect be life or death in the LPL at this time, but with Shyvana in the game, it absolutely is. Here comes the final chapter.
Geez.
Dragon's Descent not used yet. It will be stolen by JJ, though. The Dragon 2 in a row for EDG.
Let's go, EDG.
Need to run away.
Ruin the Shyvana win rate. You thought I'd ruin myself with a ponytail.
You know, they don't get the dragon, they just back off. But importantly enough, the package wasn't
Do
taken
I?
by Cream there.
Ah, yeah, sometimes I do.
Seeing is he delays the package till now.
Sometimes I do, sometimes I
They go
don't.
for the Baron. I mean, shitty, he grabs the package.
Alright,
now. This is a bit of a weird play.
draw.
They got the
They just wanna
package.
fight.
Let's draw a
Dude just wanna
soul.
fight. Shanji's got Dragon's Descent up and ready to go. He's got everybody in behind him. Aki trying to get around the corner here, but trying to get back into the pit as Baron. This is a flip. Package comes through. Viper is the target. Cream gets Viper. That's huge. JJ's not caught out. And OMG have done
is
it. A double
done.
kill for Cream. Make it a triple. And Flandre, Mako, they're the only ones left of the
Norris
world
dead.
champions. The
Norris
Dragon's
very
coming
much
to
dead.
town,
Oh,
and the
there they
Dragon is
go.
hungry.
That easy. Just grab package, start the Baron. Cream flies in and decimates EDG. And now the Baron will be their prize. Shit, they didn't get those 2 dragons. I don't think they care.
They do not. They started it up. It got down. They turned. They fought. And now they get it as a prize. OMG are taking EDG to task. And it's incredible. It is the blue side buff. I don't know if it's the Shanji buff, the Dragon buff, whatever it is. But OMG are threatening EDG in this series so heavily.
I mean, this is looking pretty bad for EDG. You're 4k down before the Baron has even been used. Cream is approaching level 16. It's going to be super strong then. And we'll get a replay of how this went down. Viper was already chunked out from the previous stage. And now this is such a bad spot to be in. He's trapped against the wall. Was trapped in his Mystic Shop animation. So yes, he dashes out, but he takes the burn.
Oh,
and
they
Cream just
tried.
fantastically repositioning. The Yumi helps keep him alive, and here Scout nearly takes him out, but not quite able to before the heal comes. And then Flandre, he's trapped. He does end up flubbing here and wasting his flash in the end. Not sure what that one was, but regardless,
Scout
OMG, a
tried
crushing
so
teamfight
hard.
win.
Scout tried so hard to stop what was happening to his ADC.
Okay.
But it's that crucial catch that
Trying
we
to
said
study
in the
Birdie's
beginning of
hair.
this. The big spotlight is on Abel versus Viper.
Alright.
How the teams prop them up to be carries in this situation. And catch outs like that will cause EDG to lose this game.
Now,
Gonna
OMG have to be careful not to
draw the thing
overextend.
first.
TP flank coming in from Scout.
They have Dragon's Descent again with the final chapter. They have their tools. Abel is a little bit caught out here, but now the resets from the rocket jump are coming through, and Shanji is still ridiculous.
Oh,
EDG still have an
OMG
answer.
is
I don't know what to
winning.
say at this point. Aki
Rest
is
in
going
peace,
golden, survives.
EDG.
The resets coming through, and Shanji is going under tower
Yes,
here.
it's a very
But it is
interesting hair. Don't get me
OMG
wrong. I just
avalanching through
want to
EDG.
understand how to draw it.
And this might just be gain. They have Baron, they have 5 members up, and the sustain for the Yumi as well to keep them healthy. It's only the bot lane of EDG to defend. OMG might have just found the upset.
OMG, they pull out the Shyvana twice in the series. They pull out wins against the world champions, EDG. This will be a disappointment for EDG, but this will
Rip
be a glorious
EDG.
victory for OMG. They already took down LNG in their first win of the split. Then they took down LGD, and now they take down Edward Gaming.
And the message is clear. Shanji Shyvana cannot be stopped. I was concerned about some things coming in the draft, right? Them going for the Tristana with the potential for Braum coming in, but they don't go for the melee support. They don't go for the engage. They go for the Yumi, and it panned out perfectly. Triple lanes with prior for EDG, and yet they couldn't do anything. They couldn't find the advantage. And OMG come out with a convincing win.
Viper is devastated, and that is right. That is
that's
right
an eraser.
for this situation, because EDG should not have lost this series, and they do so off the back of some incredible play from OMG. I cannot upstage the fact that they just took it to EDG in a way that I feel like EDG hasn't been tested like that so far.
Yeah, and I mean, the
Is
package was fantastic from Cream.
Is it
really
the shape
worked
of a
with that pool
bird?
well.
Hold on.
How happy he was after the game.
Yeah, I mean, they're vibing. This is a great win for them. Bear in mind, the only team to have beaten EDG so far is JDG. Who, up until now, we expect them out. We're
It does
undefeated,
look
we're
like a
top the table.
bird. Like
So I mean, this is huge for
the
them. It's a
beak,
much-needed win. They'll help push
then
them up the
flying
standings.
like
They're currently ninth going
that.
into this one. I don't think
There's the
actually changes
tail.
the
It
standings,
does look like a bird.
at all, surprisingly.
Ah.
They'll still be ninth, but a little bit closer to being eighth than they were before, at least.
Interesting.
EDG, the one time these two teams meet,
Yeah.
they get to hold that over their
Anyways, let's
And also,
give
it's one of those
them
things where,
bangs so
you
it
know,
does
there's a lot of teams
so
where, like, for
so
example,
Birdie
WE,
doesn't
they're
look
quite
like
good at the moment, they're
Lars
struggling.
from Steven
OMG
Universe.
beating them isn't that big of a deal because, you know, it's one of those ones you expect. But taking a game of EDG, that can make a difference. Bear in mind, OMG didn't make it into playoffs last split. They were 11th. They were the highest placed team not to make it in playoffs. So
Sheesh, Birdie
it could
big
have
brain
been
with their
wins
sauna
like this, getting
design.
a win against EDG,
We
can be the sort of thing that can
love
push you
this
into
stat.
playoffs this time round. So massive for them. Well deserved. And I think, you know, game one, very convincing from them. Game two was a mess that EDG managed to pull ahead on. And then game three, it just felt like EDG never got any momentum. And with that composition, they needed it.
Patience
They
be
absolutely
worried.
did. The momentum was all in favor of OMG. I love that we saw
Yeah.
Shanji whip out
Birdie's
Shyvana again
the
2 more
one
times. Both
most
times OMG
sober
knew
out of the
they
three of
will
us.
be a late game
So
carry.
they have
How do we
so
get
they
them
have
there?
to take
It's
care
this
of us.
Massive dragon in the top lane who can start fights at any pull of the trigger he
How's
wants.
the
Pretty
hair in
much.
this
The dragon's
one?
descent was almost
Alright.
constantly up, even if the other ultis were still down. And it was incredible the way that he piloted this champion, because it made EDG force their hands so many times. He was
Bro,
just
boy, is that
walking
gold
into
grab.
them. That is
It's
incredible.
just like, it's like chilling. Oh, bit of a lead. Nah, never mind. The boom.
Bye-bye.
Game over. Yeah.
It's
and
the
I mean,
fireworks.
Cream-
It's the grand finale. Look, it's really high in the sky. You got all the brights and explosions, the fire. I guess it was ice because he was wearing the ice skin of Shyvana, but you know.
I mean, Cream, I feel, was the one responsible for the fireworks display in that game. But yeah, EDG, very rough for them. But OMG, this is such a positive. And, you know, I think they can take this forwards. Next series against WE, that should be a win for OMG. They do have some trickier ones further down the line, but this is a good bit of momentum for them.
I will say, I understand, like, I pointed out the whole disparaging fact that Viper is pretty upset about it. But that, for me, watching a competitor, that means a lot to me, right? Like seeing a player be upset, especially the caliber of Viper, he's gonna come back 10 times stronger, right? You're gonna have to watch out. He will remember this performance and be like, "Yo, this cannot happen again." And I think that's super important when you're thinking about the competitor's mindset, especially in the LPL. Like, this win is huge for OMG, but it's also a big lesson for EDG.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it is. I feel like there's a lot of takeaways from this. You know, there's definitely some things that get fixed up in the drafting phase, but I think the play was just subpar. I think, you know, even the players who expect to be exceptional, Viper had MVP the previous game, but it wasn't a flawless game from him. And that sounds harsh. It sounds really heavy when I'm saying, oh, you didn't play a flawless game, but this is Viper. Like, the expectation is this guy does play flawlessly, but not today. And it feels like members of this roster have been slumping. It feels so long ago. You know, you mentioned a lot in that series about them being world champions. They don't feel like world champions right now. They feel a long way away from the form they had in 2021. Spring, you know, we looked at Spring as being like, you know, sometimes teams have a rough spot after they've won like Worlds or MSI or something. We saw that with RNG. Post MSI, they have a rough spot. That was okay, but the fact that like we have the same roster that won Worlds last year, we are coming up halfway through the summer split, closing in on Worlds, and they look nowhere close. I'm not even sure if this EDG roster will make it to Worlds, right? That is the current form of them right now. So a lot of work to be done if they want to get into the form where they're even in the conversation.
I will also say huge shout outs to Abel, right? There was a huge test laid in front of him.
I am
and Cold
balancing
tonight,
myself
against Viper and Mako.
in just
and
a
yes,
single
there were a lot
arm.
of big performances across the entirety of OMG and all.
Because
Echo Valley.
Birdie
To be able to
needs
stay
to
stable
drag
in most situations,
Ikawa.
to even be able to come out on top in some situations against the likes of Viper Mega, like I think that's a huge stepping up point. And what I wanted to see from this bottom lane, who
How
has
would
been,
you? No,
know,
I
on the charts with these crazy outplays, but also
I
has
was
been on the
thinking
charts for
of
giving up some big
Ikawa.
leads
I
in the
was
bottom
thinking
lane
of
for OMG.
you getting dragged by the
and
feet.
I mean the fact that Mako and Viper played this calm
But I
angle
think
so
it would be
often and
nicer
really
if you
harassed
just
lanes
got
out.
dragged
They
by
picked up
the
Tristana
arm.
Yumi and they weathered the storm. They even found those all-in windows.
Which one
so
you prefer,
I think
since you're the one
everyone
who
on OMG
requested
had good
this?
moments in this
Being
series. I
dragged
think
by the
that's the
feet
main
or being
takeaway.
dragged by the
Everyone had
arm?
good moments. I think Shanji looked really good in all
Yeah.
3 games.
Actually, it's
Aki
the
had a solid series. I think Cream.
You're actually carrying me by the
decent.
right
I
arm,
think the Corki
Azul.
game was really good. In this one in particular,
Yeah, you're
maybe
gonna
not
be
getting
grabbed
included
by
as
the
much, but
ankle.
I think ultimately it's strong performances all around. It turns out Cream
Alright.
was the MVP of this one because you know those packages they hit right.
They hit right, especially the last couple ones. You were
There's
wondering about the
foot.
timings, right? Didn't have it for the dragon. Turns out they didn't.
Oh
need
wait,
it
my
anyways.
foot
I think
would be
that's the most
covering
interesting
your
point, is
foot.
We had so many games
Let
today that
me
just like went
fix
almost
this.
the distance to the soul, and then the game just ended right before. But Cream, the packages, the Corky, but the entire series, it felt like, you know, we're starting to see why this guy was so lauded, why this guy was so heavily praised.
And I think just the fact that they had the confidence to say, you know what, we don't have the package timing. That's one of the nerfs that took Corki out of the meta originally, was the package being nerfed, 5-minute cooldown, very tight window to make sure you have it before the dragon. And they just went, you know what, we're taking it to Baron. I will kill Viper. Package
It's me who's buff. And then po ng cycling shorts, baka pasilipan
and
po.
ends up on the backline,
Okay,
ready to take the
noted.
play. And then just clean up. This was all they needed. This was the fight. This was the fight that essentially put OMG into the game-winning position.
Yep, exactly that. I think being able to see like those little mechanical outplays, but also just the general chaos that OMG were somehow harnessing.
I will say this fight was a bit messy. Like, we saw JJ kicking Cream and then Scout also ulting Abel.
Yeah.
Like, everyone was
Just
a bit
the
all over the place
chaos.
from EDG. It was chaotic, but OMG seemed to thrive in it, finding the game-ending play and able to take, as I said before, much-needed win for this organization.
Yep, exactly that. I think it's a great step forward. It's also widening the clump a little bit here in the LPL, and I will obviously get a chance to look at the standings here in just a little bit, and we'll have that conversation. But I think it's getting so interesting, man. It always
Okay,
is tight-knit,
there's the
especially
foot.
in the
I'm
top
drawing
level
the
of teams or
foot.
whatever. It's always
Gonna
like
make it
within one game.
cover
But
the
this time around, it just feels like the
fingers.
bottom level has really
But
stepped up to
don't
some extent. Obviously, we're
stress
seeing
about
a lot of
that.
the reasoning why the schedule is so important in the LPL, and especially like looking
Now,
at, obviously we've talked
let's
about it so
hope
much today, but like
that
the
perspective is in my
the 1 round
favor.
robin, the fact that you're only getting these
Single
matchups
round
one
robin, yeah.
time, and single round robin, and EDG goes down to OMG, and all these things that kind of correlate into who wins.
I will
what
figure
and
this
how
out.
Do we figure out after the top 5? Because after today's
I
results,
can figure this out.
It gets a little bit more hectic here, I will say, especially after going the distance in 6 full games. We did have a little bit of a pan out in game number 1, though, the way that we had expected potentially with the TT victory 2-1. I expected
Thank you.
TT train over BLG.
I will try my best.
A real banger, honestly a classic for OMG, and a 2-1
I have the
victory
Prage
over EDG.
BTTV up
And
here.
you know, I feel like in terms of scoreline, both of these are upsets. I think, as you said, first one, TT.
There.
Within the realm
Prage.
of possibility, BLG have looked rough.
I've got the
recently,
Prage
but that
BTTV
OMG
in
one,
here.
Definitely an upset and definitely secured an important win. And now, I feel like
Yes.
this is the thing.
Thank you for helping me
EDG,
shake
I feel
off
like it's
the
a little
rust.
more harder to place exactly their position because I don't think they're quite on the same level. I think the top 4 we had in spring, V5, Top Esports, JDG, and RNG, are kind of top 4 now, right? That's how I feel about them still. RNG has played less games because, you know, they're coming off MSI, so that's why they are below EDG right now, but they obviously have 1 loss less than them. I feel like those are my top 4 in my mind. And then the middle of the pack, it's such a mix-up. It's such a mess, you know? And I feel like at any day, a lot of these teams can beat anyone. I feel like, you know, we just had OMG beat EDG, but I could easily see, you know,
Rage is BTTV emote. If you have
okay, maybe not RA.
BTTV
FPX definitely. FPX, I definitely could see beating
on your computer, if you're watching on a computer, yeah, it turns into emoji.
From like 6th down, and that's just how it is. And then tomorrow's match is LNG against IG. Do not be fooled by the scoreline. That is going to be a close series because LNG have this amazing ability just to sink the level of the series into a fiesta. So
Hindi po yan suka laway yan.
Fantastic one. Shun against Tarzan should be great. And then the second series, I think will actually be a banger. I think this will be a close one. Weibo have taken a few losses already. Still do look formidable, but AL I think have the ability to punch way above.
I also have
It's gonna be such a fun one, especially getting to see
Tech
Weibo
W.
bounce back in some extent, but as well as just seeing
Omega
how they're
Law.
performing, how they're gonna come into. the
What else? What else? Clap.
It's some fun stuff. I'm excited. It will be Hysterics and Dagda bringing you those.
I swear I have Clap here. Why is Clap not showing?
It's been a really fun day. I know it's been a little bit.
Oh, okay, it's showing.
Any crazy takeaways?
Okay, it's not showing my chat arena for some reason, but I have Clap. What else do I have? I have.
No, disgusting was the word.
Yeah, if you get off-roll top lane, like, I don't know what to play. I want to play a tank. I don't want to run it down. I want to help my team. We have the new pick. It is Shyvana.
What are loading? I have loading.
Your best friend's a support player, and you're like, how can we duo? How can we make cool combos? Shyvana, Yumi, there you go. That's
yeah, there we go.
You gotta be cool.
I have a lot of BD.
You gotta play a little bit of Shyvana top. We'll see how it all.
Actually, you know what? Now that I brought it up, let me first save that real quick.
It's been an absolute pleasure to cast here alongside you, Ox.
Yeah.
Long day.
ETTVs.
Team for putting on all the show and putting on all the gears. Thank you to the audience for tuning in, the players and the staff.
Let's see,
for making
BTTV
us have
step
something to watch. And make sure you tune in tomorrow for the same time, same place, the same wonderful action here in the LPL. We'll see you there.
And the thing I'm watching is now done. No. Tomorrow's matches IG versus LNG and WBG versus AL. Why did BTTV, hello? Or is it? Give me a moment. I wanna show you. No, Aikawa, you gotta do it with the exact thing, exact capitalization, and everything. That's how BTTV works. Let's see. Settings. Right, here we are. Yeah, like that. Come on, why is my thing so I am not disabling my Twitch account. Connection. Alright. Let's just type B. Come on, BTTB. Let's see, I think it's this one? Yeah, it's this one. Okay, let me see all of the BTTV that I have. Ah, I have this. 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 And this. On top of the ones that I've already sent. Yay, I got the Popcat. I have slots for 2 more. And the LPL is finished. Alright. Guess we have nothing to watch. Just gonna hide that. Where's that? Move these. Oh, I accidentally moved my alerts. Do not. There. Okay. Now we sit in silence. Well, not really. I'm not gonna allow that. Well, since YouTube is already open. Here we are. Boom. Let's hope we don't get ads, and I just got ads. I didn't get ads. Is there sounds? Oh, there's no sound. Ow! Okay. Behave naman. Oh, ayan. We've got music again, so pwede kaya mag-misbehave din, I guess. Anyways, let's go back to this. Truth be told, I was only stalling. Okay, let's look for Aikawa's model. What's your most updated model?
Just to find a way to you till then. I don't see light in your love anymore. There ain't no reason to go in the floor. I don't like feelings and feeling like running for something and feeling so out of control.
Is it alright? Is it too loud? Hold on. There. Is that a... Ah wait, no, don't worry. This is copyright-free music. This is copyright-free music. This is a stream playlist of a streamer that I follow. All the music here is for free. You won't get muted by Twitch by using this music. Yeah. You know what? I'll send the YouTube playlist. I think you might find it interesting as well if you're looking for nice music that it isn't copyrighted. there's also a lot of musicians that is DMC that makes music DMCA free, or make sure that their music is DMCA free on Twitch, aka you can freely play it on Twitch without your stream being muted or flagged down. Such instances would be Lemon Demon, MXM Toon, and I think Jack Stauber. I think Jack Stauber said he didn't mind for as long as you don't claim his music as his own or using it for commercial use. Like, of course, using it in commercials. But yeah, if you look on Spotify and like type DMCA free playlist, a bunch of it shows up. So yeah, it's a very common thing to look for DMCA free playlists. Another thing you could do to make a playlist is using the OST of video game. Video game music is almost always copyright free when you're streaming, so you should be safe when using it. Anyways, back to drawing drunk Aikawa being dragged around. Other leg. I will be able to draw you Aikawa with the perspectives, I promise. No. Protect the apple butt, I mean apple's bottom. They're the same. Are you sure about that? Hmm? Are you sure you... Hold on. I gotta say this quietly. Are you sure you're not a bottom, Aikawa? Haha, apple bottom jeans. I. Alright, let's put the cycling shorts on. And let's try to draw the squirt. These knees are fighting me, I swear. I am I stand. Boots with the fur. Got the whole club looking at her. She hit the floor. The hands, I've noticed, I don't have that much trouble with the hands. Like, boom, done. Oo, hit the floor talaga si Aikawa. Buhay pa iPad ko. My iPad hasn't died yet. Usually when I draw, my iPad just the iPad battery just dies very, very quickly. Right, ears. You have earrings? Yes, you do. Hit the floor na nga, kinakaladkad pa. Paano yun, Aikawa? Pagising mo, gasgas ka na. This is hair, why is it so hard? Yep, good enough. The ponytail. Pigtails. Pigtails. 40-inch hair. You're Rapunzel here. Yep, this is definitely you. You. See, here is where my problem starts. Okay, I can somehow do perspectives with the body, but when it comes to clothes, it's gone. It's gone. Like, I cannot splay clothes properly on the floor. I will not do clothes. Is it lagging? It's lagging. I've already got the thing zoomed out. Why is it not? It's lagging. Oh no. Okay. I disappeared for a second. Internet, hello. Internet is terrible. at the moment. Absolutely terrible at the moment. Hold on. Yep, there it is. Disconnected. Alrighty. Please stand by as I try to fix this. That was mine. That was also mine. Well, anytime now. While my stream is suffering a super duper pixelated pixelation. Okay, there, it's connected. Are we back? It's lagging slightly. Anytime now. Ayan. It's gonna be a whole lot laggy. But yes. Here's the drawing so far. I'll move it a bit so chat doesn't block it. This is how we look like right now. Bitrate, not gonna lie, kinda terrible right now. I don't know why. Is it because I have BTB open? No. No. What is going on? That's an advertisement. Let me mute that real quick. And back to music. There. What is wrong with my internet? I'm trying to figure it out. Azul is just done with us. They're done with us. They're tired of dragging us around. Okay, there we go. I think my bitrate should go up now. It's not going up right now. How pixelated is my stream? It's just at 300 and just at 300 and it's not usually like that. Okay, it's going up. Okay, it's going down again. King. King, your message. What mod killed your message? It's Automod. Hi, King. Been a while, but it's I'm trying to make a PG stream when you send me that. I'm not sure if I'm gonna allow that. Oh, I don't have the Sag PTT. That's what I'm missing. But yes, hello King. Welcome to the stream. Oh my god. You guys are mods so you could see it. King. Hey, just go. Alright. Aikawa, Birdie, Azul. You guys are mods. What do you think? Do we allow that message? Oops. That's good tunes. Thank you, thank you. It's from a different streamer. It is the lightning bolts bigger than the fingers. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna say it out loud. I would like to request a photograph drawn of a wizard riding a unicorn up the backside of a mountain, shooting lightning bolt dildos out of their fingertips, and on the horse's butt have a Mona Lisa ghosted in with a DeLorean going through time in the corner. I'm trying to wrap my head around the last part. DeLorean. The horse's butt have a Mona Lisa ghosted in. The last part is challenging. It's challenging my English. No. Mona Lisa didn't ghost anything. It's that the horse's butt has Mona Lisa ghosted in. With a... What's a DeLorean? Hold on. I'm gonna look that up. DeLorean. Ah, it's an electric car. Am I right, King? That's an electric car? Ah, that card. Yeah, I see it. Ah, that. Ah. That is an interesting vision, but it's a quite a large vision. I'll try to do that. I'll try to do that after this sketch. I mean, my mods are kinda okay with it. Aikawa's okay with it. Anyways, let's just go back to drawing drunk Aikawa. Is this playing? I think it's... Yep, okay, it's... We're back, the bitrate's back. I'm actually... The whole time I was just actually stalling for my bitrate to go back to normal. Haha. Anyways, King, how do you do? This is your first time watching me stream, right? For context, for Aikawa and Birdie, King's an old friend, an old internet friend of mine. We go way back, like back in 2013. Want to know if the bolts are bigger than the fingers or the same size as the fingers, so I allow to. Okay, so Azul allows as well, so I will draw that vision later. But yeah, King and I met way back in 2013. No, my Apple Pencil is definitely not low. How did we meet? We met through a common friend, right? He invited me to your server, and then that's where we hung out most of the time. Oh lord, I've watched a few times. Forget to sign in so I can't chat often. Ah, okay. Let me disable my timer because I'm already done watching LPL. Was it 1.3? Was it way back in Java 1.3? That's how far back we've been playing. Before horses. Yeah. Before horses. That's a long time ago. What? I can remember if it was server Stormcraft. I remember it was a close personal server. Because I've only met a few of us every once in a while. Yeah. Are you, Azul, are you wearing jeans in these? I know I'm wearing leggings. I think we were playing with Redstone when it was released. Yeah, I remember I was playing with Redstone with the whole hidden contraption thingy, and then since I didn't have perms, I couldn't use command blocks. So you put command blocks in my little parkour thing. Sorry, we're just taking a trip down memory lane tonight. King and I haven't really talked that much. Jeans, yeah, okay. You still have my parkour, really? That really old. Oh yeah, you did say that the server you maintain has the old stuff. Yeah, I haven't gotten to explore the world, that world yet. And you changed it to 1.19. Is it still the same world or did you reset it? Forgot about those backups. Yeah, you did tell me before that you made backups of those and have them in the old 1.17 world. I haven't played again in the server in so long. Mainly because I've been busy. But I'm not so busy now, so I think I'll be able to play. I'm just terrified. I'm just terrified of opening that server because it's an anarchy server. It's that fact is ingrained in my mind. And I remember the last time I went to spawn, there was the spawn area, the spawn block is nothing but a piece of water block in the air, like 100 feet above the air. So thank goodness he gave me those feather falling 100 boots at that time, or else I would have been dead. I own... Oh, that's censored. I own Blind now, so I'm planning to have... Ah, Link deleted... Ah, yeah, I've got links disabled and, you know, safety purposes. So, yeah. But I know what you're referring to. I know what you're referring to. So IP addresses also counts as links. So it also gets deleted. I don't know what your shoes look like, Azul. So I'm just gonna leave that like that. Then let me finish Aikawa. What's your shoes? Strap on. Sneakers? Alright. I think I'm almost done with this sketch. Yep, there we go. It's on website, but we'll go to a server soon. MinecraftArchive.com. Ah, okay. I see. Let me know when you got that up. How did you get that website? There's a unicorn. I don't know how to draw horses. Let's draw the general shape of it here. The horizon is... let me draw something straight for once. There. Sorry, I sneeze. Ugh. So let's just draw the general thing here. Just the general position of the unicorn. Make sure the butt is nice and big to draw Mona Lisa. I can't believe these are the words that's going out of my mouth tonight. There's a wizard on riding this unicorn. So, okay, how would this wizard be riding this? I think I want it to be riding surfer style. This will be relevant later. There, that's where our little wizard will be. And it's shooting lightning. I want it to be shooting in this direction. Pew pew. I will be drawing the lightning bolts later. But we have the general direction of the lightning. So horse, unicorn is a type of horse. Cannot forget the tail. Then we will have Mona Lisa here. Okay, let's do the iconic hand. There. Oh. Okay. And there's a DeLorean going through time in the corner. Alright. It's a car from Back to the Future. I have to see how does this car teleport. Because I haven't. Well, I have. I just haven't seen it in a long while. Let's look for the GIF. Alright, let's see. How do you teleport through time? Time. Not that. Not that. Actually, wait, no, actually, the first one's perfect. Yep, okay, it shows me how it's done. Then... let's see, let's look at the actual car model. As if I'll be able to do this correctly. Alright. We have a perfect side view car. Alright. Going in the same direction as the unicorn. Gonna try my best to make this car as accurate as possible. No, it's got a longer snout. Sleeker. Like that? Or is it a little too sleek? No, I think I'm doing okay. There. Alright. Time for the inevitable time to draw the horse. Unicorn. Do unicorns have manes? Hold on. Unicorn. Edge. Yep, they have manes. Thank goodness when I search unicorn, it shows realistic pictures of it. How do I draw a horse mane? Close enough. Go. That's definitely not how horse snouts go. Alright. Trying to look for a horse reference. Running horse there. What is this? Oh gosh. I don't think this is how the front legs of a horse looks, or is drawn, or is whatever, but close enough. Alright. Now for Mona Lisa, let's just erase that. Make it more proper. Can't forget the mouth. Mona Lisa is an iconic for her mysterious mouth. Smile. Right, there's your Mona Lisa. Alright, King, how do you want our wizard guy? How do you want him to look? And while I'm waiting for your answer, I'm gonna go back to that DeLorean. Alright.
Man, it's such a perfect day. He wouldn't want it any other way. He'd be sipping on some sweet iced tea.
Then let's go to that
Probably
chef.
thinking of a new story.
Bed in the works.
The more I get to know your girl, the more I get she misses you. But she would never change her mind. She carry it again for you.
Alright. That's our little DeLorean. This is such a strange picture to look at. Alright, let's just draw the generic wizard man. The little enchanted kingdom wizard man. Draw the glasses. The long flowy beard. The hair. Wait, Enchanted Kingdom mascot. Alright, how does this guy look? Yep, drawing him just right. Oh yes. Reminds me, the way I draw this guy reminded me of the Ice King. Hey.
Oh, the best in life for free, so why not me? So why not me? Never did I have to ask the sun to
There we go.
shine on me. Oh, the best in life for free, so why not me?
Dude's rocking this hair.
Never did I have to ask the sun to shine on me.
Alright.
Shine on me. Okay, okay, okay.
Then for the generic starry cape.
But now I got these blue skies, palm trees, new eyes. Y'all can check the green stuff. I'll be on a view high, new vibe. And it feels just like the old me back when I was younger, undercover, feeling so free. Ghost. But you better never go.
He needs a bigger stash. He needs a bigger stash. Go. Then a little thing tied here. Alright, there we go. Our little wizard man riding the unicorn. Let's give him sandals. So cursed. Hey, this is just the beginning. Well, not really. Beginning of an end, yes. Alright, there's our little wizard man. Don't forget pointy little cap. Stars. His cap. Stars on his cloak. Alright, I got disconnected momentarily and I didn't even notice. Because I was too engrossed in drawing the lightning man. Did my stream get cut off? No, it didn't get cut off. I had disconnect protection. Good. Alright, the moment you've all been waiting for. Alright, lightning dildos. I can't really think this out loud. Let's to make it yellow so people know that it's lightning. If I see someone in chat making a Simpson joke about this, I'm banning you. If you're a mod, I'm unmodding you. No, that doesn't look so bad. It's not obvious, but I'll try to make it look obvious for you guys. There. There we go. I hate this so much. Okay, I'm gonna remove the yellow background so you guys could see this a little better. I mean, it looks like what it's asked for, right? King, are you satisfied with this? King, you're the one who requested this. I can't even say it out loud. Are you satisfied with the lightning dildos? Kalat. Is King here? King. Is this a cover? I think it's a cover. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a cover. I hope this is a cover. Where is King? King really left me to draw this. Oh.
Like, hey Google, play sexy
Man.
music.